Empire Rising by Illuviar. First Prologue. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the StarTrek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Book 1. How the Dreams Die. HTD. Prologue. How to Lose a War in a Single Afternoon. HDD. This is a story about the end of an age, of how we awoke from a dream that lasted centuries. It is a tale illustrating what happened when humanity's illusion of utopia was shattered. AN account of the people who had to pick up the pieces of a fragmented federation and the new age that dawned as the Dominion armadas advanced towards Earth. Elites start at the beginning. Before the war, everything that followed would have been considered unthinkable, bad holodrama at worst. It certainly was for me. If you asked me before the Great Folly, I would have deemed the very idea a lunacy fit for those mirror universe madmen. Yet it all happened, with some of us playing crucial roles in the events that were about to unfold, even if it didn't seem so at the time. When the hostilities commenced, we were caught largely off guard. You all know how Starfleet was back then. A bloody exploration outfit, chock full with pleasure cruisers, which had weapons and defensive systems added as an afterthought. Moreover, a huge part of the fleet was made up from dedicated science ships or hulls, which, though refitted multiple times, were a century old. Yet that didn't seem to matter before we encountered the Borg and the Dominion. Until Wolf 359, even our older ships were a match for top-of-the-line Klingon and Romulan vessels. Or so it seemed. We had an unparalleled economic, industrial, and to a lesser extent, technological advantage. Skirmishes with our rivals in the Alpha and Beta quadrants ultimately ended either in a draw or quick victories, something that gave us all a false sense of security. The cold, hard truth was that we got complacent. The last time we had a credible peer opponent was before Praxis blew up. In the aftermath of that event, the Klingon economy had been in decline, with tremendous resources poured in restoring and keeping Kronos safe and viable. Another issue we had, and no one really spoke about, was the fact that while our top-of-the-line ships were the golden standard, and a number of the refitted older vessels were potent combatants, thanks to extensive and expensive refits, they made a fraction of the active Starfleet. The bulk of our ships were older, and in many cases no amount of refits could bring them on par with what the Romulans and Klingons fielded, when anyone bothered to keep their tactical systems up to date, that is. Given the spirit of peace, cooperation, and the great focus on exploration and science, an increasing number of refits concentrated on decent shields, better sensors, and science labs at the expense of weaponry. I am to be fair, even most of those old buckets were a rough match for many of the classes the Cardassians fielded during our brief war with them. They could take on the older Klingon ships still in service too. What the bulk of the fleet was incapable of was facing an actual peer opponent, and that was precisely what the Dominion was. Administrator John Sinclair, retired, HDD. Login, Central Actual Password, Thunderchild Code Word, Delta Blue Classification, Level Black Pending Scan Results, Identity Confirmed, Logging you in Commander, Accessing Secured Imperial Archive Database, Password Required, Password Accepted, Access Granted, Searching, File Found, Beginning Playback.
Voice 1, I warned you.
Voice 2, you weren't alone? The politicians didn't listen.
Voice 3, they didn't want to listen.
Voice 2, it's been too long since the Federation's citizenry felt really under threat. As far as the average citizens are concerned, Starfleet managed to beat any threat, even the Borg.
Voice 1, we became victims of our own propaganda, of a lot of other things too. I did my homework.
Voice 3, I have to agree. However, that's not why we are here. Besides, we already had that conversation.
Voice 1, it's not like I had anything else to do.
Voice 2, let's cut to the chase.
Voice 3, we need your particular skills and what you represent.
Voice 1, I'll do whatever it takes to protect the Federation and stop the Dominion.
Voice 2, we are counting on it.
Playback over. Data corrupted. HDD. Captain's Ready Room. USS Enterprise, Starfleet's flagship. En route to Second Fleet's staging area. Location classified. Jean-Luc Picard took a sip from a steaming mug filled with Earl Grey tea. He took a moment to enjoy it before silently cursing the madness that had enveloped the galaxy as a whole. Even now, months after the hostilities began, despite all battles the Enterprise engaged in, it was still hard to believe it came to this. War. This was nothing else but a senseless conflict, which was trying its best to tear down the civilization carefully built by the Federation. The future should have been bright and peaceful. Starfleet should be engaged in exploration and meeting new species, discovering and befriending new civilization. This era should have seen the triumph of diplomacy. The worst Starfleet should be dealing with should have been helping people when a natural disaster struck or an accident happened. Not this. Picard glared at the data pad in his hands. It showed an endless list of shattered ship and broken people. Many of them were his friends, people with whom he had been in the academy, colleagues he had served with on various ships. Too many were dead. Even more were left scarred by this insanity.
Do you see it now, mon Capitan?
Asked an often hated voice.
Q,
Picard snapped. Doing so was just another proof how frayed his nerves were because of the war. Even if this was Q who likely came to gloat and needle him, it wasn't a justification for acting like a barbarian. Whatever that infernal being wanted, it wasn't good for either Jean-Luc or his crew. They were all on edge after all they have been through so far, and Q's brand of madness begged for someone to snap and do something they would all regret. The captain looked up from the datapad to see the painfully familiar sight of Q sitting on the other side of his desk. The omnipotent being wore the crimson uniform of a Starfleet admiral, though it was an old-fashioned one. It was something straight up from the time when the Khitomer Accords were signed.
me, where?
Q exclaimed and looked around in a mock surprise.
Q, I don't have time for your antics.
Picard rubbed his temples. He could already feel a headache forming.
You don't know the half of it, mon Capitan.
A vicious smile appeared on the uninvited visitor's face that was so unlike him that it startled Picard.
How does it feel, Jean-Luc, to stand at the dawn of a new era?
Picard narrowed his eyes. He had a bad feeling about this. Despite his seemingly nonchalant mannerism, this time there was something very odd about Q. His eyes shone with unrestrained glee. The way Q spoke, his tone was like that of a kid who couldn't wait to share a big secret. It all made Picard feel uneasy.
Oh, you haven't heard yet?
Q looked surprised. He glanced at his left wrist, where now stood an old-fashioned watch that wasn't there a moment ago.
Ah, my bad, old friend. It's happening just as we speak. Let's go see history in the making.
With those words, Q snapped his fingers, and they disappeared in a flash of light. To Picard's surprise, they appeared in the void of space. However, before the captain could react, his attention was grabbed by what was in front of them, and their location was suddenly forgotten. They were giants overlooking a vast light show. It took Jean-Luc a moment before the Starfleet officer comprehended what he was seeing. It was a great space battle between the Federation, their Klingon allies, and the Dominion, along with the mislead Cardassians.
Q, what is the meaning of this?
Picard snapped. Distantly, he felt a bit of wonder that he could simply float in open space without protection, yet feel as if they were still back on the Enterprise. Jean-Luc soon dismissed that train of thought. Q, that was an answer enough. The important question was why they were here. The inquiry was ignored. Instead, Q pointed a giant finger at a particular spot of the melee.
There. Watch closely, or you might miss it. Here history unfolds.
Q declared grandly. Picard frowned, though he looked more closely at the battle. Whole squadrons of Starfleet capital ships, wings of fighters, and smaller detachments of Klingon ships threw themselves into a breach within the enemy lines. For a moment it looked like they would succeed into splitting the Dominion force into two. Until Picard's experienced eyes noticed the folly of that particular attack. The Starfleet vessels and their allies were flying straight into a lethal crossfire. The enemy was attempting to surround them by using their significant numerical advantage. Jean-Luc looked more carefully at what Q was pointing at and noticed that a defiant escort led the charge, flanked by 2 Klingon birds of prey. 2 wings of Dominion fighters pounced on those ships, cutting the Klingon light crafts to pieces within seconds. The Federation escort valiantly evaded the brunt of the enemy fire for few moments, a testament for her helmsman's incredible skill and luck. It didn't last. It couldn't. Lances of pure energy strafed over the struggling shields of the Defiant. Soon, incoming fire hammered the defenses one too many times. The shields folded, allowing 2 purple beams to hit the Starfleet vessel midship. The energy lances carved deep lines into the hull, and the escort listed, suddenly slowing down. Only its ablative armor allowed it to survive those hits. That proved to be its undoing anyway. Either by design or accident, one of the pursuing fighters flew straight at the crippled ship. It ploughed into it at a steep angle, and both vessels shattered before the pieces were immolated by the flames of breached warp cores. The view of the battle zoomed out. It revealed that all Federation ships that entered the breach were either destroyed or trapped. The enemy proceeded to tear them apart, one after another. Meanwhile, the remaining Alliance forces, now outnumbered more than ever, were acting without direction.
What is this?
Picard asked. As he watched, chill ran up his spine. There was a hint of dread in his voice, too. The captain suspected that he knew very well what he just saw, and the consequences didn't bear thinking about.
It's the end of the line, Jean-Luc. The dawn of a new era. The Federation as a whole, and humanity in particular, had been slumbering for too long. It's time to awake from your comfortable dreams.
Q smirked.
The Federation as it is today just lost the war. This is a defeat from which you can't recover while you maintain your high and mighty ideals. This time there won't be a divine intervention. No Q or those unruly kids, the prophets saving the day. Welcome to the future, Mon Captain.
Q's expression and voice softened.
You know, I do like you, humans. Again and again, I showed you a glimpse of the storms coming your way, gave you an opportunity to prepare, and you squandered them all. Goodbye, Jean-Luc, and good luck. You all are going to need it.
Q snapped his fingers, and Picard was back in his ready room. Alone. He stood there, stunned for a moment before shacking his head and tapping his comm badge.
Number 1.
HDD. Bridge. USS Millennium, Akira-class cruiser.
Alex, find out who is in charge of the fleet.
Commander Sinclair hissed through clenched teeth. Every movement, every whisper made the edges of his broken ribs grate at each other, sending stabs of fiery agony in his left side. He forced himself to disregard the pain and focus on the job at hand. His friend and commanding officer, Captain Shran, laid in a crumpled heap near his chair. The last salvos of Dominion fire to hit their ship had caused their dampeners to fluctuate for an instant, tossing the bridge crew around. It was a stroke of fortune that they didn't fail or fluctuate more, because otherwise there wouldn't be anyone left alive on board. As it was, they fared bad enough. The Andorian skipper had the misfortune of landing even worse than John, breaking his neck. That left Sinclair in charge of Millennium and her remaining crew.
It's a mess, Commander. All flagships are either destroyed or out of action. No one has taken command since we lost contact with the Defiant.
Lieutenant Alexis Felix was trying to keep her voice calm, but he could hear her desperation.
Bloody hell!
John cursed. Sinclair grunted in pain as he grabbed the side of the captain's chair and made his way onto it. He stared at the forward screen showing him the mess in which the remains of the Federation fleet and their allies found themselves in. The Dominion lines were folding in. They were surrounding and concentrating their fire into the tattered remains of the ships which tried to fight their way to DS9. He didn't need to be a tactical genius to figure out what was about to happen. More than half the fleet would be gone in a few minutes. The rest of the Alliance fleet was in light contact with the enemy's forward elements, which were numerous enough to hold them down, while the bulk of the Dominion fleet was mopping up everyone who charged after the Defiant. Of course, those forward Dominion elements were nothing to sneer at either. Not now, when the fleet was leaderless. The enemy ships weren't content to just play defense and wait until the main fleet action was resolved behind them. On the contrary, they were forming the bulk of their numbers for an all-out attack, while wings of fighters and lighter ships screened them. John closed his eyes for a moment, trying to clear his mind. Unless someone did something soon, the fleet was doomed. He shook his head. He was just a commander, and a lot of captains were still alive, yet no one seemed to be doing anything constructive. Perhaps they are shocked, he thought, just as he was. Until moments ago, he too believed that they would succeed despite the odds. The Federation had always managed to pull off something stunning at the most desperate of times. It was their thing. They excelled in snatching victories from the jaws of defeat. Sinclair opened his eyes and stared at the screen. More ships were dying while he was wondering what to do. It was as if everyone in the fleet was waiting for a miracle to happen and save the day. He grimaced. Was that it? If he was honest with himself, John knew that Operation Return was a long shot, an act of desperation that was crumbling around him, killing a whole fleet.
Alex, open a channel to every Alliance ship still fighting.
He grit his teeth and straightened up, doing his best to present a confident facade. A moment later, he got a thumbs up from the LT.
This is Commander John Sinclair, acting captain of the Millennium. I'm taking command of the fleet. All units reform around the surviving Sovereign divisions, then assume formation Beta 7. Then wait for further orders.
He glared at the tactical plot.
Alex, patch me through to the most senior Klingon that's still alive.
I'm on it.
Engineering? What's our status?
Shields are down to 20%. We might be able to bump them up to 40 if we have half an hour to replace critical emitters and left the other cool off and repair as many of them as we can. A third of our phaser grid is gone and we have breaches on multiple decks.
Came the terse reply from Lieutenant Commander Cole Tyrol, the chief engineer.
Damn. Engines in warp?
Sinclair dreaded the answer.
Online, for now. That all? I'm a bit busy over here.
Carry on.
So they could run, which they should be doing as soon as the fleet manages to disengage. Or die.
Spirit of Hope and Vigilant are acknowledging.
Lieutenant Felix informed him.
What's left of our squadron as well.
That's something.
A surge of relief and hope washed over Sinclair.
This is Worf. I've taken command of the Klingon forces in this theater.
A familiar face appeared on the main view screen. The former Starfleet officer looked much worse to wear. There was blood slowly leaking down his ridges from a nasty-looking head wound, making him look like a monster straight from an ancient Earth myth.
Worf, we need to get out as much of the fleet as we can.
John started. He needed a way to convince the Klingons to die gloriously another day.
Dot?
I know.
Worf interrupted him.
This is the last offensive force that the Empire has left.
He announced with a haunted voice. Only now Sinclair remembered hearing earlier that Worf had done it without authorization. A victory could wash off such a sin in the Klingon Empire, sometimes even in the Federation. A disaster like this, however. He didn't want to be in Worf's boots if he survived this hell.
We've got a few minutes before their main forces are free to come after us.
Sinclair took a deep breath. What he was going to do, what he needed to do, went against everything he had been taught as a Starfleet officer. Yet, it was the only way to salvage something from this disaster.
Les, their vanguard will hit us long before the rest of the Dominion fleet regroups.
Worf grunted.
I know.
The commander glanced at Alex, who gave him a thumbs a sad nod. She had a good head on her shoulders and at the least suspected what he was about to do. John hoped that he didn't misinterpret her gesture, and most of the Alliance fleet will follow his orders too, no matter how distasteful they were. Yeah, let's go with that word. It sounds better than cowardice.
Alex, give me a status of the fleet. I want to know how many ships can't maintain maximum warp. Same goes to your forces, Worf.
The Klingon's eyes widened, then blazed with fury for a moment, before his discipline won the day, showing that he was head and shoulders above most of his people.
I see. You'll get the data. ASAP.
We've got 30 ships of all classes which have suffered engine damage.
Alex was her usual, efficient self.
Not enough. What's your status, Worf?
About a third of our remaining ships won't be able to get away.
That might just be enough. Alex, give me a fleet-wide channel, both to Starfleet and the Klingons.
You are on, sir.
Sinclair paused for a moment. He sucked at making speeches, damn it.
Men and women of the Alliance, I won't sugarcoat it. We gambled on our courage and determination to carry the day against impossible odds.
He took a deep breath. Something clenched in his side, and he hacked off a glob of blood.
We failed. Now our duty is to preserve as many of our ships and crews as possible, so we can face the Dominion another day, at a time and place where we can stop them cold.
He paused, gathering his thoughts.
Right now, the Dominion commanders believe that they have won not only this battle, but the war itself. If we let our fleet perish here, they might very well be right. That's why I'm asking you for one more sacrifice. The Millennium will lead all our damaged ships in a counterattack, buying time for the fleet to disengage and regroup with friendly forces.
Sinclair looked at the tactical display. They were running out of time.
All ships able to go to warp, disengage by divisions and go. The rest of the fleet will advance. Helm, pull us next to that listing sovereign.
The Hood? I'm on it, Skipper. Second ER book. 1 Chapter 1. Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer, I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 1. Consequences. Chauwich DD. Part 1. Medbay RES Talon. The first thing he felt was the absence of pain. Unfamiliar, sterile scent followed along with subdued green light behind his closed eyelids. Only then awareness followed, along with the comprehension that he was still alive, somehow.
That's unexpected,
Sinclair muttered when he came to his senses. His voice sounded like gravel, and his throat didn't feel much better.
I bet,
said an unfamiliar voice. It sounded quite amused, too. The commander turned his head in the direction the sound came from and cracked an eye open. He was in a dimly lit room, which was an obvious medbay, as if the smell wasn't enough. Not Starfleet one, said smell, and the green light were a giveaway enough. There were a lot of Starfleet officers being treated, with others laying or sitting around in the cramped compartment. There were a lot of Romulans taking care of his people, and wasn't that a kick in the pants?
Urgent. I think I missed something.
Sinclair blinked in confusion. The Romulan who spoke tilted his head to the right. His lips twitched with something that might have been amusement. He was a tall, aging man with a hint of silver in his otherwise jet-black hair. He wore a typical Romulan uniform in all its eye-crossing glory.
Thanks to the arrogance of your Federation types, now the Romulan Star Empire has a problem,
spoke the man. Apparently Sinclair's mind had finally rebooted, so he was able to bite of a scratching remark that was the first thing that came to mind. Instead, he spoke calmly.
The Dominion or the battle? Perhaps both. So what happens now? You wouldn't waste your time taking care for our wounded if you were going to give us to the Dominion as a gesture of good faith.
At least he hoped so.
Well, there are undoubtedly some among my people who would like nothing less than quietly disappearing you.
Like the Tal Shiar. On a second thought, ending up in one of their infamous cell and being interrogated until they knew everything he ever knew didn't sound better than dying or ending up at the tender mercies of the Dominion clone-bred soldiers. The Romulan shrugged.
They aren't in charge.
Sinclair raised both eyebrows. How interesting. What was the Romulan implying? Never mind. First he needed to know who exactly he was dealing with, if the Romulan was going to introduce himself with anything resembling his real name and rank, that is.
Sorry, I've apparently misplaced my manners. I'm Commander John Sinclair, lately from USS Millennium.
Captain Lorik Tain of the RES Talon, Commander.
The Romulan stared at him.
If you are up to it, we need to talk. Your personnel will be treated well. Don't worry.
With those words, Tain turned around and headed for the exit. Sinclair shrugged and followed him after looking for familiar faces. Unfortunately, except for a couple of new transfers to the Millennium, he was unfamiliar with the rest of the Starfleet personnel in the medbay. While he was worried about his crew, John had bigger problems. The way the Romulans were behaving was unusual for them, to say the least, and that was highly concerning. Few minutes later, he was escorted into a small conference room where the captain was waiting for him, alone. He was sitting on the far side of a long table, sipping from a tall glass with Romulan ale. Tain waved at the replicator built in the wall to the right.
Pick your poison, Captain.
Sinclair shrugged and did so.
Whiskey? Clean?
The Starfleet officer took the glass that materialized with a familiar wine and sat across the table from his host.
This isn't a social call,
he stated.
That's obvious.
They studied each other in silence. The captain was wearing a single-piece uniform, which was dark green with a familiar chessboard-like pattern that never failed to make John's eyes cross. There was no insignia on it, just a comm badge in the form of the Star Empire's crest on his chest, over the heart. The Romulan had his hair shaved unusually short, almost bald, which contrasted with the sharp edges of his eyebrows and pointy ears.
You know, few hours before your suicidal attack on the Dominion, the Empire was content to just watch the show.
The captain took a swing from his ale.
I'm not surprised,
Sinclair allowed.
Oh? No affronted exclamation or pleads to our better nature.
A brief look of amusement flashed over the Romulan's features.
I thought that you all had it surgically removed,
John quipped. Tain chuckled.
Ah, so there are realists in Starfleet after all. We've been wondering if all of them were already retired.
Sinclair didn't answer and just stared at his host. He was wondering what was the purpose of this conversation. An awkward chat, wasn't it? That much he knew.
You know, Commander, my original orders were to just observe, catch a few good shots of Starfleet vessels being gutted.
The captain's smile grew predatory.
To observe the Dominion fleet for weaknesses in case they came after us.
He paused.
And see if the Federation would be saved by another miracle.
We are all out of luck.
Sinclair admitted. They both knew that the Federation did expect a miracle to happen, just like it usually did when they were against the wall in the past. Not this time.
For once, that is a problem for us. Do you know for how long we've hoped that your unreal luck would run out? Yet now that it did, we're anything but happy.
The Romulan nodded morosely.
While the battle was going on, the Dominion managed to take down your minefield. 3,000 additional warships poured through the wormhole.
Sinclair winced. There was a part of him that desperately wanted to believe that Tain was lying through his teeth. He might very well be doing so. Yet, John knew why the attack had been rushed, executed before the necessary forces were in place. Shran had been briefed and confided the truth in him. The Dominion were about to take down the mines, that much was true. Even worse, it didn't matter if they had succeeded this time or not. After such a defeat, the Federation no longer had the forces at hand for another direct strike at Deep Space Nine. If such armada had entered the quadrant...
I'm aware of the implications. At least I think I am. That still doesn't explain your actions, Captain. I would have thought that the Dominion reinforcements would be an excellent reason for your people to stay away from this war. Perhaps even ally yourselves with the Dominion.
Sinclair gave his host/captor a challenging look.
Despite popular belief, the Empire isn't actually run by imbeciles.
Tain added something under his breath that suspiciously sounded like most of the time.
Ah, so you've seen the writing on the wall?
Sinclair perked up. If this was actually true, well, the Federation might stand a chance after all. Or be royally fucked up by their allies. He couldn't help but think that crude thought.
Some didn't.
The Romulan shrugged.
They are no longer a problem.
That's interesting.
He allowed. It still didn't explain the conversation they were having. I'm a just bloody commander, damn it, Sinclair thought.
I've been ordered to pick up as many survivors as possible as a gesture of goodwill and make my way to Earth.
What will be the purpose of such a visit?
Sinclair asked.
Forming a full military alliance against the Dominion. Do my best to keep as much of your industry intact while you Federation types get your heads out of your backsides and start treating this war seriously.
Tain growled.
Lucky me!
He took another sip of his ale, and Sinclair followed suit.
You aren't just a simple starship captain, are you?
Sinclair inquired. There was more to this than he was seeing. Tain actually smiled.
What gave it away? My charming personality.
Among other things.
You've been out for 24 hours, Commander. That could be an eternity in Romulan politics.
Tain trailed off and drank what was left in his cup before reaching for the bottle. HDD. Part 2. HDD. Conference Room. Starbase 375. Admiral William Ross scrolled through the datapad in his hands, reading the short list of ships that managed to extract themselves after operation. Return went to hell. He shouldn't have authorized the attack. It has always been a roll of the dice, and now it blew up in their faces.
Damn it, Ben!
Ross quietly cursed.
Admiral, it's confirmed. Only 110 ships will make it here before the Dominion.
The Admiral's comm badge spoke with the voice of his Chief of Staff, Captain Urbis Pollux. He was a bright Denobulan officer who had been wounded in one of the opening battles of the war, making him unfit for front-line duty, at least for the time being.
That's not nearly enough,
he muttered.
Computer, open a channel to Starfleet Command. Priority 1.
While the call was going through, he turned his gaze towards the tactical plot. The blob that represented the survivors of Operation Return was slowly creeping towards his base, closely followed by a much bigger red cloud. Nearly 2,000 Dominion, Cardassian and Breen vessels were heading his way. Right now, there were less than 50 ships stationed at Starbase 375. They, combined with the remnants of Cisco's fleet and whatever vessels could make it on time. The Admiral shook his head. They would be outnumbered more than 3-1, with almost half of their ships damaged, while the Dominion had sent a fleet made up entirely from undamaged vessels. The only reason so many Alliance ships managed to get away was because a single commander kept his head after the Defiant was gone and led a doomed charge in order to buy time. Sinclair had done it, though it cost every single ship that followed him on that doomed counterattack. Ross's problem was that unless he did something fast, it would be all for nothing. Once Starfleet Command learned of the defeat, they had panicked, ordering him to stop the Dominion at Starbase 375. At all costs at that. If he followed orders, the base and all ships that could reach it in time were going to die. Barring a miracle, he simply couldn't stop 2,000 undamaged ships with the forces at his disposal. If what Starfleet had in range were newer ships, it might be different, but more than half of his forces were made up by ancient hulls, some of which hadn't been retrofitted in a couple of decades. Apparently, the fact that he was the one supposed to be running the war no longer mattered. Ross could understand that. After all, he was one of the people who backed up Cisco's idea for Operation Return. Once the news of the debacle came, he was expecting to be relieved as theatre commander and replaced. Instead, he was ordered to hold the line at all cost, though at least that has been before it was clear how many ships the Dominion were throwing his way.
Captain Pollux, start coordinating with Commodore Franks. I want this station evacuated within 5 hours. I also need volunteers for a skeleton crew, which will man it when the Dominion arrives. We are pulling out once the fleet returns.
There was a momentary pause before the captain answered.
I'll see to it, sir.
The main view screen in the conference room lit up, the Starfleet logo replaced by an office in Starfleet Command. A blonde woman, wearing a Vice Admiral's uniform, greeted him.
Admiral Ross, what's the situation?
Admiral Nechayev.
He paused. The Vice Admiral wasn't the one he wanted to contact.
I need to speak either with Chief of Staff Roddenberry or Admiral Livingston.
I'm afraid it won't be possible right now. They, as well as most of Starfleet Command, are explaining to the President what went wrong. What happened. I've been mostly out of the loop.
2/3 of the ships slated for Operation Return are gone. The rest are pulling back to my position with overt 2,000 Dominion ships on their heels or yet to arrive in the first place. The last orders I got was to hold Starbase 375 at all cost.
Ross explained succinctly.
I see.
Admiral Nechayev leaned forward.
I hope you aren't calling to inform us that you'll be making a heroic last stand.
Ross snorted.
Number, I'm evacuating the Starbase and pulling back my forces. With the reinforcements the Dominion received, we'll be unable to hold the current line. I'll be ordering a general retreat in the next half hour.
What do you need?
Nechayev's tone had become deadly serious.
More ships,
was his deadpan response.
We are already retrofitting everything in the boneyards as fast as we can. As you very well know, during the last meeting the Assembly declined to make the transition to wartime economy. Apparently, not only it wasn't needed, but it would have sent the wrong message to the Federation as a whole.
As she was saying that, Nechayev looked like she was tasting something bitter.
I missed that memo.
Ross frowned.
The wormhole is now opened.
He didn't need to elaborate. Neither did he felt the need to explain how he knew. Starfleet intelligence had a way to keep an eye on it, possibly a very illegal cloaked vessel. For a good reason, Ross hadn't pushed the issue with the spooks.
Ah.
It was fascinating how much feeling and expression she could put in a single one-syllable word.
That's unfortunate,
She added. Obviously, his fellow admiral wasn't informed yet of the latest development. She slumped back in her chair.
I'll see what I can do on my end, William. What are you planning to do?
We are pulling back to Blue Horizon. There is a repair and refit depot about to go operational in the system. I will be detaching a third of the forces in this theater to reinforce the units at Starbase 41 and Trill.
They are likely to be cut off.
I know. However, if the Dominion goes after them, it will buy us more time. If they ignore those forces, then they will be free to execute raids, targeting white production facilities and shipyards.
At the very least, the Dominion will have to detach a blocking force.
Nechayev agreed. She paused.
You are aware that many in the Assembly will view your actions as abandoning tracks of the Federation?
It can't be helped. Unless you could scrounge up some heavy reinforcements, I won't be able to hold Blue Horizon either.
We've tapped up the existing facilities in either building new ships or refitting the reserve. I can't do much more before a further fleet expansion is authorized and the economy starts transitioning into war footing.
If that doesn't happen soon, it will be irrelevant.
Oh, it gets worse.
Do I want to know?
Ross winced.
We are running into trouble recruiting enough qualified personnel to man the current fleet expansion program, much less any future build-up.
How did that happen? We are the biggest and most populous power in both Alpha and Beta quadrants,
Ross exclaimed.
Most, if not all, people in the core worlds apparently don't believe that the war will ever get to their doorsteps. After all, Starfleet has always been here to solve any unpleasant problems.
Nechayev's expression could possibly be mistaken for a sad smile, if it was dark and you squinted a lot.
That's no longer the case. It will be 8 to 12 months before we have a big enough core of modern ships. Unless something changes, we will lose the war before that happens. The bulk of my forces is made up by obsolete ships, which are little more than target practice for the Jem'Hadar.
Ross's temper snapped, and he slammed a fist into his desk.
I've seen the casualty numbers. They are disproportionate among the older classes.
Nechayev nodded.
We've lost barely 10% of the new construction. No matter how good they are, we don't have enough of those classes to make a difference.
To stop the Dominion, I need more modern ships, soon. You and the rest of Starfleet Command need to convince the President and Assembly to ramp up production as much as physically possible. Meanwhile, I'll do my best to buy as much time as I can. Good luck.
With those words, Ross cut the connection. Now he had to dust up the contingency plans because the Federation's strategy for the war had just went out of the airlock. 3rd ER Book 1, Chapter 1, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 1. Consequences. HDD. Part 3. Kondidich. IKS Negvar. En route to the Klingon border. It wasn't something a Klingon warrior was accustomed to, running away after a devastating defeat. Any good Klingon in Worf's boots would have died gloriously and joined the Black Fleet instead, coming home bringing so much dishonor. Oh, they weren't running. Number. It was merely a tactical advance to a more suitable battlefield. Or so the general was busy repeating to the remaining half of the fleet. Of the 223 warships that Worf convinced his people to bring for Operation Return, only 102 were returning to the Empire, and only because they ran. The rest were now a part of the Black Fleet. Martok had seldom questioned the ways of his people and how they interpreted what honor meant. Today he questioned everything. His people couldn't even bear to face the truth with open eyes and the discipline that the Empire required of its warriors, much less with pride. Many of his people would rather have died, thus imperiling everything that was sacred. Konos itself even now as they didn't run, many a captain and commander had to answer challenges from outraged subordinates because they dared do what was best for the Empire instead of selfishly making the transfer to the Black Fleet and thus depriving it from their services and that of their ships and crews. While he didn't show it, Martok was seething inside. Was this the dead god's vengeance upon his people? He didn't want to admit it even to himself. However, he no longer served the same empire that stood as a peer to the Federation during his father and grandfather's time. Too many warriors didn't measure up to those who fought with Batleth, disruptors, and words against the likes of Kirk and Sulu. Even their honor. The old general closed his eyes. Honor itself meant something else during his father's time. He remembered the stories, the warriors of an age past. Somewhere along the way to today, the Klingons had lost a vital piece of themselves, of their very souls. He couldn't help it but feel if Kahless could see his people now, he would avert his face in disgust, or do his best to slaughter the lot of them.
General, the birds of prey we left behind sent a burst transmission.
The operations officer growled.
Report.
Martok grunted.
2,000 ships are chasing the Federation survivors.
The woman paused.
1,211 enemy ships just headed towards the Empire. The Konos Honor and Proud Blood are shadowing them. Those are all fresh ships that came through the wormhole.
Suddenly the bridge was deadly silent. There were no shouts of joy at the perceived opportunity for a great honor. No grunts of disapproval that for all intents and purposes the Klingons were retreating in front of numerically superior opponent. Martok took a moment to look over his hand-picked crew and felt pride, something in short supply lately.
Give me a Priority 1 channel to Kyonos, First City. I have a report for the Chancellor.
Martok's voice was quiet, yet it contained unrestrained menace.
Tactical. I want all we have on those enemy ships ready to be sent to High Command and the Chancellor yesterday.
The general took another moment to look at his hand-picked officers in turn. None of them dared look him in the eye, because they all knew. After the short war with the Federation, the preemptive strike on Cardassian space, and the opening months of the real war with the Dominion, the Imperial forces were depleted. There were more than 1,000 untouched enemy ships coming their way, and while the Klingons could match them in sheer numbers, there were no reserves to speak of, only what was left of the house fleets.
You aren't unbloodied young warriors who haven't cut their teeth against a real enemy. You know what this means.
Martok spoke quietly.
They have isolated us.
Worf grunted.
Isolated us?
Martok shook his head. He knew Worf was shaken, but did the defeat affect him so much he was refusing to see the implication? Or perhaps he knew deep down and was afraid of admitting them to himself.
Even if our alliance with the Federation survives this debacle, it practically means nothing now.
Martok snarled. He pointed at the back of the bridge.
The Dominion sends enough top-of-the-line warships after us to ensure that we will be too busy dealing with them and keeping our worlds from burning to be concerned what happens with the Federation.
The general smiled thinly. On another ships, the bridge would have exploded with deriding shouts aimed at their allies. His people knew better. They knew the art of real war. That if, when, the Federation fell, the Dominion would turn its war machine's undivided attention on the Empire. They had a few glorious battles to fight, yet before the enemy could finish off the Federation and bury them in ships, because it was unthinkable that once they linked up with the fleets protecting the Empire, they could lose to the force coming after them. Martok knew better. There had been too many glorious or desperate gambits like Operation Return. Such a roll of the dice shouldn't have been necessary in the first place. That it was spoke volumes of how low both the Empire and the Federation had fallen. The general no longer trusted his people not to do something foolish and risk everything for glory, for honor.
I've read the intelligence we have on Federation deployments. They have nothing left in the nearby sectors that can do more than slow down the fleet racing towards them.
The tactical officer spoke.
Indeed now. Our old enemies had let themselves become complacent.
Martok must. A few decades ago, that would have been a great news for the Empire. Today, it might very well be its death sentence. In the end, the Federation still had reserves, whole fleets racing from the borders on the far side. They might just be able to stop the Dominion armadas racing towards their core worlds before the enemy could burn down their industrial heartlands. The Empire, on the other hand—
General, connection established. The Chancellor awaits your report.
Put him on the main viewer.
Martok.
Gowron's grow reverberated around the bridge.
Your adventure met an unfortunate end.
The Chancellor spoke with a clipped tone, making sure that everyone who heard him was well aware of his displeasure at the situation.
That it did.
Martok nodded calmly. It took him a supreme effort of will to appear composed.
My tactical officer is sending all we have on the enemy forces heading towards our border. When combined with the other Dominion units in nearby sectors, that makes nearly 2,000 ships, most of them fresh.
Gowron looked down, presumably browsing the hastily made report.
You know something.
The Chancellor stared at the General.
I've read all reports on our deployments against the Dominion and available house fleets near the border, presuming that they are correct.
The General paused.
We may not be able to stop them before they advance between 15 and 20 light years in our space. That's presuming that they actually hit our border worlds. If the Dominion concentrates on going after our shipyards and mining worlds, we will be in trouble,
he said diplomatically. It was Gowron's turn to be silent. He could read a star map as well as any self-respecting Klingon warrior. For all his faults, the Chancellor wasn't a complete idiot, even if some of his enemies persisted in spreading such rumors about him. Oh, Martok had no illusions that Gowron was the best man for the job, but it might have been much worse. At times, the current Chancellor displayed surprising competence. Hopefully for the Empire, this would be one of those not-so-rare moments.
I see. They are sending a force we can't possibly ignore, while at the same time doing their best to cut off a third of the Federation. At the same time, they are sending those 2,000 ships towards our allies' core worlds, Earth and Vulcan.
That's my read on the situation,
Martok confirmed. His expression didn't flicker at the understatement of the disaster in the making, staring them in the faces.
If the Dominion takes out Earth, Vulcan and Andoria, they will knock the Federation out of the war. Our valued allies are weak. They will crumble if some of their founding words fall.
Gowron declared, hopefully for whoever was around him or could intercept the transmission.
And then the Dominion will be free to send everything they have left at us, with the Romulans waiting to pounce at any perceived weakness.
Martok finished the thought. The Romulans were a wild card. It pained the General that he had to hope the treacherous bastards would see the writing on the wall and move in to stab the Dominion in the back before they won the war and could deal with the Romulan Star Empire at their leisure.
It will be a glorious war.
Gowron ginned, yet there was no joy written on his face. No bloodlust as one might have expected from a Klingon.
Possibly the last one,
he added soberly. Worf, along with the bridge officers, stared. It was in the open now for all to see and hear. They were said, words that couldn't be taken back, a truth that could very well cost Gowron his post as a chancellor, if not his very life. That made it no less real. It was a truth that the Klingons had known only once before, when Praxis blew up and they were ultimately left at the mercy of their Federation enemies. There were those who believed that the only salvation had laid in a victorious war. The smarter ones, the strategist within high command, knew better. Unless the Federation had been vastly overestimated and they crumbled after the initial offensive, the Empire would have faced destruction between economic collapse and enemy who wouldn't back down. So common sense had prevailed. A glorious war against honorable opponent had been averted, and the Empire was saved. This time, they had a glorious war at their hands, a just, an honorable one too, against beings who know nothing of honor, no matter if it was Klingon or human one.
We all know the Dominion for the honorless curs they are. This is a war to the death. Not for honor or glory, though we will have planet loads of both before the end. It's about survival.
Martok spoke, and for the 5th time after Operation Return went down in flames, he let his passion run free.
We either win this war, or we die, and the Empire dies with us.
For a long moment, Gowron stared at the general, who, thanks to his performance in the war so far, was becoming a dangerous political rival. Yet those concerns were now doused, thanks to the disastrous outcome of Operation Return. Both men knew it to be so. The defeatist words they just shared, in front of witnesses no less, more so.
Pull back our forces to the outer industrial and mining centers. Bird of prey packs are to harass and monitor the enemy movements. I'll deal with the council.
There was another pause, a much longer one. The Chancellor's next words would likely see his carrier come to a crashing end, soon.
Request that the Starfleet ships in the nearby sectors pull back to our space. We'll need their numbers. I'll order all ships that could reach your position to make haste. Everything else will gather above Konos.
Martok raised an eyebrow. He knew that many in the Council would see this as an admission of weakness on the Empire's side. Gowron would be the one blamed and challenged because of it. The Chancellor smiled and looked at the bridge officers.
Some of you think me mad, yes?
Then he laughed.
Perhaps I am. General Martok, you have tactical command on all Imperial forces on our borders facing the Dominion. Do what you must. Simply holding them back won't be enough.
That's why you want Starfleet.
Martok's smile resembled that of a hungry targ.
You want me to defeat the Dominion force coming our way and counterattack before they can overrun the Federation.
It was clear now. This conversation was as much a performance as anything else. Even with Federation assistance, the odds of doing anything more than holding the enemy back were remote. Yet if anyone who listened bought the idea that this all was a preparation for a glorious counterattack, then it might just buy them enough time to save the Empire.
If at all possible. We no longer can afford to treat war as a game, something we've all taken for granted. For all we know, there are another 3,000 Dominion ships coming this way on the other side of the wormhole.
Martok warned and possibly damned himself in the eyes of many a Klingon. That declaration made the bridge deadly silent. Ever the subdued whine of the plasma conduits appeared to vanish for a moment. The Empire had bled too much of its fleets in ill-thought offensives and glory-seeking charges. If the changelings in the Dominion proper could dispatch another such fleet in the foreseeable future, well then they all would be making the transfer to the Black Fleet, one that would not hold much honor, because they would have presided over the Empire's fall.
I will do my duty to the Empire, to our people,
Martok added. He wondered if the Chancellor even suspected how much he meant those words.
As will I. Gowron out.
HDD Part 4 Chi Chach DD Admiral Ross's office, Starbase 375.
Sir, all personnel barring the volunteers have been evacuated.
Captain Pollux reported.
Good. Time until the fleets reach us?
The Admiral asked.
12 hours. According to the last status update, about 100 ships won't be able to maintain high enough warp after arriving to outpace the Dominion forces. They are barely holding as it is.
Call Captain Tijet. I want those combat-capable cripples manned by volunteers too. They'll assist this starbase in bleeding the enemy.
That's a death sentence.
That's why I'm not ordering a stand here. We can't afford any unnecessary losses as it is. However, we need to slow down the Dominion Armada. They'll have to decimate this position before going deeper into the Federation.
Sir.
Pollux was visibly unhappy at the orders, but kept any further misgivings to himself.
Admiral, we just got a message from the Enterprise. She's en route at maximum warp with elements of the 16th Fleet.
An aide called over the comm.
Eta, number of ships?
Ross asked.
3 days, 30 ships. Mostly older refits, though they have a Galaxy and 2 Akira wings.
Not enough.
Ross looked at the main viewer in his office, which showed a map of the nearby sectors and all Starfleet's units operating in the area. Picard won't make a difference here. The Admiral thought aloud as his eyes strayed to a particular dot near the Klingon border. However,
Computer, open a Priority 1 channel to the Enterprise.
H.D. D. Conference room. Enterprise.
I really hoped that Q was just messing with us.
Commander Riker muttered, nursing a cup of steaming coffee.
Me? Playing pranks? You wound me, dear.
Q appeared near the door, with his customary flash of light. The being wore an admiral's uniform and had a bag of popcorn in his hands.
I just informed you of the hottest news in the neighborhood, and now I'm going to sit back.
Q waved a hand, and now the conference room had stretched to accommodate a comfortable-looking armchair on which the pain in everyone's backside sat.
And enjoy the show.
Q grinned at the Starfleet officers.
Don't mind me now. I'm just an innocent observer.
This isn't a social visit, I gather?
Dr. Crusher raised a delicate eyebrow at the annoyance.
Well, he did mention my name.
Q pointed at Riker.
Considering I was watching anyway, it was only polite to show myself.
Really?
Counselor Troy smiled sweetly at the intruder.
Not really. I just know that your reactions to what will be happening in the coming months and years will be hilarious. And I wanted to tell you, I told you so.
Q motioned at Captain Picard.
We had this conversation when I introduced you to the Borg, mon Capitan. It was a warning for your precious Federation, because for some unfathomable reason, I quite like some of you. You didn't heed it.
Q snapped in obvious frustration.
Now it's time to reap the consequences, as you humans are so fond of saying. I'll be around to gloat if you need me.
Q snapped his fingers and was gone. The room was once more back to its usual dimensions.
That wasn't reassuring.
Riker commented and sipped his beverage.
He's enjoying our predicament.
Troy stated and began rubbing away a headache.
He was practically broadcasting how smug he was feeling.
He's correct, unfortunately.
Geordie winced.
More than you know.
Jean-Luc added quietly.
We have our new orders.
After taking a glance at his captain, Riker wasn't reassured.
Nothing that you approve of, I take it?
We are meeting with some of the ships left in the closest sectors and heading for the Klingon border. The planet Teza, to be precise.
That's surprising. Weren't we supposed to reinforce Admiral Ross?
Riker inquired.
He's abandoning Starbase 375.
Picard's expression was sour, as if he had just bitten from a particularly bitter lemon.
The Admiral will be leaving the ships which can't keep up with the station to slow down the Dominion Armada moving on his position.
That's a death sentence.
Dr. Crusher exclaimed, appalled. The Federation was better than this.
For what's worth, the Admiral asked for volunteers to man the station and the ships left behind.
Picard added, though the distaste could be clearly heard in his voice.
What exactly are our orders?
There was a trace of hope in Deanna's voice. Riker knew what she hoped for, though it was a long shot, unlikely to make any difference in the end either.
I'm sorry, Deanna.
Picard dashed them.
We won't be making our way to Beta Z. All Starfleet units stationed in the region were ordered to either join us or make their way to Blue Horizon. Admiral Ross and every ship under his command that can keep up warp will be heading there.
Starfleet Command is abandoning Beta Z then?
Troy's voice was hollow.
With a few exceptions, Starfleet is pulling back all ships to the core sectors around Tella, Vulcan, Andorra, and Earth. The main Dominion fleet is headed towards Sector 001 as we speak.
They intend to knock us out of the war.
Riker nodded grimly.
There is another strong fleet heading towards the Klingons.
Makes sense. That way they can't help us even if they wanted to.
Geordi added glumly.
That's why we have our current orders. We are heading towards Tezwa. Apparently there's a network of Nadion pulse cannons built around and on that world.
Picard explained.
Ours?
Riker inquired. The flat stare that Picard gave him was an answer enough.
So we've broken the Khitomer Accords.
Troy stated the obvious.
We're ordered to join the Klingon fleet that survived Operation Return and lure the Dominion fleet over that world. Command hopes that with the help of those emplacements we can seriously weaken their fleet. Perhaps stop it cold. If we're successful, we might create an opening for cloaked Klingon ships to raid behind enemy lines in force.
If this works, it might allow the Klingons to deal with whatever enemy ships survive in reasonably short order and provide us with assistance, or at least tie up any additional reinforcements that arrive through the wormhole.
Riker commented after he thought about it for a few moments.
Of course, there's one obvious weakness with that plan.
The Klingons won't be pleased to learn about those weapons.
Dr. Crusher sounded less than amused with the idea.
They might very well consider that an act of war.
Deanna added.
They aren't really in position to attack the Federation, though it might be enough for them to withhold any further help once the Dominion forces in the vicinity are dealt with.
Geordi commented.
That's a risk we'll have to take.
Picard leaned back in his chair, suddenly looking much older. It left unsaid that most of the Starfleet officers were appalled by the very fact that the Federation had gone back on her word, breaking the treaty with the Klingons, no matter how useful that was going to prove right now. The one who was taking it somewhat easier was Riker. He was remembering what that woman told him while they were back in the past. That the Federation officers were lucky that they could afford to uphold their morality and principles because of their tech, because they were safe and secure. If he had to be honest with himself, those words did have an impact, though it had been fading as time passed. The war helped him not only see, but understand what she meant. The commander smiled sadly. If Operation Return had succeeded, if Sisko had pulled a damn miracle, he might have been able to convince himself that the woman was wrong, that the Federation would uphold her principles no matter what. Now he knew better. Unless someone in Starfleet Command back on Earth was delusional, there must be an extensive weapons network at their destination. The kind that takes years to build, especially if done in secret as it must have been, considering that it was illegal. That in turn meant that its construction must have began a few years before the second Borg attack and Enterprise's excursion to the past. The old-timer was right after all. So much for upholding the principles of the Federation. The worst thing was that Riker was glad, almost happy for those illegal weapons that awaited their arrival. Because even if it was flawed, The Federation was still much better, more enlightened than the Dominion. He really didn't want to think what would happen if the enemy won the war. 4th ER Book 1. Chapter 1, Part 5. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 1, Consequences. Cheich di Dati. Part 5. Cheich Dai. Secure Conference Room, Presidential Palace, Paris, France, Earth.
Admiral Roddenberry, Admiral Livingston.
President Min Zeif waved the two officers to sit.
I take it this isn't good news?
The Bolian surmised as he saw their expressions.
No, Mr. President?
Starfleet's Chief of Staff, Roddenberry, responded. The older human looked white as a ghost and perhaps in borderline shock.
That bad?
Years of navigating political landmines and dealing with the Federation's power brokers made sure that Zeif's face remained calm. It took him just a few moments to run through the major operations he was briefed on and find the probable culprit.
Operation Return.
The President stated grimly. This was going to be bad, he thought. Unfortunately, his gut instinct was right on the money.
Our fleet was defeated and forced to withdraw with heavy casualties. If Commander John Sinclair hadn't rallied our forces and proceeded to lead a limited counterattack, we would have lost the whole fleet.
Roddenberry explained.
Damn. So much for ending this war anytime soon.
Min looked at the officers as his mind raced. Now he would have to find a way to force the assembly to approve getting to a war footing. There were already enemy raiding units operating on the edges of the Terran and Vulcan sectors. They would be getting bolder now that many of the Starfleet vessels pulled out of those areas won't be coming back.
It's much worse than that, sir,
Admiral Livingston added.
I'm going to like this even less.
The President muttered.
Go on.
The minefield blocking the wormhole is gone. A day ago, Dominion reinforcements numbering over 3,000 ships poured through. Our first idea how wrong everything went was when Klingon ships which made it out of enemy jamming field informed Admiral Ross of the outcome of the battle. 2 hours ago, he got independent confirmation from the leading elements of our surviving ships.
I see.
Zeif's voice was quiet, almost resigned.
What's the enemy targeting?
About 1,000 ships veered off towards the Klingon border. The rest are pursuing the survivors from Operation Return. They'll be hitting Starbase 375 in about 16 hours.
Then they'll be coming here.
The President stated.
Remind me, what forces does Admiral Ross have at his disposal?
He has about 50 ships there and perhaps 100 more in time besides the remnants of 6th Fleet, which will arrive 5 or 6 hours before the enemy. The rest of the forces slated for Operation Return won't reach the Starbase in time.
Livingston became the bearer of the next bit of bad news.
What are his orders? To hold at all costs, that enemy fleet can't be allowed a free rein in our core sectors.
The Chief of Staff declared with conviction.
That's it?
Zeif shook his head. He knew that Roddenberry was a political appointment, a remnant of the previous administration that become a problem, but this was pure idiocy. For a moment he wondered how many like him were spread among Starfleet's higher echelons. Something told him that there might be too many for comfort.
The hell he is.
The President stood straighter.
Once the remnants of 6th Fleet arrive, he is to pull back. But, sir, this is our best opportunity to... We had much better odds during Operation Return, and we still lost.
Zeif glared at the Admiral.
Now I'm made to understand that the ships moving on Starbase 375 Are the enemy's reinforcements? Fresh, untouched warships? What do we have on hand that could stop them?
Zeif glanced at Livingston.
Nothing that's up to the job. We need time to rebuild and train new crews. Time for the forces racing here from the outer borders to arrive, refuel, repair, and refit. Most importantly, we need to start building as many true warships as possible. Most of our current classes are simply outclassed by the enemy. Only the Sovereign, Defiant, and Akiras have proven a match or better than their enemy counterparts. Our older ships need to outnumber the enemy by a significant margin to win.
That might prove necessary?
Roddenberry glumly allowed. It was obviously hard for him to admit it. Until recently, the Admiral was one of the major proponents of the idea that Starfleet had no job being a military organization and should be concentrating on its exploration role. Unless Zeif had misjudged the man badly, the beginning of the war had been a huge shock for the Admiral. The fact that the Dominion ships were simply better in a fight ton for ton than most of the classes the Federation fielded wasn't helping him either. Yet despite that, the Chief of Staff has been busting his ass to do everything he could, so the boys and girls on the front lines got what they needed. Unfortunately, neither of them had much to work with.
Computer, bring up galaxy map. Zoom in on the border between the Federation, Klingon Empire, and Cardassian Union.
The President said as he turned his chair to better focus on the large viewer installed behind his desk. Moments later, he was looking at the star map.
Show Starfleet and Allied deployments, as well as known Dominion forces.
The map lit up with blue, green, and red dots. It was easy to find the symbols representing the remnants of 6th Fleet as they were pursued by a large red blob near 4 times their size. The closest major Federation force was 5th Fleet, which was about a week away, which was the reason it didn't participate in Operation Return.
Unless I'm very much mistaken, what major forces we have left are 3rd and 4th Fleets, protecting Earth, Andorra, and Vulcan.
Most of 4th Fleet is spread throughout the Terran and Vulcan sectors dealing with Dominion incursions.
Admiral Livingston corrected.
Gentlemen, do we have the forces at hand to stop that Dominion armada before it can bombard one of the core worlds?
Zeif pointed at the red blob on the map that was getting closer and closer to Starbase 375.
In theory,
the Chief of Staff answered.
While we will have an edge in numbers when they arrive, most of those will older classes or refits, not up to par with Dominion warships on 1-1. Further, only Andorra has planetary defenses on par with what we had during the previous century. Everyone else let them decay or dismantled them. Here on Earth, we still have planetary shields, but the remaining phaser batteries and proton torpedo launchers haven't really been upgraded since Kirk's time. Against modern ships, they won't fare well.
That won't buy us more than an hour against a modern force. At best.
Livingston added. The President closed his eyes.
And if the Dominion sends another such fleet through the wormhole?
He asked.
We won't have the forces to stop them.
Roddenberry answered.
We have a good chance of stopping the enemy fleet coming our way right now, though even if everything goes right, they'll still cause a lot of damage. Worst case, that armada heading our way knocks us out of the war.
Both officers agreed on that one. Zeif stared at the map and the small groups of friendly forces in the active conflict zone.
Computer, zoom out. Show Starfleet forces deployed across the Federation.
He ordered. The image shifted and lit up with blue icons.
Pull them all out. Whoever can reach the core sectors before the Armada is to head our way at maximum warp. The rest are to head for the Klingon border and assist our allies in stopping the Dominion there.
The President paused and turned around to stare at the 2 stunned admirals.
Sir, you can't mean that,
Roddenberry exclaimed.
The consequences... I'm aware of what I just ordered.
Zeif's voice became colder than Andorian winter.
The Federation has been complacent ever since we signed up the Khitomer Accords. Even the Borg weren't a big enough of a wake-up call for the Assembly and certain members of Starfleet.
He glared at the Chief of Staff.
Now, we're all paying for our hubris.
Sir, your orders call for abandoning large tracts of the Federation.
Admiral Livingston spoke quietly, disbelief evident in his voice.
I am the elected leader of trillions.
The President stated flatly.
I can no longer afford to make policy on the basis of best-case scenarios or wishful thinking.
Zeif spat the words as if they were pure venom.
More than 60% of the Federation's industry is concentrated in the core sectors, along with 80% of our heavy shipbuilding capacity. If we lose them, the war is over.
The President fixed the two admirals with a piercing stare.
I will be dealing with the Assembly once we're done here. Pray that for once they would show a tiny modicum of common sense. Now, what do you need to win this war, if the enemy has another such fleet or two in reserve?
Zeif asked.
I'll do my best to get it to you, no matter the political consequences.
The President didn't add that no matter what, his career was now over. The only thing that might keep him in his post would be no one else wanting to bear the responsibility for losing the war and potentially presiding over the end of the Federation. The admirals looked at each other. Roddenberry shook his head in attempt to clear up his thoughts and began speaking.
We need a crash build-up program for new ships, military refits of what reserves we still have to buy time, new classes of dedicated warships being built as fast as possible. That means expansion of all existing shipyards and the building of new ones, and that's just the start.
He nodded to Livingston.
We need more bodies, trained soldiers to help either hold or retake worlds the enemy has taken. New equipment for those, though both those items are secondary. We need trained starship crews. I need permission to recall all retired crewmen who are fit for duty. We need to expand recruitment or even start conscription and start training those people.
He took a deep breath.
Scratch that. Everyone with starship experience, if they're sane, no matter their condition. Starfleet medicals should do whatever they have to bring them back into fighting shape for the duration.
That would be a very hard sell.
The President winced. The Assembly would soon be vying for his blood.
It's what we damn well need, sir.
Zeif looked them in the eyes for a few moments.
You don't believe it will be enough?
Oh, it will be. If we can survive for a couple of years.
Admiral Livingston answered.
And that, Mr. President, is the clinch. If the enemy has more reinforcements to send...
Roddenberry trailed off.
If we can keep our industrial centers intact for the next few years, fully mobilize, we can promise we won't lose military. It's another question if we could afford to do anything more than push the Dominion to the wormhole. It's a hell of a choke point. However, if we can retake and keep it bottled up, we can either reach terms or keep hostilities concentrated at Bajor, at least once we've dealt with the Cardassians. I'll call the diplomatic corps and lit a fire under them. We need the Romulans. They're the only remaining major power in the quadrant that is uncommitted.
The President added,
If they actually agree to help us and come through with it, the price will be steep.
Livingston warned.
It's not like we have much of a choice.
The President turned around to stare at the map.
Computer, zoom in on Teza. Show me projected course for Dominion forces heading towards the Klingon Empire. What are the odds that our allies can assist us if that fleet can be dealt with soon?
Zeif asked.
Low. Oh, they might be able to interdict Cardassian and Dominion forces in the sectors near the Empire, perhaps even staging raids in force to keep some of the enemy attention on themselves. However, they're simply too far away to assist with the fleet coming our way.
Livingston summarized the situation.
It will have to be good enough. Admiral Roddenberry, who do we have in that area that the Klingons respect or even trust? You are aware that this would probably piss them off? The thought has crossed my mind.
Roddenberry leaned forward and examined the map.
That's the Enterprise.
He pointed at a certain cluster of symbols between Starbase 375 and the Klingon border.
They'll have to do, cut the necessary orders. I just hope for all our sakes that Picard is his usual competent self. I'll need detailed propositions for fleet, shipbuilding, and recruitment expansion, and for now, hopefully limited conscription in a few hours, when I'll go in front of the Assembly. We'll get them ready in time, Mr. President.
5th, ER, Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 1. Disclaimer, I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 2, Aftermath, Genre H.D.D. Part 1. United Earth Booth. Federation Assembly, Paris, Earth. Long before they reached the assembly hall, they could hear the roar of arguing representatives reverberating through the building. On the way there, they passed small clusters of beings from all across the galaxy, both humanoid and truly alien, who were busy arguing with each other. Only a few spared them any attention, leading to a handful of exchanged nods and words of reassurance and support. Once they actually reached the assembly hall, the true magnitude of the chaos and disaster hanging over their collective heads became apparent. The scenes taking place inside were reminiscent to what humans, especially those of Earth, saw in school during history lessons, straight from the times before the Third World War or more recently, after the Cindy Planet Killer prototype ravaged their homeworld in the years leading to the founding of the Federation. After its establishment, even in the darkest hours of the Romulan and Klingon conflicts, the Assembly hadn't been in such an uproar. Nor did the representatives openly show so much fear, anger, and sheer disbelief. "This is going to be fun," Prime Minister Roberta Klein muttered after taking a seat in Earth's booth. With the ongoing racket, only her closest confidants who sat around her could make up the words.
Every time our blue friend is on the warpath, it's something to behold.
A nondescript man sitting behind the minister nodded. He was a middle-aged human, virtually indistinguishable from the rest of the minister's aides, who were conspicuously missing from the booth. Instead, this time around she was surrounded from representatives of Earth's major parties, including the leader of her own. Soon the session officially began, not that it did much to lower the noise. It was a sign of the times, Roberta guessed. An Andorian wearing the traditional uniform of the Andorian Imperial Guard strode to the podium after being recognized to speak. If the way he was outfitted today wasn't a statement in itself, the Prime Minister didn't know what would be.
"Is this all we are worth?"
4-1 Tran shouted loud enough for most delegates to hear him. The Andorian eyes swept over the assembled senators.
"Is this how the Federation dies?"
His antennas twitched in anger. Shocked gasps and cries of outrage in multiple languages were the only coherent answer he got. At least he got everyone's attention now, and given the insanity reigning in the hall, that was a feat in itself.
"Because that's what I see here and now. It isn't a Dominion armada above our heads that is the greatest danger for the Federation. It's not the defeat Starfleet suffered yesterday. It is us."
Tran
raised his voice to a scream that would have made a Kirk's-era drill sergeant proud. We, the leaders of the Federation, are failing her. We have been failing her for years, and now the consequences are laid bare for all to see.
The Andorian pointed at the ceiling.
Even as we speak, 100 ships crewed with people from all corners of the Federation are preparing to meet a Dominion armada that outnumbers them 20 to 1. Volunteers, every one of them. Beings who are ready to lay down their lives for something bigger than themselves.
His voice lowered in volume, and it didn't matter. Everyone was watching and listening in rapt attention.
By this time tomorrow, they would be all dead, and they will have sacrificed everything for the Federation, for every one of our worlds.
Tran's glare intensified.
They will soon fight and die to buy us time, so we can build more ships, train crews, prepare for the coming onslaught. Yet that's not what I see here today.
Forward's voice became quieter. It began filling up with overtones of disgust as he pointed an accusing finger at the assembly.
I see beings ready to spit to all the sacrifices Starfleet has been making since the time of President Archer in a forlorn hope that the Dominion might be appeased. I see beings who consider their replicator privileges more important than stopping an enemy bent on destroying our way of life, our very cultures.
The cries of protest that had been subdued when he began speaking grew back in volume.
Even worse, I see beings who are content to use the Federation's goodwill, reap the rewards that come with a membership, yet now that the time has come to pay the price for mutual protection, many of you balk at it. As long as you don't have to make any sacrifice for it, then you're its staunchest supporters. But now, when you have to sacrifice something to protect it, most of you are horrified by the very idea.
Tran looked pointedly at certain senators, and there were very many of them.
Where are the ships built or financed by your worlds? How many of your people serve in Starfleet? How many will now enlist when there is an enemy at our very doorstep?
The Andorian paused, while his accusing eyes swept over the delegates.
I didn't hear a single one of you making a proposition how to help fix the predicament we are facing now. Just accusations, demands for protection, when you were content to make just a token contribution to Starfleet in either people or resources, if even that.
Tran paused both to get a deep breath and let his message sink before he continued his scalding speech.
I'll admit, this is not just the fault of individual senators and the worlds they represent. Every last one of us is to blame.
His voice became softer and tinged with regret.
Ever since Kirk's time, when the Khitomer Accords were signed, this assembly has been keen on making Starfleet just an exploration organization. Many of you scoffed with derision every time when someone pointed out that we needed dedicated warships to keep the Federation safe.
Tran
took a deep breath. I know why as well as you. He growled. It was a choice to be made, one between an easy life and powerful Starfleet, a Starfleet that could guarantee our security against any conceivable threat, the Dominion included. We all know what was voted and why.
Can't say that I disagree.
The aide quipped.
Oh, my predecessors knew what they were doing. I'll wager that most of the delegates of that time knew as well. However, it was inevitable if we were to remain a democracy. After all, it wasn't much they could do when most citizens of the Federation started demanding replicators.
The Prime Minister must. Curiously enough, for decades now, that has been one little dirty secret of the Federation no one in power was willing to tangle publicly. Doing so would have been political suicide for no gain at all.
It was replicators with the necessary upgrade of the power network across most of the Federation or strong Starfleet.
The nondescript man stated.
We're well aware of that, with no enemy to justify more military spendings.
The man shrugged. What he didn't say aloud was that his agency fucked up royally at the time. Their attempts to manufacture a credible threat failed, in no small part thanks to the Romulans of that era. Who would have thought that they would be downright reasonable? In reality, the reasons didn't particularly matter nowadays. All that was important was that his agency's efforts to safeguard a federation that was too principled for its own good were coming to a naught. Now it was time for extraordinary measures.
How do you think this circus will end? He asked the Prime Minister.
Barring a divine intervention, nothing constructive would happen. Some believe that even now, Starfleet can pull off a miracle.
Roberta answered.
They'll do their best, though it's unlikely to be enough. The fleet will be unable to deal with the Dominion unless all of the President's proposals are ratified today and actually implemented. The agent mused.
You know something,
Roberta concluded. I know many things, the spy quipped.
There are good odds that the Dominion has at least another such fleet ready to reinforce their forces here. There are decent odds that Starfleet might beat the force headed for us. However, there won't be much left of it after the dust settles.
Damn,
Roberta
cursed quietly and returned her attention to the Andorian's delegate speech.
Really?
Trans
sneered at one of the delegates. So you'll have Starfleet protect your world or else? What do you have that makes your planet more important than the rest within the Federation? Do you have mines for rare resources needed in shipbuilding? Do you people enlist in Starfleet in droves? Or perhaps the lack of any shipyards of note in your whole star system is the reason why you want the fleet to station a significant number of our remaining ships? Open your eyes, people, the Andorian shouted. We are facing defeat, one of our own making. It's because of us, our policies, that Starfleet can't afford to protect every single world in the Federation. Not even most major worlds can warrant a significant presence, and I'll tell you why. Because Starfleet was made largely of obsolete vessels, many of which were destroyed in the last few months, lost with most of their crew, if not all hands, and that's on us, Tran snapped. Today there is one simple truth we have left. A simple bloody choice to make. He made another pause, this time for effect. Either the fleet protects the absolute critical locations for the prosecution of the war, major shipyards, recruitment and training centers as well as important mining operations, or we can simply vote to surrender right now, unconditionally, at that. That is the cold truth, because if we do anything less today, we will lose the war anyway, though it will be after a much higher body count. Is this what you want? Make you damn minds.
It looks like the Vulcan ambassador was expecting him to make such a speech,
the agent stated.
I compared notes with both of them.
Roberta smirked.
Ah, I can make an educated guess what you were discussing before this show started.
It should be obvious unless you've lost all you wits.
Roberta grimaced.
Like many of my esteemed colleagues.
Can I guarantee to my superiors that you won't let Earth fall even if nothing is decided today?
The man carefully examined her face and posture.
My duty is to the Terran people, and I'll discharge it to the best of my ability. You can be sure of that.
That's all we can ask, Prime Minister.
The agent sounded relieved. They both returned their attention to the podium.
This was a nice, rousing speech. Another delegate was speaking now that Tran had said his piece. Isn't it interesting how some people are so keen on defending Starfleet's failures? The abhorrent decision to abandon large tracts of the Federation so its oldest members can be the defended. What about us? Are we to bleed and burn so you can feel secure? Or were the promises given when we joined Bold Lies? My world is new to the Federation, yet we build ships, provide people for Starfleet. As a percentage of our population and percentage of our economy, we rival or outright spent more than the core worlds. However, as of 4 hours ago, there are no more fleet units in our system, despite the fact that there are Dominion ships in the sector. Why should we bleed for your mistakes?
You suspected?
Roberta
stated to the man posing as one of her assistants.
We had no illusions what would happen if Starfleet ever suffered a catastrophic defeat, and was forced to abandon significant tracts of the Federation, though the situation is rather grimmer than our projections.
The agent sounded far from happy.
Self-interest at its best.
I should have seen it too. The worst is that I can't even blame a lot of them. Those on the fringe worlds were the ones screaming loudest that Starfleet needed to be stronger, the Prime Minister mused.
And now they will be the first to burn, the agent in disguise stated.
Can you do something about them?
We lack the assets. What few ships we have are busy behind enemy lines or are being made available to Starfleet for the defense of the core sectors.
Pity. The vote will be soon.
If you say so. You are better at reading this crowd than me.
He was glad that dealing with the Assembly wasn't part of his usual duties.
A lot of bitter experience, the Prime Minister quipped.
When will you call in the Senate? The agent changed the topic.
In 2 days. I need to lay the rest of the groundwork as well as coordinate with Tran.
What about the Vulcans?
They haven't decided yet. It wasn't logical to do so before seeing what the Assembly would do.
How typical.
Under other circumstances, their position might have been logical, though the agent would be very much surprised if something positive came from this Assembly meeting.
Will you do your part? We'll need those designs.
Roberta asked.
We have our best people working on it. We'll have multiple designs ready within the week. You'll have to make sure that enough are built and crewed so Earth won't fall.
I'll do what I can, and then some. Let's just hope that Starfleet will be able to hold.
It's been some time since anything went even close to a best-case scenario. The disguised man shrugged.
I know. The Federation finally ran out of its copious reserves of luck. Roberta smiled sadly.
Luck? Yes, we had our fair share of it. It's not luck or the lack of it that is the problem. We are facing a doom of our own making. The Federation has always been too rooted in its principles, too willing to see the best of people and the galaxy at large.
There was an angry edge to the agent's voice.
You know, before this mess, I would have disagreed with you. I would have said that our diversity, our willingness to include new members made us stronger. Roberta spoke softly.
That could have been the case if it was managed sensibly. Was it too much to ask for a small number of each world's population to mandatory serve in Starfleet and a reasonable percent of each planetary budge to go into defense? If that was the case, we wouldn't be in this predicament.
I'm a convert, so you don't have to preach to the choir, Roberta smiled. Convincing enough of the Federation so we can end this war soon and avoid a real bloodbath would be the issue.
We both know how unlikely that is.
We've been at this for hours. President Zeif stood up once another delegate finished her speech. There are many unconvinced that the measures that I proposed are necessary. Some call me a warmonger.
The Bolian displayed an impressive sneer that would have made a Klingon proud.
A tyrant in the making.
The president scowled at the very idea. While a lot of people cheered and applauded his response, yet too many openly jeered him. Nevertheless, he continued unperturbed.
Others simply don't believe that the war will come to their doorstep even if the Dominion runs unchecked through the core sectors.
The president had a thunderous expression as he spoke.
The worst, however, is that many of you believe that they owe the Federation nothing now that they've gotten what they need from it, that there is no need to sacrifice on its behalf. There are those that are justly feeling betrayed, because frankly, Starfleet is in no condition to protect their words even if we dare deploy what little ships we have left at the borders. Unfortunately, the latter is true. Zeif took a deep breath, centering himself. That's why I made these propositions. They, the bare minimum that Starfleet needs to become the force able to protect us all. Let's be frank. As Senator Tran said, Starfleet has been neglected for too long. It was made into a peaceful exploration organization, with defense function tackled as an afterthought. That was an act of hubris by our predecessors, one we carried on without thinking. Even after the Bork and the brief conflict with the Cardassians, we refuse to see the truth. The galaxy is not like we wish it to be. While it is true, it's full with wondrous things to discover. It has its share of dangers we willfully chose not to protect ourselves against. And now we are left to reap the consequences of our arrogance. Now it is time for every single one of us, a regular citizen, Starfleet, and politicians alike. We can either do what is necessary, what is right, and give Starfleet the tools it needs to see us through this crisis.
The President lowered his voice.
Or we can continue to bicker until we have a Dominion fleet above our heads demanding unconditional surrender. That's why I call a vote.
6th ER Book 1, Chapter 2, Parts 2 and 3. Disclaimer, I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 2, Aftermath, Reach HDD Part 2, Bridge, USS Archer, Starbase 375. Newly promoted Rear Admiral Teza Jav War fingered his rank insignia placed on the collar of his uniform.
This has to be some kind of a record,
he grunted.
Which? Our promotions? Or the fact that you'll probably be the shortest-serving admiral in the history of Starfleet?
The brand-new captain of the old Constitution-class cruiser smirked, his antennas twitching in amusement.
Damn, disrespectful bug.
The Tellarite admiral growled at his old academy roommate.
Insolent mud-loving barbarian.
The Andorian shot right back.
That's Mr. Barbarian, sir, to you, Quell. Status of the fleet?
War asked.
As good as can be expected?
The Andorian captain answered after glancing at the tactical station he was sitting at.
Most ships will be able to take a hit or two before flying apart. A few are even marginally combat capable.
He grimaced.
If you squint and have drunk a barrel or two of Romulan ale.
It's because that rude chief engineer of ours were combat capable at all.
The admiral nodded.
She'll never forgive us. You know that, right?
Quell asked.
She'll be more useful back home making sure that our new ships perform up to spec. There's no need for her dying with us.
War scowled viciously at the main viewer that had a countdown to the enemy's arrival. Besides, he had lost more than enough friends already, and while the Admiral knew intellectually that no matter what happened here, and to him, more would die before the war was won, he would be damned if he got another one of them killed if he had any say in it at all. He tried to get the irritating bug stunned and carted out on one of the last ships to leave. However, the crafty Andorian managed to avoid the trap, and thus any chance of seeing another day.
Oh, so there is a reason we volunteered? Besides the trill, I mean?
Quell grinned. There were many reasons why the two of them volunteered, just like the rest of the 1,000 men and women spread through the fleet of cripples and the station they were surrounding in a loose, protective formation. For some, it was the sense of duty, to the Federation as a whole, to their people, to their homeworlds. For others, it was sheer stubbornness, refusing to leave longtime friends to face the oncoming storm alone. For War and Quell, it was all of the above. Yet there was another simple reason. This was a job needed doing. The Dominion onslaught had to be slowed down. The Federation needed all the time that they could buy with their lives. It needed them to sell those very lives for as high cost as they could. Then there was another reason why some chose to stay behind and face certain annihilation. It wasn't a reason Starfleet or the Federation as a whole would have found acceptable. Those were people for whom the veneer of civilization prevalent in their homes had slipped. They had lost friends and loved ones to the Dominion. Those were people who wanted a pound of flesh from the enemy and damn the consequences. If War had to be honest to himself, The last was somewhat true for him as well. During the last battle, the Archer suffered heavily, losing a third of her crew, friends who Tassam would have been proud to call family. And a certain lieutenant commander who might have been something more had she survived the battle. War shook his head and smirked at his friend. A smile that was all bared teeth.
Buggy, there must have been a reason why I liked you, but right now I can't think of anything.
The Admiral shook his head, though a small, genuine smile appeared on his snout.
It's my charming personality.
Quell determined.
It must be. You make most of my people downright nice and welcoming in comparison. Is our little surprise ready?
War inquired. If they were going to die, they were going to drag as many of the Jem'Hadar bastards to what passed as afterlife with them. I'll check.
Starbase 375. This is Archer Actual. Please respond. What is the status of our welcoming gift?
Nominal. It's eagerly awaiting out uninvited guests.
The response came a few seconds later.
Good.
The Admiral smiled. There was nothing nice about his expression. It was downright bloodthirsty even. An alarm sounded on the bridge before it was promptly shut down.
They are almost here,
Quell announced.
Well, it's been honor, Buggy.
The Admiral spoke without his usual vitriol.
Same here.
Have the fleet assume formation Gamma 4 around the starbase. Put tactical on the main viewer. Launch fighters.
Done.
The picture on the main viewer changed, showing Starbase 375 and the Starfleet units arrayed around it. The Peregrine fighters stationed on the station launched and took their assigned positions. A moment later, the icon designated the base changed color, showing that its planetary grade, defensive shields were at full power.
All ships reporting ready for combat.
The comm operator, who had been silent so far, announced.
Leading enemy elements are a minute out.
Quell stated. Thanks to Starbase 375's powerful sensors, any attempts on the Dominion side to be cute by playing with their ECM was futile. The enemy approach was clearly visible throughout the last 15 light-years of travel.
Enemy vanguard is accelerating,
Quell announced.
They intend to blow through and not even slow down the main body of the fleet.
War surmised. The Admiral looked at the icons of his forces. 5 Constitution-class vessels, with his own being in the best condition. 20 damaged streamrunners, 2 interprids who couldn't pull more than Warp 4 without significant dock time, but otherwise mostly intact. They were surrounded by wings of Akiras, which had various amounts of damage, as well as 5 Defiant class that were able to barely limp to the station before their warp drives refused to be further abused. 200 Jem'Hadar attack ships, backed by 40 large cruisers and 7 huge battleships raced towards them at breakneck velocity. Even if his fleet was made up by intact vessels, War didn't believe that he would be able to stop such enemy numbers. Even worse, while only a fraction of the Dominion fleet was about to engage him, that wasn't an actual mistake on their part. Feeding even more of their ships in the imminent attack would have meant that the Jem'Hadar would be getting in each other's way, hindering their efforts. The Dominion was about to hit him with just the correct number to maximize their firepower for the engagement, given the width and breadth of his own formation.
Enemy is dropping out of warp. Distance, 500,000 kilometers. They are shifting their formation and advancing at slow impulse,
Quell announced.
So a modified phalanx formation with the expendable attack ships used as a screen.
The Admiral mused.
One of those is a significant danger to us considering our condition,
the captain cautioned.
I'm well aware. It was those little gnats that nearly killed us a few days ago.
War grumbled.
Fire Plan Alpha 3. Spring the surprise.
HD-D. Part 3. Bridge. Honor the Founders. Dominion Battleship 6474. In the vicinity of Starbase 375. Elder Karukan, by the grace of the gods, the military leader of the Dominion reinforcements, was busy examining the long-range sensor readings. The Federation survivors that made it out of the botched trap, sprang by Wayon and his Cardassian pet, were fleeing before his might. He almost smiled at the thought. A young, untested Jem'Hadar might have believed in that lie. The average Vorta would lap it up. Karukan didn't become one of the oldest of his kind by being an arrogant fool. The enemy wasn't fleeing because they were overawed by the Dominion's might as they should have been. They weren't fleeing in disarray after being crushed, but because it was the prudent thing to do. It was obvious that they wouldn't oblige him by giving a futile battle in which they would be inevitably annihilated. Instead, the enemy was preserving what strength they had left. What he was pursuing was a far cry from the all-but-destroyed Federation remnants that Wayon and Dukat had promised Loris and him on their arrival in this God's-forsaken part of the galaxy. Karukan had gone through only a fraction of the reports on the war so far, and it was enough for him to make his own conclusions, which were confirmed by Loris after she examined the same data. This wasn't the simple, easy conquest in the name of the Founders that was presented to the Dominion as a whole. Even if the Jem'Hadar were whining as they should be, if his people wanted to continue living. Reading between the lines of Wayon's reports, and more importantly, going over the ones made by the actual soldiers fighting the war, he was made aware of quite different picture. Victory was a foregone conclusion only if the enemy could be crushed soon. The Federation and their allies were vast, comparable to the Dominion itself in territory and resources. Further, now the war was being fought in their territory, greatly simplifying the enemy's supply situation. Karukan browsed through his datapad until he was looking at the estimated enemy losses to date and the information for their pre-war strength. It took him only moments to find the trend. The main reason the Dominion was winning was the quality of the opposition, or the lack of one. The bulk of the Federation fleets were made of old designs, ships that should have been sent to the breakers decades ago. On the rare occasions when the enemy's new designs were out in numbers, they were technologically equal to the Dominion craft, though more often than not the Jem'Hadar won thanks to their superior skill as soldiers and the ability to leverage their numbers in tactical engagements. The conclusion was obvious. If the Federation was given time to start building their modern classes in significant numbers, the war would be prolonged. Many Jem'Hadar would have to sacrifice their lives to the gods if he let that happen. That's why, once the situation on this side of the wormhole became clear, Karukan gathered 2/3 of the reinforcing fleet and headed towards the Federation's proper, a course that led him and his soldiers to this place. Of course, first he took what viable forces were left from the fleets that stopped the enemy attempt to reach the wormhole and ensure its blockade continued. In fact, the whole force he was throwing at the Federation Starbase was exclusively made by ships taken from Wayon. There was no reason at all to tip his hand and show the Federation the difference between the older models that the gods deemed expendable and thus dispatched to this quadrant as an expeditionary force in order to secure a beachhead. In contrast, everything he saw so far estimated that the ships in his fleet could go toe-to-toe with the best the Federation and their Klingon allies had and win. Mere light years away was Starbase 375, the command and control hub for the whole Federation front, a target which should have been destroyed months ago while it was a critical for the enemy war effort. Now, that place was something else. It didn't take a military genius to know what would happen. There were only two logical choices. Either the battered Federation fleet he was tailing would stop for a desperate last stand, in which case it would be destroyed, making Karukan's job that much easier, or they would continue retreating. The long-range sensors showed the truth. The enemy wasn't feeling particularly charitable today. There was a token force left behind, about 100 or so, probably the cripples that couldn't keep with the rest of the fleet. They and the base around which those ships were arrayed presented a nasty little problem. Simply put, Karukan couldn't afford to leave them behind. After consulting with Loris, he had ordered a general offensive by all Dominion forces on this side of the wormhole and their Cardassian allies, which meant that there would be a lot less friendly ships in what was quickly becoming rear areas for the Jem'Hadar forces. If the Starbase could patch up some of the vessels guarding it, they could prove troublesome at a time when his fleet would be operating on the far end of a rather extended supply line. That could not be borne. Starbase 375 and her defenders needed to die, so they would. The Elder allowed himself a small smile. They could prove of some use before expiring. He needed to see firsthand how the Federation soldiers waged war, and today he could do it on the cheap.
15 Battleship Division, 3rd through 9th Cruiser Divisions, and 27th through 47th Attack Ship Wings assemble into Formation Ront 6. Accelerate to warp 9.8 until you are 500,000 kilometers from the enemy force, then drop from warp. You are to proceed at impulse while maintaining formation and eliminate any and all resistance.
Karukan ordered calmly. It was time to see what the Federation was made of. The assault began as a textbook maneuver. A phalanx of capital ships, screened by a wall of light escorts, flew straight at the enemy. The formation was meant to maximize the Dominion firepower at the point of contact, while the escorts, which were viewed as mostly expendable, absorbed the enemy counterstrike. Conventional wisdom dictated that overwhelming the Starbase, which was the linchpin of the enemy defense, was critical. To do so, a great concentration of firepower was needed. The crippled ships arrayed into a defensive formation were little more than afterthought, even if a lot of them were made by modern designs. The Jem'Hadar fleet opened fire at 400,000 kilometers, which was usually beyond effective range, because energy weapons lost too much hitting power at such a distance. While torpedoes could easily track targets at much greater engagement envelope, it was usually a waste to try using them so. Simply put, modern ships could easily shoot down a spread of torpedoes over anything but 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers, or in some cases simply outrun them. When one fleet was bound to defend something stationary, that changed the parameters of an engagement. It was much worse when one side was made by crippled ships, which had to be carefully arrayed so their most damaged sides were covered by their consorts. That made the Starfleet detachment facing a solid wall of enemy ships, little more than stationary weapon platforms, waiting for the Dominion to come to them. Scores of Polaron beams splashed over weakened shields, each of them individually too weak to pose any threat. Even when combined, the energy onslaught would have been a low threat for Hale ships, while the Dominion escorts could be made into potent threat. Doing so required quite expensive equipment that usually was deemed a waste using on such otherwise fragile platforms. There were a few hundred fully upgraded escorts in the fleet, and they were a rough match for the Federation Defiant class, better in some aspects and worse in other. The rest of them, their primary job was to die in place of more valuable units or act in hunter packs to tear the enemy apart through sheer numbers. All Starfleet vessels were damaged to one extent or another, while almost half of them had their shields working up to spec thanks to back-breaking work of hundreds of engineers. The rest weren't so lucky. The first round of the engagement lasted a mere 2 seconds, until the Dominion warships were in effective range. Each of them cycled a couple of shots from their forward-mounted Polaron beam arrays. At that distance, hitting practically stationary targets was child's play. While most of the shots wasted themselves on full-strength shields, more than enough struck ships with weakened defenses. 2 wings of attack ships poured their fire on a particularly unlucky Akira, the USS Kelvin. Her shields flared for half a second before overloading. Her scoured hull held the dispersed beams of Polaron death for milliseconds before the torrents of energy burnt through, cutting into the magazine chock full with loaded photon torpedoes. At almost the same time, a single beam speared the warp core, turning the proud ship into a short-lived star. The Kelvin didn't go alone in the long night. The defenses of 6 other ships proved not to be up to the task, becoming drifting wrecks or sharing their sister's fate. The one-sided slaughter came to an abrupt end as soon as it began. One moment, the Dominion ships were firing unchallenged. In the next, they slammed into a killing field of phaser fire and photon torpedoes. Then Starbase 375 spoke with lances of orange energy fed by her powerful reactor. The next phase of the battle lasted for just a heartbeat, and both sides got what they wanted from the engagement. The modified phalanx formation in which Karukan sent his vanguard proved to be deadly effective. The smaller Federation force facing it simply melted under the concentrated firepower of whole divisions of heavy ships and their escorts. The light craft leading the charge absorbed the desperate fire of the Federation task force, dying to protect the more valuable vessels coming right behind them. Phasers eviscerated attack craft. Photon torpedoes bathed the front of the enemy formation in the fury of antimatter annihilation, overloading shields and tearing apart the Jem'Hadar screening elements. In the same breath, concentrated polaron beams and a wave of torpedoes proved too much for the battered defenders. The Starfleet task force simply melted when it met the concentrated firepower of the whole Dominion formation. Only a few of the old but robust Constitution cruisers survived for more than a handful of seconds. HDD, Bridge. USS Archer, Starbase 375. War was thrown like a rag doll when something slammed into the forward shields and nearly shook the ship apart. It took him a few moments to get back his bearing and figure out that he was still alive, which was a surprise.
Hey, Buggy, you still here?
The Tellarite admiral whispered through bloody lips. War looked around and winced. Quill was thrown all the way to the main viewer. The admiral's old friend was laying on the ground, unnaturally still. It had something to do with the way the Andorian's neck was twisted, Tezom mused.
Damn, you had to go and die on me, didn't you?
War coughed a glob of blood. He shifted his eyes from what used to be his best friend to the viewer above the body. By some miracle, the device was still working and displaying tactical data. Said data told a tale that was as worse than he had expected when planning this last stand. The Starfleet battle group was practically gone. There were only 4 blinking red icons designating critically damaged vessels. Never, even in his darkest dreams, did he imagine that his first and last command would survive mere seconds. Nothing in his experience had prepared him for the effect of that much concentrated firepower. Even in the worst battles to date he participated into, both sides failed to properly utilize their numbers and weapons in such a devastating way. Only the amber symbol of Starbase 375, which had the attention of the whole enemy force, remained intact. Hundreds of energy beams and scores of torpedoes were slamming into the station's shields with every passing moment. Fortunately, the old bastion was built to withstand precisely this kind of abuse. Trans smiled at the sight. His shock was turning into anger, which in turn morphed into a dark humor. The enemy was 100,000 kilometers from the starbase, unloading everything they had at her. At least that part of the plan had worked. The old girl was giving as good as she was taking, cutting apart enemy ships with titanic spears of phased energy or erasing them from existence with spreads of photon torpedoes. To counteract that, the Dominion was using a textbook assault meant to overwhelm the station as fast as possible in order to minimize, just as planned for. Starbase 375's icon changed into red as her shields weakened. Admiral War grinned viciously. The station's commander did what was expected from him, collapsing the defensive shields so they would envelop only the main body of his command. That, in turn, let the hangars protected only by their armor and structural fields, which would have lasted mere moments under the onslaught. The station stopped firing phasers, redirecting the energy to the shield grid, which was about to collapse. Then it was buffered by twin explosions, which disrupted the enemy's sensors for a couple of seconds. That was the hangars blowing up. From a certain point of view, 2 seconds could be a long, long time. It was more than enough time for additional targeting computers and their sensors to come online. For those systems to lock on targets and start feeding information to the weapons they controlled. Weapons which were now uncovered by the upper half of Starbase 375 hangars blowing up. 2,000 photon torpedoes gleefully donated from the retreating Starfleet ships launched from makeshift platforms, which took most of the hangar's inner space. Each deadly projectile was guided by additional targeting computers installed on the Starbase. In turn, those computers were tied into powerful sensors fed by the base's reactors. At this range, no amount of ECM, perhaps no cloak, could have broken the targeting lock. With the distance practically being point blank, there was almost no time for the enemy to react. To the Jem'Hadar credit, desperate point defense fire swatted away a number of torpedoes, most likely thanks to automated systems kept on the ready by properly paranoid captains. In the end, it was too little, too late. A wall of antimatter death slammed into the Dominion ships. 10 torpedoes targeted each ships, though not all of them reached their targets. Defensive fire took out a few, others failed a roll of the dice and flew in the way of the firepower still pouring into the Starbase. However, most made it. The forward elements of the phalanx simply disintegrated when struck by 15 kilos of antimatter apiece. The light attack ships never stood a chance. Nevertheless, they didn't die in vain. As the first enemy ships died, the cascading waves of explosions began distorting Starbase 375's sensor grid, and more importantly, the intense bursts of radiations interfered with the guiding signals drawing the torpedoes to their designated targets. As the destruction spread, individual torpedoes lost the carrier wave guiding them to their targets and went seeking a new victim. Some found new targets, making sure that there wasn't anything left from some enemy ships. Others were damaged by multiple near explosions, even their reinforced systems no match for the fury unleashed upon the Dominion formation. A minute later, when the explosions finally ceased, it was all over. Starbase 375 was a burning wreck after her shields had failed during the last moments of the enemy attack. Polaron beams sliced deep into the bastion and torpedoes tore apart large chunks of the armored structure. Soon, the mushroom-shaped station was broken into 3 burning pieces, drifting away from each other, and yet the remaining enemy continued to shoot at them until all life signs and active systems were gone. The Dominion paid a steep price for their victory. 112 attack ships, 4 cruisers, and 1 battleships were erased from the universe during the short but furious exchange. Of the rest, more than half were heavily damaged and in need of dock time. Admiral Teza Javor never knew the final tally. His bloodshot eyes widened with utter glee as the torpedoes hit home.
Beautiful!
The Tellarite rasped and laid still. His eyes lost focus and soon glazed, still staring at the main viewer when a Dominion battleship used its heavy forward armaments to slice the Constitution cruiser in half. 7th ER Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 4. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 2. Aftermath. HDD. Part 4. Chief of Staff. Roddenberry's office. Starfleet Command. Earth. Admiral Roddenberry ignored his subordinates for a moment, lost in his thoughts. His eyes briefly gazed over the tasteful decorations of his office. They were made up mostly of various trinkets that had gotten his interest during his time as a first officer and later captain of various starships. Amongst the alien curiosities, there was a carefully chosen space where his commendations were proudly framed. All those things he had been proud of. They used to matter. Not anymore. His distinguished career, crowned by his current tour of duty as Starfleet's Chief of Staff, was all but over, sacrificed in a desperate attempt to appease the public. The citizens of the Federation needed someone to blame for the failure of Operation Return, and they had to get their pound of flesh in order to preserve what little stability was still left.
In the end, it was inevitable, he thought. After all, ultimately, it was his decision to green-light the gamble, fully knowing how much of a long shot it was. Yet it wasn't like he had much of a choice. The chance for Sisko to pull off another miracle was not insignificant, and a success would have shortened the war by years. At least that's how he explained it to the Senate committee with which he had to meet yesterday. Considering that it was an open to the public circus, he spoke the truth too, just not all of it.
Thanks to his position and long years of service within Starfleet, Roddenberry knew better than most how the Federation and its unarmed forces were faring in this war. He knew that they weren't ready for this conflict, even after the wake-up calls that were the 2 Borg incursions. Starfleet needed years to renew the fleet, train new crews, and most importantly, to start transitioning from the mindset of being explorers and scientists first, and everything else second. Hell, before the Borg, there were voices amongst the flag officers within Starfleet Command arguing that the tactical track was all but obsolete. Now they knew better. Well, at least some of them. The problem was the core worlds, where a significant percent of the whole Federation population was located, had been kept safe and secure by Starfleet for decades, in some cases, a few centuries now. That, ironically, was at the heart of the problem. All those people naturally had a huge say in how the Federation as a whole and Starfleet as particular operated. However, they had no real reason to make sacrifices for their own security. More often than not, said security was taken for granted, because with the exception of the Borg incursion, they and their worlds hadn't even thought about danger from the stars in the longest time. The various incidents, or even border wars like the one with the Cardassians, were something distant, something happening months away at maximum warp. Naturally, it wasn't their problem, until the present crisis hit, and yet, now that the whole Federation was threatened, most people in the core world simply refused to believe that it was their problem. They didn't want to believe that the war would come to their doorstep, and even if it did, they were likely going to blame Starfleet for failing to protect them or simply expect it to save the day again. What did Sisko say? That it was easy to be a saint when you live in heaven. That was the crux of the matter. The majority of the population in the core worlds had been living in their own safe, pleasant world, one free of war, strife, and any real difficulties compared to what the people closer to the borders and on the newer colonies had to experience. Simply put, they existed in a reality of their own, and too many expected or even demanded that the universe would bend to their wishes because anything else was unthinkable. Roddenberry sighed. Starfleet was locked into a war that it was slowly losing in the months before Operation Return, though at least that was poised to change once the new construction laid amongst all operational yards within the Federation would be completed, provided that the enemy wasn't free to reinforce. The rest of Starfleet Command and the Chiefs of Staff were banking on being ready to retake Deep Space Nine before the Dominion found a way to dismantle the minefield. When it was apparent that wasn't going to happen, authorizing Operation Return was a no-brainer. The only thing he wanted to do after that was a political impossibility before the battle was resolved, recalling all Starfleet units to the core sectors and practically abandoning huge tracts of the Federation he was sworn to protect. That was the hardest order he had ever given. It would be one of his last, too. Nevertheless, it was inevitable. With Starfleet simply lacking the hulls to properly patrol and defend its vast territory, it wasn't an uncommon to have a handful of ships responsible for whole sectors. Unsurprising, really, when one considers that the Federation was more than 8,000 light-years across 2 galactic quadrants. To properly police and defend that space, Starfleet needed orders of magnitude more ships than it had before the war started. Reserves and mothballed hulls included. The Admiral shook himself out of his dark thoughts and returned his attention to his guests. The man nominally in charge of a Starfleet looked at the flag officers sitting on the other side of his desk. Both Livingston and Nechayev looked properly grim. Not that he could blame them given the mess they all found themselves in.
You've gone over the reports?
Roddenberry asked quietly.
Our friends in intelligence were thorough,
Nechayev stated.
I'm aware of the ramifications as well.
Livingston nodded.
Needless to say, our acquaintances in the Assembly made our work much harder.
The Chief of Staff mused.
That's an understatement.
Aliana's chuckled darkly.
They would probably undo most of the benefits we got from yesterday's circus.
They all knew that the Assembly gathered again while they spoke, and none of the officers looked forward to any decision the politicians might make today. While, thanks to the Andorian representative, Starfleet now had its hands untied in regards of wartime economy and limited conscription, it now appeared that it might be all for naught.
I'll be replaced by the end of the week.
Roddenberry fixed his 2 old friends with a tired stare.
I've spoken with the President about it, and he'll have my resignation, though I fear that neither the Senate nor the Assembly would be satisfied with only my head going to the chopping block. The good news is that I convinced the President not to sack you 2 as well. Nevertheless, in a few days, there will be a lot less admirals in this building.
So they are purging us.
Livingston grunted, resenting the very thought of something like that. While he was well aware that some of the problems Starfleet was facing was of its own making, a lot of the blame not only could, but must be laid on the feet of the Senate and General Assembly. After all, it was the politicians who dictated policy and set the budget, and thus ensured the fleet didn't have the needed numbers to do its job.
It's inevitable. The ordinary citizens still believe in Starfleet, something we will sorely need in the coming months. As the man in charge, I would have been blamed for this mess anyway.
Roddenberry smiled grimly. He was aware that his career was over the moment he learned of Sisko's failure. Not that he had the time to ponder on that until now.
We'll have a hard enough task in rebuilding the fleet and stopping what the Dominion is throwing at us right now, even without losing most of High Command.
Nechayev grumbled through clenched teeth. She didn't even attempt to hide her displeasure at the news. While there were a lot of chaff within Starfleet's higher echelons, mainly people who refused to face reality, she somehow doubted that they would be the ones sacked.
You two, along with Ross, will have to deal with the fallout. Besides, there will be a few competent admirals being recalled from retirement.
Roddenberry allowed himself a tiny smile. A few legends would have to put in the uniform one last time. It was too bad that he wouldn't be around to work with them again. At least, he would be able to see how they dealt with the politicians. Most of those weren't accustomed to dealing with officers of their type.
Recalling all available personnel who ever served on a starship will help with the manpower situation in the short term.
Livingston nodded. He almost smiled at the thought of old, experienced spacers showing how things are really done to the new crop of officers and enlisted personnel.
We'll have training up to snuff soon enough,
Nechayev added.
Getting enough bodies to cycle through it will be harder, especially if things go south in the assembly.
Yes, when all is said and done, simple conscription won't do much for giving us decent crews anytime soon.
Livingston sighed. They all knew that getting decent amounts of ground troops wouldn't be hard. A few months of training once the draft and training systems were working would be easy. Training moderately competent starship crews with the intention of throwing them in combat. That was something quite different. There was a reason why training even ordinary crew members took a couple of years. Getting competent officers was much harder. And that was when they had highly motivated volunteer cadre to work with. It never crossed his mind that building the multiple army groups that would eventually be needed would be anything but simple or easy.
The manpower issue will be Commodore Pierce's problem once he arrives in system. He's being promoted to Rear Admiral and we'll have to straighten up that mess. You both know him, I believe.
Henry Pierce, right?
Livingston asked. He had a faraway look for a moment, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He's up to the task.
I'm glad you approve, David.
Roddenberry smirked at his long-time friend.
Any comments over the reports I sent you?
He changed the topic.
Many, all unbefitting a Starfleet officer.
Nechayev grimaced.
We learned a lot from War's last stand.
There was a moment of silence after she mentioned the Tellarite admiral. None of them liked the fact that they had to sacrifice so many of their own people and ships in a desperate last stand, one that, while inflicting an out-of-proportion damage to the enemy, didn't really slow them down.
Starbase 375 was refitted with our best shields and weapon systems, yet it survived 2.1 minutes under concentrated enemy fire. Besides that torpedo trap, the base inflicted much lower than projected damage. The station transmitted its sensor logs of the battle until the end. We know for a fact that the enemy commander used forces from their original expeditionary force and locally built vessels to take it out. We still don't know if the reinforcing fleet has the same capabilities, or if those ships have better weapons and defenses installed. Further, while the weapons and shields of the station were formidable, our projections were optimistic.
Nechayev looked like she was chewing on something bitter.
Those projections might have held true if we faced Klingon or Romulans. No matter how formidable they are, however, we have better tech, better industry. Our ships are built generally to a better standard. To speak bluntly, what allows them to be a threat is that their units are proper military designs, and very few of our new construction that should be equal to theirs or outclass them is. In comparison, from all we've seen, the Dominion is a peer opponent in technology, industry, and sheer size. Our only saving grace is distance and the choke point represented by the wormhole. Given enough time, we can build enough ships that are at least a match to everything they have. If we can retake the wormhole and hold it at worst, we won't lose the war.
We missed an opportunity.
Livingston nodded.
If we threw everything we had at them 2 to 4 months ago, the Dominion and Cardassians would have likely folded. By ceding initiative and taking a defensive posture, we let them use their top-of-the-line vessels to great effect.
We let them defeat in detail most of our best fleets.
Nechayev muttered.
Even if we knew that, it's unlikely that our civilian leadership would have authorized a general offensive at the time, not after the disasters that were our first two attempts to counterattack.
Roddenberry shrugged. Those two battles combined were a strategic setback, almost rivaling the latest screw-up.
You've seen the good news as well.
We'll have about 5,000 ships available in the core sectors by the time the enemy arrives. With the additional forces that they are throwing against us, that still gives us overall numerical advantage.
Livingston nodded.
However, those numbers are guaranteed to change if we allow the enemy an unopposed advance.
Livingston looked uneasily at his commander. They were well aware that no matter what the numbers said, the Dominion held the advantage thanks to their ships being pure warship designs, while the Federation would field a force that includes many obsolete designs, even after war refits.
It's a concern I share too. We lost too many of our most experienced officers and crews already. While we have to meet the Dominion in a series of defensive battles to both slow them down and contest systems we can't let them take without a fight, I'm afraid that we might lose more than we gain in such engagements. It's unlikely that we'll manage to lure them into many more traps before they arrive. At any rate, they don't even need to use parts of their main fleet to attack important systems. There are about 1,000 Jem'Hadar and Cardassian ships pouring into our territory as Starfleet units are falling back to the core sectors. A further few hundred vessels will be available soon, once new enemy construction enters service, and the survivors of the Dominion fleet that halted Operation Return are patched up and sent back into the fray. That's a concern of mine too. I'm sure you've got some ideas on how to diminish the enemy numbers while suffering minimal casualties. You should write them up in a formal report. The President would like to see it before he decides if he should approve my recommendation that you succeed me as a Chief of Staff.
Roddenberry smirked at a gobsmacked Aliana.
You're determined to make me suffer behind a desk, aren't you?
She grumbled a few seconds later.
That's one of the reasons I was so glad when you both made flag rank. Misery loves company.
Roddenberry chuckled.
Let's just hope that there will still be a Federation for you to defend.
All traces of humor disappeared from the Chief of Staff.
You know something,
Livingston declared.
Computer, show the feed from the assembly meeting in progress,
Roddenberry ordered.
I know that a number of systems demand Starfleet protection, or they will deem the Federation as a whole derelict in her duties to her member systems and secede. We can't send them any ships that will make a shred of difference if the Dominion decides to hit them.
Ah, I was wondering when it would start.
Nechayev slumped back in her chair. Livingston looked between his two colleagues.
I know I'm rather dull as far as politics go, but doing so sounds like madness.
He grunted.
Oh, it is.
Roddenberry nodded.
It can easily start a domino effect that sees the Federation unravel before the enemy arrives at Sector 001. However, I can't really blame them, not under these circumstances. I did give the order to abandon them to the Dominion's mercy.
Roddenberry suddenly looked much older than his 70 years. He knew that the decision was the right one, the only one he could make in order to protect the Federation. That didn't make him feel any better.
There will be many voices within the Assembly screaming for us to defend everything,
Nechayev added.
When it becomes crystal clear that we can afford to contest only strategically important locations.
She trailed off.
How the hell did we get into this mess?
It's actually our fault, at least in part.
Roddenberry smiled sadly.
We, as well as the Federation as a whole, were too successful. Too many new members were allowed in, while Starfleet wasn't properly expanded to protect our new borders, and I don't need to explain to you why most of the fleet is made up by obsolete vessels.
Don't remind me. Before going to the Academy, I did vote for representatives who were promising replicators for every home and holosuit hours being available weekly to everybody.
Livingston muttered.
You and everyone else.
Nechayev smiled sadly. She was contemplating joining Starfleet after she graduated at the time and remembered the furore. It was supposed to be the dawn of a golden age, a utopia in the making. And for the first time in human history, that was true.
There wasn't a present and clear danger to justify a powerful and expanded Starfleet at the time.
Roddenberry muttered.
So it was a no-brainer how the ordinary citizen would vote on the issue. We got our utopia, and now we're all paying the price for it. But enough reminiscing about the past. We have a lot of work to do. What's the schedule on expanding our major shipyards? How long before we can start laying new hulls?
8. Chapter 2, Part 5 by Dorrigan on AH.com. AN, this part was written by Dorrigan on AH.com. Thank you for the great work. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Empire Rising. Book 1. How the Dreams Die. Chapter 2. Aftermath. HD. D. Part 5. Caldos 2 Beta Octantis System. Not many lived outside the core city, nestled between a pair of mountain ranges selected specifically because they invoked the beauty and isolation of the Scottish Highlands of Earth. The planet hadn't always been so green, previously very arid and covered in vast deserts and deadly hot tar pits, while inhabited by a variety of small but deadly arthropods. The robust survivors of the planet's numerous extinction events over the past few billions years. It had been perfect for a major Federation terraforming project. Now it was home to millions. But every world had its secrets, and this one more than most. Thus, while the Alpha Quadrant became slowly embroiled in a war that was threatening to rip apart everything the Federation had spent centuries building, Benjamin Tucker was speeding across the grassy lowlands. His fast skimmer was a rental, usually used by tourists to visit the vast cave networks on the other side of the colony, or by ranchers to keep an eye on their valuable herds. More than 2 sol hours from the most remote outpost of civilization, Tucker found himself passing through a holographic rock face and being escorted inside by a hovering spherical drone with near-silent turbofans and an ominous-looking pair of phaser emitters crossing its surface. The pair of them entered an old-fashioned elevator solidly built and wide, and proceeded to descend deep under the surface. Minutes passed in silence until they reached an untold depth. When the doors opened, a man who had, until recently, been Daniel Abram and countless other names before that, rose from his work and greeted Tucker with an impressed look on his clean-shaved face.
"Mr. Tucker,"
he said,
"you are a persistent man."
"You're difficult to find, sir."
"Dead men aren't supposed to exist,"
replied Abram.
"Or at least, that is how it is supposed to be. The never-ending march or technology makes it increasingly difficult to arrange convincing deaths."
Tucker smiled.
"Believe me, sir, you weren't at all easy to find, and I knew what to look for. This is a fairly remote place."
"As it needs to be,"
the older man sighed.
"All my ambitions to make a better world, now gone. Once again, the fiercely ethical humanity of this age refuses anything to do with technologies that have proven harmful. So they reject the idea of robotic servants or genetic enhancements, even as an enemy who has no hesitation to use them, carves a path of destruction across the Alpha Quadrant."
Tucker looked the man over.
"So you are aware of what is happening?"
It is possible to be separate from the universe and know that you are still a part of it,
came his cryptic response while beckoning him off the elevator and into the small reception area. The space was a perfect hexagon, each wall 10 meters long, with the elevator resting inside one and an alcove recessed into the other 5. Each alcove held a transporter pad large enough to transport a dozen people and a small panel on the wall with the outline of a human hand etched into it. Abrams noticed he was staring at them and offered,
"You can relax. The panels are securely mounted, and each one checks fingerprints, blood type, pulse, DNA, and requests a voiced command to operate. No creature will be able to mimic its way into our facility."
That makes me feel better,
the younger man stated. He still remembered his friends felled by the short Federation-Klingon War, a direct result of changelings manipulating the strings of power.
"We are not without resources."
They moved into one of the alcoves and Abrams placed his hand on the panel. After the computer was confident both individuals were who they said they were, the system began to dematerialize them and reassemble them elsewhere. The two of them appeared at the end of a long hallway and proceeded to move through it. Tucker noted the walls were adorned with a variety of magnificent works of art.
Yours?
Each one. They're about creation. Each one told from the viewpoint of a different religion or culture from across the known galaxy.
Interesting?
Not really. Each is a myth, incomplete, wrong in some profound way.
Abrams offered a shrug, then added with a slight smirk,
"I find the beginning of a tale to be more interesting than the end. I suppose that is ironic when you consider our profession."
They reached a door and Abrams entered a security code.
"I had always hoped that this door would remain locked."
The door gave way to a lab, where Tucker saw an abundance of high-tech equipment and robotic prototypes, not unlike those he saw on the surface. Benjamin looked around for a moment, then asked,
"Where did all this come from?"
"Many places. Mr. Arik Sung, components of Borg vessels, rifts in spacetime, exploration of dead worlds."
Abrams answered, then chuckled.
"Basically the fruit of the last 10 years of exploration from the Enterprise."
Tucker shook his head in disbelief as he spoke.
"I suppose that is wise."
He walked up to a pile of android components, held in stasis by an energy field like much of the items in this room, and asked,
"Isn't this Commander Data?"
"His brother,"
Abrams corrected.
"We know how to duplicate its components, but the neural systems remain a challenge. We have been considering using the same processors and subroutines from the EMH system to make an android that will be more reliable."
"And this far from the wormhole, you will have plenty of time to experiment. Hell, the Dominion will have to go past the core worlds and the Romulans before they get close to this system."
That was the point. When Section 31 learned of the wormhole, they established this research station as far from that threat as possible. We can't leave anything to chance.
"Speaking of the wormhole,"
Tucker began,
"where is the device?"
Wordlessly, Abrams led his guest to the other end of the room and to a pair of massive doors. When they approached, a blue light ran over Abrams, checking his identity. Once it was sure, the light blinked out of existence and took a force field Tucker hadn't been aware of with it. Slowly, the heavy doors parted, leaving only a small 3-meter-wide opening for them to walk through. As they stepped inside, the temperature rapidly cooled, but not unbearably so. Abrams said,
"When the discovery was made, even by accident as it was, it didn't take long to see it weaponized. The Federation's entire stock of the core material was used to make these few devices."
He hesitated before adding,
"Are we really going to use these?"
Tucker walked over the nearest device, running a hand across the golden, ancient Greek symbol etched into the ebony surface of the modified torpedo.
"I don't know yet, but we need to be ready."
Chapter 9, Part 2, Section 6. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 2. Aftermath. Javri H. D. Deities. Part 6. Montgomery Scott's apartment, Aberdeen, Scotland.
You two, a sight for sore eyes.
Scotty smirked at the view screen taking much of the far wall of his living room. The split-screen image of Pavel Chekhov and Hiraku Sulu brought a smile on his weathered face. His two friends looked even older than the last time he saw them, which wasn't too long ago. Still, thanks to advancements in medicine, neither of them looked their more than 150 years of age, which was saying something considering that he was the only one who had an excuse to appear somewhat youngish after the accident thanks to which he skipped a lot years.
You aren't the one to speak, youngster.
Chekhov snorted good-naturally. These days there was barely a hint of the strong Russian accent he had as a young ensign.
I'm like a good bottle of whiskey, becoming better with age.
The engineer chuckled.
You'll soon have the opportunity to prove it, old friend.
Sulu sighed.
This isn't a social call, I take it.
The smile vanished from Scotty's face.
Have both of you seen the news?
The senator asked.
You'll have to be more specific.
Pavel quipped.
The results of today's assembly meeting.
Whatever happened there still hasn't been aired.
Scotty shrugged. He had instructed his house's computer to inform him about any important news concerning the war effort, and it was silent before Pavel and Hiraku called.
It was bad.
For a moment there, Sulu looked truly ancient.
At least 20 systems in the front-line regions will secede unless Starfleet could fulfill its obligations and actually protect them.
With what ships? The locker has been mighty empty for a long time.
Scotty scoffed.
Oh, it gets better.
Sulu grumbled.
This I have to hear.
Chekhov looked less than pleased at the prospect.
While finally a lot of systems are ready to start building ships and defensive systems, most of them won't be sending anything to Starfleet until they have ensured their own security. That attitude is especially prevalent in the systems on the route of the Jem'Hadar advance.
Sulu summarized the situation.
Well, at least they won't just roll the red carpet for the Dominion.
Chekhov mused.
It's nonsense. Unless I'm very much mistaken, most of those places could build only a handful of ships and very limited defenses before the Jem'Hadar overruns them.
Scotty grouched at the latest brainstorm of the politicians.
We know that. I suspect that most of them do so too. However, they see no other alternative with Starfleet pulling back.
Hiraku shrugged. Needless to say, everything that those systems could produce would be more useful as a part of Starfleet, though good luck explaining that to the people who were soon to fall under Dominion occupation. They were unlikely to care about the concerns of an organization which just abandoned them.
Any other good news?
Well, there actually are a few for a change.
Sulu smiled like an old and experienced fox.
Indeed? That's a pleasant, if unexpected, surprise.
Chekhov raised an eyebrow at the very idea.
It concerns our own Prime Minister and our friends on Andorra. Perhaps Vulcan, too. However, the jury is still out on that one.
Hiraku continued.
Don't keep us in suspense.
Scotty waved at his friend.
United Earth and the Andorian Imperial High Command will be restoring both their ground and space forces starting immediately. The official announcement will be at 8 Standard Time tonight. All space yards not under the direct control of Starfleet will be nationalized and refitted for military production, as well as expanded as much as the availability of trained personnel and resources permits. Limited conscription will be in effect as soon as training facilities and cadre are made available.
Well, isn't this interesting?
Scotty muttered. Not so long ago, anyone suggesting something like this would have been laughed out of the General Assembly, Senate, or UE's Parliament.
I didn't think that the day would ever come.
Chekhov nodded.
Both United Earth and the Andorians will be starved for qualified personnel.
That's where we come in. I spoke with the Prime Minister and come bearing gifts.
Sulu Fox's smile widened.
And I hope you'll accept them.
Pray tell.
Scotty thought he knew where that was going.
You two are offered a place within the new Terran Navy. Pavel, if you accept, you'll be the Admiral of the fleet, in charge of making the organization hit the ground running. And you, my youngish friend,
Hiraku looked at Scotty,
will be head of the Design and Development Bureau of the Navy. We'll need warships in order to win this war, as well a program to better refit the newer classes so they would be at least on an even footing with the enemy.
This wasn't what I expected when you called.
Chekhov chuckled.
It's a rather tall order, you know that, right?
I'll be right beside you as the Secretary of the Navy, a position I accepted earlier today.
It's good to be back. I accept. What about you, Scotty?
The engineer was deep in thought for a few seconds. However, when all was said and told, it was a rather easy decision. His research could wait. Earth and the Federation at large couldn't.
Do you really need to ask? I'm in...
Actually designing a proper warships, that would be a novel experience he was looking forward to. Besides, someone had to look after those two and make sure that they wouldn't break the currently non-existent Terran Navy.
Good. As you both can guess, we'll be starting basically from scratch. The good news is that we should be able to get a decent core of veterans from our time in the service, who are unlikely to be recalled by Starfleet as being too old.
Hiraku rolled his eyes at the very thought. While the three of them were literally ancient, neither of them was ready to throw the towel just yet, and there were more than a few from their generation still kicking around.
I'm wounded. Do Starfleet really consider us fossils?
There are a lot of people in high command who would prefer that we remain just legends from the wild past.
Chekhov grunted.
You're speaking from experience.
Scotty frowned.
Let's just say that in some respects, you were rather lucky to enjoy your prolonged vacation out of the Federation. Some changes weren't for the best, especially in Starfleet. It was worse for us veterans. No more than in high command.
Sulu nodded.
That bad?
Let's just say that there are some people in there who consider the tactical command track being obsolete, among other things, and in a desperate need of being removed for good.
Sulu scowled. Scotty winced. That hasn't been something made obvious during his interactions with Starfleet ever since he came back. However, as an engineer, he had been much too interested by all the new technologies developed during his absence to pay close attention to Starfleet as an institution. That said, after being subjected to a few tours on new ships, he had been left with a lot of questions about the sanity of the people who had designed and approved them for service. Perhaps he was warped by the wilder nature of the galaxy during his service in Starfleet, but he simply couldn't help but notice how much safer various vessels could have been made with the available technologies, and families on ships that were likely to engage in combat. When he was made aware of that during a tour shortly after being returned to the land of the living, Scotty had been stunned, though his mind had soon been busy with the wonders in engineering.
That's merely a symptom of the attitude that a lot of today's officers and enlisted personnel has. That's the greatest problem with Starfleet. Simply put, it's not longer the military organization which ensured the security of the Federation during our day. That's something which we must change if the Terran Navy is to be successful.
Sulu mused aloud.
We were explorers, scientists, and engineers too, of course. However, our first job and the vows we took were to protect the Federation and all her citizens. Everything was secondary to that.
Agreed. It will be up to us to set up the tone for this new organization.
Chekhov noted.
That's all well and good. Hiraku, do you and the Prime Minister actually have some tangible plans on how to make all this happen?
Scotty asked.
In a matter of speaking,
Sulu smiled. Satyajar. Interlude. Romulan Star Empire 1. Location classified. Romulus. It was a rather small room, which made it that much easier to be shielded against unwanted listeners. Plain, too, only a simple Durasteel table surrounded by 6 rather comfortable chairs, 5 of which were taken. There were 4 men and 1 woman in the room, all cloaked in twilight and further protected by various devices that obscured their features and altered their voices, besides providing the usual disruption of scanners and ensuring that DNA wouldn't be left at inconvenient places.
Is it confirmed?
The woman asked.
Tentatively. While the battle is still ongoing, our observers believe that Starfleet no longer has a chance of breaking through to DS9. The only question is how many ships they would lose before being able to disengage.
So much for wishful thinking.
Another male voice quipped. He sounded rather amused, too.
Don't be like that, Senator. There was a reasonable chance for the Cardis to fuck up and allow a breakthrough.
The woman chided.
That would have been for the best.
She sighed. It should have been hilarious. They were some of the most powerful people in the Empire after Tal Shiar suffered a rather major blow when their attempt to decapitate the Dominion failed in a quite the spectacular fashion. The 5 Romulans in the room should have been glad at the reversals the Fedis were facing. Anything to declaw their primary strategic adversary should have been a great thing, unless the ones doing it were even more of a threat. Ironically, they had the Dominion to thank for this meeting. It was made possible only by the reversals the Tal Shiar had suffered lately thanks to them. Otherwise, the 5 wouldn't have dared meet in such a way to discuss what could be considered treason by many in the Senate. Instead of watching for people like them like hawks, nowadays, Tal Shiar was too busy fighting with itself for a successor and with the Senate and military, who gleefully did their best to curb the influence and power of the terrifying amalgamation of an intelligence organization and a secret police. The resulting chaos was a boon for a lot of parties within the RE.
What do we do now?
The youngest of the Cabal asked.
Our duty.
The last of the cloaked men spoke.
We do what we have to protect the Empire.
Easier said than done.
True enough. What's your view on the strategic situation, Admiral?
Fluid. The Federation Klingon Alliance could recover even if they lose most of the ships taken part in Operation Return, as long as the wormhole remains sealed. The Dominion will be taking out the minefield shortly, and there isn't anyone in position to stop them. We have just a few birds of prey in the region. However, they lack the assets to make a difference.
The Admiral said.
They're some of our best reconnaissance units, and given their size, they had to give some of their already anemic armament and crew capacity.
Indeed. It will all depend on how much reinforcements the Dominion would send through. You've seen the more conservative reports about their size and economy.
They can rival the Federation. If we're particularly unlucky, the Dominion would have the assets to take on them, the Klingons, and us, if we were actually united.
The tone that delivered this assessment clearly displayed how likely the man saw such an alliance working properly.
I'm not wagering the future of our people on luck. Yes, it's possible that all of our credible enemies exhaust themselves in this war, leaving us in a stronger position. It's also possible that once the Dominion is finished with them, they would turn their war machine on us and then we would have to face them alone.
That's the issue, isn't it? This is perhaps the best time for us to enter the war. However, Tal Shiar and the Senate won't agree. They would gleefully watch the war unfold until it's too late. And besides, they're too busy fighting each other right now.
The Admiral's sneer was clear even through all the tech cloaking her identity.
What's your father's position?
He's an old man who has lost touch with reality.
The youngest man present sighed.
We won't be getting any direct support from him.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Indeed, it will make our move a bit more complicated.
Perhaps. On the other hand, what choice do we have?
The woman scowled.
I know none of you believe that the Dominion would simply leave us alone once they have won their war. Do you really doubt that outcome?
Ask me again when we see what reinforcements they are ready to send in our corner of the galaxy.
We'll know soon enough.
They did indeed. One of the spying birds of prey sent a transmission through a relay that was rigged to splice its contents and eventually beam it to the small group of conspirators.
That's a lot of ships.
One of the men stated the obvious. There was just a hint of fear in his voice. Even if this was all that the Dominion could spare in the foreseeable future, it said a lot about their capabilities, and no one was ready to bet on that eventuality.
3,000 plus Dominion vessels.
The Admiral frowned. While the Federation Klingon Alliance might survive this onslaught, they wouldn't have a fleet to speak of afterwards. For all any of them knew, the Dominion had another such armada assembling in the Delta Quadrant, preparing to deliver the coup de grace to the Allies.
At least this makes our position clear. I'm in,
one of the men declared.
Fighting on alongside the Federation and the Klingons. That will be a hard thing to get used to. I'm in. We either fight the Dominion alongside the rest of the local powers, or we face them alone, when there's nothing left to distract them.
The Admiral nodded gravely.
I've seen the writing on the wall some time ago. It's not like we have another decent alternative.
The Senator grumbled.
I'll do my duty to the Empire.
The young man spoke quietly.
What about you, General?
Coup defeat it is. Now we just need to pull it off and survive to tell the tale.
Well, no one promised that this would be easy. I have 2 task forces that could reach Romulus within the day, as well as a few ships in system. We can at least stalemate home fleet. But the fixed defenses will tear us apart. The Admiral threw her lot in.
My boys can take care of all ground-based installations. The orbital grid is another matter. We might be able to take 2 or 3 of the control stations by surprise. But that's it. We'll have to deal with the rest the hard way. However, turning the ground-based weaponry upon the Loyalists should turn the tide in our favor anyway.
The General suggested.
The Senate?
The young man asked.
I can sneak in some of the General's men as aides and expanded security detail, though we'll need a lot of support to secure the building. I take it you'll deal with the palace and your father?
There's no other way.
We are agreed then.
Yes. We need to move fast before Tal Shiar or anyone else gets a wind on what we're doing and move to stop us.
It's do or die. Nothing new there.
The General shrugged. Chapter 10, Part 3, Part 1, and Interlude. Over the last coup of days, I went over this story, cleared it up, and expanded a few segments, most notably Chapter 1, Part 3, where Martok's thoughts hint at what I plan to do with the Klingon Empire in the future. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 3. A Different Perspective. HDD. Part 1. Bridge, USS Enterprise. High orbit over Teza.
I'm detecting 68 Klingon ships, one of the new Negvar battlecruisers, 20 assorted cruisers of different classes, 11 Raptor escorts, and the rest are birds of prey.
Data reported.
Hail them, Mr. Toval.
Captain Picard addressed Enterprise's communications officer. The Vulcan gave him a bland confirmation as his fingers moved over the controls of his station. Jean-Luc sighed. This was going to take all his experience as a diplomat to fix.
They aren't going to be happy,
Riker muttered from his seat to the captain's right.
No, number one. I don't imagine our allies would like the situation.
Picard looked at the main viewer, which was showing the disposition of the Starfleet vessels in system. The planet was at their back, and its only visible defense was a thin ring of weapon satellites that surrounded it. Facing them were the Klingons, who had decloaked to reveal a fleet already assembled into an assault formation. 2 lines of cruisers anchored the enemy line, formed around the flagship, with the lighter ships covering their flanks. The Klingon vessels were just close enough to support each other and be able to concentrate their firepower, but not so near that proximity detonations would have any effect on them.
We're being hailed by the Negvar,
Toval reported.
Put it on the main viewer.
Picard had to suppress a sigh. A moment later, the captain was stared down by a furious Klingon, who was looking at him as if he was something that one would be scraping from under their boots.
Picard, I hope for your sake that you have a good explanation for this.
Martok growled and waved in the general direction of the Federation task force. Jean-Luc suppressed a sigh and stared at the old warrior. The usual niceties and language that went with diplomacy were going to backfire if used on the Klingons. That would be perceived as both a sign of weakness and disrespect, a complication no one needed in this situation, if ever. The captain glared back and stood straighter in his seat.
That should be obvious, General. A contingency plan in case the Dominion gained even greater advantage in the war. One that's necessary now.
Picard didn't add that in his opinion the way this whole affair had been handled was much less than ideal, though it had more to do with moral sense of outrage at the government's underhanded methods than with the fact that he and his crew were stuck with cleaning up the mess. Frankly, if he was in Martok's place, he would be pissed off too. Besides, trying to explain the frankly nebulous justification about this project to the Klingons would have been a disaster. Jean-Luc was rather sure that the cannons were supposed to be a safeguard against Martok's people once the war was over, though that might have been him going cynical in his old age.
Really? So instead of fortifying a Federation world, one that the Dominion would have to hit to secure their rear, like Betazet, you put a lot of ground and space-based cannons right here, on a contested world on our border.
Martok sneered. So much sarcasm dripped from the general's words that it might just start eating through the deck plating.
Picard, do you take us all for fools?
There were accompanying roars of approval from the Negvar's bridge crew.
Not at all.
Jean-Luc continued staring down the general.
What I just told you is what Starfleet Command gave me as a justification. I'm not going to speculate about their or the President's motives. Frankly, those weapons might as well have been aimed at the Klingon Empire or anyone else. It doesn't matter.
Picard stood up and pointed a finger at Martok.
All that matter is that those weapons and our combined forces are the only things standing between 1,000 Dominion warships and the Klingon Empire. Once we've dealt with this damned invasion, we might have the luxury of assigning blame. This is neither the time nor place for such a spat. We have a battle to fight, against the Dominion, not against each other.
Martok actually grinned.
Picard, you might just make a decent Klingon.
The smile vanished as fast as it appeared. We'll fight against the Dominion. Together. However. The general raised a clenched fist.
The Empire won't forget this act of treachery. We will be watching you, and the Federation, carefully. What other surprises for the Dominion do you have on our borders?
None that I know of.
Picard told the truth. He knew that Martok wouldn't believe it. He couldn't blame the general either. Jean-Luc certainly wouldn't if their roles were reserved. When he was younger, the case might have been different. Yet as the war worsened, the captain was finding that his sense of morality and faith in people was starting to slowly erode. That was something that he was finding had to believe. Yet, it was getting harder and harder to believe that the principles he held so dear would survive the war intact. The beast of that was the Dominion War was slowly but surely warping everyone involved.
Even if that's true, today I find the words of a Federation captain, even yours, hard to believe,
Martok stated.
The Chancellor and High Council would find it much harder. Picard, your people lost most of the respect and honor you all won in the war so far.
Jean-Luc frowned. That statement didn't bode well for the future relations between the Federation and Klingon Empire, even worse for the war effort.
Then we'll have to reclaim our honor.
Picard stated with conviction he didn't feel.
Soon enough, you're all going to have that opportunity. The Dominion will be here in less than a day.
Martok smiled hungrily. The captain had no doubt that the old Klingon was eagerly looking for the battle to begin.
True enough. We should draw defensive plans and ensure that our forces would be able to properly coordinate,
Picard added.
Indeed. I'll wait for your arrival. Martok out.
The general made a sharp gesture and the connection was terminated.
Well, that could have gone better.
Riker sighed in relief.
At least we aren't shooting at each other.
Yes, this could have turned worse.
Picard relaxed in his chair as a part of the tension gripping him dissipated. Much worse indeed. If the Klingons had chosen to pull back to their space, or worse, to attack, that would have meant the doom of every Federation crew member when the Dominion Armada arrived. The only recourse would have been for the Starfleet ships to scatter and hope that a few of the faster would be able to make it to a friendly port. It was either that or stand and die, and most of the ships under Picard's command didn't have either the speed or endurance to make it. HDD. Interlude. Romulan Star Empire 2. HD. DG. Imperial Palace. Romulus. Even in an age when the Emperor was a mere puppet, there were very few people who could approach the seat of the imperial family armed, much less accompanied by a platoon of fully kitted soldiers. Such escort was restricted for the most dangerous of times, and even then, the people who would warrant it so they wouldn't be engaged by the palace's defenders was a very short one. The director of the Tal Shiar before his demise above what was assumed to be the Changeling's homeworld had been one. The Pro-Council of the Empire was another. Technically, members of the royal family did warrant similar escort, a custom that fell out of fashion along with the Emperor's power. That's why, when Prince Chiron landed on the front lawn of the Imperial Palace riding in the center of a flight of 4 shuttles, only his name and a reasonable confirmation that he was indeed one of the people on board was the only thing that prevented concealed AA defenses from coming online and vaporizing his party. Nevertheless, when they landed, the shuttles found themselves surrounded by a full third of the residence guards who all had plasma rifles at the ready.
Your Highness, I must respectfully request that you explain yourself.
The centurion in charge of the greeting committee politely demanded, and there was no doubt that this was a demand, not a request.
First, with the Capital One accident away from erupting, I deemed it prudent to keep Titan security for the time being. Second, my father would love to meet these lads.
Prince Chiron smirked and waved for his people to disembark. The mere fact that full half of them were Reman shock troopers in full combat gear certainly didn't relax the Praetorians guarding his father.
After all, they succeeded where even the Tal Shiar failed.
Chiron made a dramatic gesture and waved at the last shuttle that so far had remained sealed. Its ramp opened and first two more armoured and armed Remans marched out. Behind them, another pair not too gently shoved a prisoner forward.
I present you the infamous Ditan, a seditionist and traitor my father would want to question personally.
The centurion stared at both prisoner and prince in disbelief. It was well known, to the Praetorians at least, that the emperor didn't have any hard power nowadays. That has been the case for a long time now. In fact, one of the primary jobs of the Praetorians was to keep an eye of the imperial family and make sure that they didn't cause waves and problems for the people who really ran the empire. The Senate, military, and Tal Shiar, not necessary in that order.
We'll be having a word with my father, now.
All the cheer drained off Chiron's face, and his bearing became deadly serious.
The plasma arrays of those shuttles are very much operational, armed and aimed.
As he said that, ominous whine came from the landed craft.
You won't get away with this, whatever it is, boy.
The centurion glared at the prince. At that moment, air raid sirens screamed all over the capital, ensuring that even the dead knew that a hostile fleet had just entered the system. The sound startled a few of the greener Praetorians, and one of them, acting on instinct, squeezed the trigger of his rifle. A plasma bolt slammed into the extended shields of one of the shuttles, stopping the shot long before it could reach the deployed soldiers. As if that was a signal, all hell broke loose. The shock troopers and other soldiers with Chiron moved like well-oiled machines. They knew that the shields covered them and didn't even bother to try seeking cover, even if their training screamed to do so. Instead, all of them shouldered their weapons and in short order cut down the Praetorians surrounding them.
The hard way it is.
The prince grimaced.
We're moving in. Secure my father.
He ordered and pulled out a plasma pistol from a well-concealed spot on his waist. H.D. D. Planetary Defense Center Remus. If there was one factor that contributed to the initial success of the coup, it was the arrogance of the Romulans. In another timeline, just a fair years later, another coup would have succeeded, and one of its primary building blocks would have been the same. The Reman shock troopers and salves of the Empire. The chaos reigning after the disastrous collaboration between the Tal Shiar and the Obsidian Order sicked the military, Senate and Tal Shiar against each other as they maneuvered for power. The officers of the intelligence agency did their best to retain their power, even as their high-ranked members clashed with each other for the now vacant post of director. At the same time, the birds of prey began to circle them, seeking any weakness to exploit. For a long time, both the military and Senate wanted to curb their power, something that no Tal Shiar agent worth their salt would ever find acceptable. Those three organizations had their agents watching each other. Every movement of proper Romulan military unit, no matter if it was from the ground forces or the Navy, was closely monitored, and people wondered if they were disloyal to them and their cause, which often meant to the Empire as well in their eyes. The high-ranking military officers, in turn, had subordinates closely watch the Senate and every suspected or known Tal Shiar agent and ship, wondering if or when the spies would move to remove them from the board because they were a danger to their power. Needless to say, many a senator had agents in both organizations looking at each other. When a week ago 2 divisions of Reman infantry landed on the homeworld and relieved trusted units from all across the planet so they could be on hand to watch the capital and known Tal Shiar facilities, everyone's eyes concentrated upon them and those in charge of said units. The Remans? No one paid them much attention. That turned out to be a grave miscalculation. Chach de fiche. 15 minutes before noon, Colonel Shiomek, the CO of the elite Raymond Kapazun battalion, waited for his commanding officer, one General Teva Javis, the senior ground forces conspirator who had a hand in the excitement planned for that day. The general arrived on time. He was punctual as always, and with him he brought a platoon of shock troopers, which, when combined with the soldiers waiting at attention behind the colonel, meant that they had a whole company. If they were any other soldiers, and if the political situation was any less tenuous, no one would have left them be at that place without close supervision. On that day, they were the ones meant to guard the place, facilitate an inspection by the general. After all, who knew when a Dominion or disloyal fleet might drop to shoot up the homeworld? Those were dangerous times they lived in.
A company Caperzin battalion reporting for duty.
Siomik stood straight as a Durasteel pillar as he saluted. Today he was ready to die for the general, his accomplices and their cause, for a simple reason. They had promised his people their freedom and equal rights within the Empire, something that they might be the only people who might be willing to deliver on such a deal. If they won today. If they lost, what did it matter if Siomik and his soldiers would die? At least they would go fighting for freedom. Otherwise, they will die anyway, once their lords and masters decided it was time for another military adventure. Chavis returned the salute and gave a sharp nod, which was the signal that they were a go.
Let's see if these soft Navy boys and girls take their job seriously.
Chavis spoke aloud in such a tone that made it crystal clear he didn't believe that the facility's personnel would pass muster.
By your command, 1st Platoon march.
The greatest obstacle to their objective, the thick armoured doors leading into the facility, opened at their approach, so a small cadre of the naval personnel manning the place could meet them. They, of course, knew about the inspection. Loose tongues from those barbaric and uncouth Remans saw to it, so everyone inside was too busy making sure they looked their best and that the place was spotless to worry much about anything else. When the general began his inspection and found nothing lacking, most of the PDC personnel felt only relief. By the time anyone thought to ask why small detachments of the security detail moved inside after the general and took position at critical junctions, it was too late to keep the facility from becoming compromised. 11th Chapter 3, Parts 2 and 3. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 3, A Different Perspective. HDD, Part 2. HDD, IKW Negvar, Tezwa. In less than 2 hours, the enemy fleet would arrive, and that was a good thing. General Martok was exhausted by dealing with hot-headed Klingons, many of them heads or scions of great houses, withholding close enough to reinforce his position. In truth, right now house units made up 2/3 of his fleet, and it had been all he could do to keep the peace between them and the Federation once they learned about the cannons deployed on the planet below. As if that wasn't enough. The constant bickering and demands by every single worthy that came to reinforce him, that they and only their ships deserved the glory of leading the charge against the enemy, had him ready to grab his bat'leth and start gutting arrogant bastards. Well, in the end it worked out. For him. Martok's face twisted in an unpleasant smile. It wasn't just the Dominion who was in for a nasty surprise today. The House fleets wanted glory. He was ready to give it to them in spades. They would lead the initial harassing engagement. They were stationed at the vanguard, ready to receive the initial, most potent of the enemy strikes. They weren't alone in that. Martok placed everyone who was ready to put their version of honor in front of the Empire's very future at the place of most danger and glory. Soon the Dominion was going to rid him of as many of them as they could. Long minutes passed, and the part of the fleet acting as a juicy, obvious bait, a mix of heavy Klingon and Federation vessels waited above Teza, apparently ready to fight to the death to keep the planet safe. Lighter units visibly covered the flanks with twice their number of cloaked Klingon birds of prey, and the newer, more powerful Raptors meant to eventually replace most of the birds as actual combat ships. Finally, a small group of carriers and flight deck cruisers hung at the back of the Allied formation surrounded by their broods. The combined fleet was one of the largest Martok had ever commanded. There shouldn't have been anything that could stand against it. That might have even been true if this was a single fleet, united in purpose and command. Instead, there were too many divisions for him and Picard to worry about. First was the obvious one, after the revelation of their underhanded stunt, one that Martok hadn't believed that the Federation had in them nowadays. Well, after that, it was a good thing the enemy would be here so soon, otherwise their alliance might have ended right here. Second, even the Klingon fleet itself wasn't a single entity. The way Martok had to deploy his forces was as much of necessity as because of his desire to cull some of the fools infesting the Empire. Even before the disastrous defeat, his command upon the house fleets would have been shaky. Today, they paid him more of a lip service than anything, and no matter how it grated and infuriated him, there wasn't much he could do. Endless minutes dragged while Martok planned and plotted on how to restore real honor to the Empire and bind it back together before enemies, external and internal, could see it crash and burn. Thinking back, he could perhaps see how things went so wrong. His people's obsession with honor brought them to this place. It wasn't as if that by itself was a bad thing. However, when their understanding of honor twisted and they put it before everything else, well, the clock continued ticking down, and all Martok could do was stand still as a statue and think dark thoughts. HDD. Situation Room. Government Fallback Facility. Odina, location classified. Teza. Prime Minister Kinchorn sat stiffly at the head of a long table. A handful of his closest advisers and political confidants, along with a gathering of high-ranked military officers, attended this meeting. The rest of the government, and thankfully his family, were spread all over the planet in other secret deep shelters. For a long time now, he had feared that something like this would happen. That was why he made a deal with the Federation, one that broke the Kithomer Accords and technically was more than enough to spark war between them and their Klingon allies. It was telling that the Federation agreed without thinking, long and hard. That by itself should have sent alarm bells in Kinchorn's head. His plumage shifted in agitation at that thought, making them stand in an aggressive posture. If he was to be honest with himself, the Prime Minister never really believed that the Federation and Klingons could lose the war. The cannons were a mere precaution to keep Dominion raiding parties away, and once the war was over they would have remained under his people's control and be a secret defense if the Klingons decided that his home should become a nice new addition to their empire. It was a win-win situation in his view. Now, his advisors were almost all on the same page. The Federation was losing the war. Starfleet was running, worse, abandoning large tracts of the Federation as all ships that could get there in time raced for its core worlds. The only reason there were Starfleet ships above their heads was that they were caught off position and wouldn't be able to race home in time, and they could be better spent preventing the defeat of their Klingon allies. Then, there was the message from the Dominion, delivered to him within this very facility. There had to be at least one changeling on the surface. That was the only way to explain how they knew. Or perhaps it was simpler. There were rumors of shapeshifter agents all over the Federation and Klingon Empire. It was more logical that the Dominion learned of the cannons at the source, Earth. Really, it didn't matter how they knew, only that they did. Said message was a two-part one. First, there was a lenient offer for joining the winning side, no change in government and how things were really ran. Only a tax that wasn't negotiable, and to eventually raise the future generations to believe that the shapeshifters were gods. Otherwise, the people of Teza could continue to run their world as they wish. The Prime Minister would have liked to dismiss that polite suggestion out of hand. There, however, was the second part of it, the ultimatum. Teza was to join the Dominion, or the coming enemy fleet would make an example of it. With the shapeshifters and their pawn in the know about the Nardion cannons, they might be able to pull it off too, no matter if they actually won in the end or not. Of course, there was that throwaway sentence in the end of the message. Do you really think that this is all we can deploy to win this war? That has been something everyone wanted to know ever since the Dominion reopened the wormhole. Neither Kinchorn nor his advisors knew for sure. He didn't know if the Federation knew the truth, but even if they did, they had all incentives to lie about it. The same was true for the Klingons. For them, this war was won to the knife.
Options, people. We have less than an hour to make the decision that will determine the future of our world and people.
The Prime Minister pointed at the data pad containing the ultimatum.
How do we answer this?
HDD. Part 3. HDD. IKW Negvar. Teza. The battle for Teza began as many an engagement fought by the Klingon Empire. Bird of prey packs manned by young, hot-blooded and glory-hungry warriors charged at the flanks and back of the advancing enemy. Once upon a time, such a sight would have heartened Martok and made his blood pump faster. Those warriors would have won or died, either way, earning more glory for their houses, the Empire and themselves, as well as a place in the Black Fleet. That wasn't what he saw on that fateful day. The birds of prey had to fight their way through wings of Jem'Hadar fighters that covered their flanks and back. To add insult to injury, roughly a third of the enemy fleet was advancing with the rest hanging back. They were probably using the advance force as a bait to spring whatever cloaked units Martok had in wait. And he had such a reserve, made almost exclusively of reliable ships and crews, those who he believed were beginning to see where the old ways and thinking led them. Those Klingons were likely the future of the Empire and had to be preserved. Neatly, that plan meant that those who would be among their greatest detractors were currently busy throwing themselves at the enemy or were ready to meet it headlong. Very soon it became obvious that the Jem'Hadar were ready for precisely this kind of glory-seeking. Even as over 120 birds of prey flew through or around fighter formation, doing their best to avoid them so they could strike the juicy enemy ships, those fighters began emitting tachyon pulses as well as some king of exotic radiation. The sensors didn't recognize at this range wings of Jem'Hadar attack ships, their Federation escort and Klingon Raptor equivalents, peeled from the advancing fleet as if they had endlessly practiced the maneuver and moved to intercept the now revealed birds of prey. The smaller group that had circled to strike the enemy from behind suddenly found itself being steadily overtaken by a new force of Jem'Hadar attack ships coming from the main body of the fleet at high warp. The resulting engagement was short, bloody, and mostly one-sided. It was a glorious death against impossible odds. It was the kind of death that would earn every one of those crews a place of honor in the Black Fleet. Martok imagined he could hear the laughter and roars of approval from many a house ship at the slaughter. That was no longer a sentiment he shared. Was he too old now, Did the last battle broke him, he wondered? All he could see now was a pointless waste of warriors and ships that should have been used better. It was then that Martok had a revelation. If the Empire fell in this war, it wouldn't, because the Dominion had better numbers, nor because the Jem'Hadar were better warriors, nor because of a tech disparity. It would be because the Klingon Empire had become its worst enemy without the people meant to safeguard it noticing they were in fact part of the problem. Martok growled from deep within his chest and carefully examined his bridge officers. Their reactions at the slaughter unfolding on the tactical plot was mixed, though none of them seemed to really approve. Good. He had really chosen well. Too soon the opening gambit of the battle was over. The small and agile birds of prey found themselves outnumbered and surrounded by ships that were at least match for them in agility and often much better armed and protected. Then there were the wings of fighters that had whole squadrons pouring their firepower at the lesser protected rear arcs of those ships. The birds of prey simply melted once the enemy swarmed them. Polaron beams and cannons tore through their weak shields, and they didn't really possess any armor worth the name. Searching beams of energy sheared off wings and snapped necks. Cannon barrages battered down bulkheads, and more often than not, cored the ships from one side to the other, opening all decks to space. Disruptors and proton torpedoes answered in desperation. However, the agile hunters were in no position to concentrate their fire or even execute a single proper attack run. Their targets were as fast and agile as they were, and there were many more of them. When the last bird of prey became a funeral pyre for its crew, it became clear that they had managed to take out only 20 enemy attack ships and an unknown number of fighters. The sensor operators and tactical computers were still sorting that out. The core of the Dominion vanguard continued to advance. They hadn't stopped while the slaughter on their flanks unfolded, and soon their escorts took their places back in the formation. An accursed waste indeed, yet Martok didn't dare voice his conclusion aloud. Not yet. Only now did the rest of the enemy fleet begin its advance, at a rather slow warp. They would arrive a few minutes later than the vanguard, and in theory that would allow the Allied forces to defeat them in detail. What was their game? Ever since the war began, Martok hadn't seen the Dominion exhibit such a tactical blunder. The Cardassians, especially their second-rate formations, sure, they did it often because they were manned by green crews, and often less than competent officers. The communications station pinged with the distinct sound of a high-priority transmission.
General, we're being hailed by Lady Grilka.
That was unexpected. The Great Lady was one of the more level-headed heads of house in the Empire, which was in turn the reason why she had accepted to be a part of the reserve, why he suggested it in the first place, too.
Put her on.
General, the cannons!
Lady Grilka wasted no time with pleasantries or posturing. For a brief moment, Martok's mind froze. Whatever he expected her to say, this wasn't it. What about the cannons? His eyes snapped back to the tactical display, and suddenly, the enemy deployment began to make sense. The offer to defeat them in detail was a trap. If once they were engaged with them, the Nadion cannons refused to fire, or worse, turned on the Allied forces, Martok shot up with a snarl on his face.
Raise the Enterprise now,
the general snarled. The second part of the Dominion fleet would be in a perfect position to deliver the final deadly blow and hunt down everyone who tried to run. He could see it now. Never sufficiently damned honorless changelings.
The fleet will advance now. Get us out of range of the planetary defenses,
Martok barked.
General, we're getting a general transmission from every Jem'Hadar ship.
On screen.
A female Vorta wearing a purple tunic smiled from the corner of the main viewer.
Time is up. Decide now.
That was all she said, and the transmission looped up 3 more times. General Martok.
Picard's face replaced that of the Vorta.
On the tactical display, Klingon ships were beginning to move, ponderously accelerating towards full impulse. Something that took time because they had as much of their power already transferred into offensive and defensive systems.
Those weapons on the ground, who is controlling them?
Martok demanded of the Federation captain.
The locals,
Picard said without thinking.
The transmission.
Someone on the Enterprise's bridge exclaimed.
The defense grid just lit up with targeting sensors, the same as happening on the surface.
Martok's tactical officer exclaimed. It could mean nothing. The Dominion Vanguard was less than a minute from contact now. Those weapons should be coming on active very soon anyway. It could merely be the incompetence of the locals giving up the ambush, though deep in his heart, Martok didn't believe it.
All ships that can't clear its envelope in time, target the defense grid,
Martok ordered.
The rest of the fleet will continue to advance.
On the tactical screen, it looked like that both Teza's defenses and the rear elements of the fleet opened fire at each other practically at the same time. The orbital defense ring was made of a mismatched equipment. Phasers, disruptors, and even plasma beams lanced from the satellites shortly before they unleashed their torpedo stores. Pulses and lances of Nardian particles tore through the atmosphere and hammered the largest ships they could target, and most of them concentrated on the ponderous carriers and not much more agile flight deck cruisers. 12th, Chapter 3. Parts 4 and 5. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 3. A Different Perspective. HDC. Part 4. HDDDD. Bridge. USS Enterprise. Teza. The transmission!
Riker's voice rang throughout the bridge.
For a heartbeat, silence reigned before it clicked. They wouldn't.
Jean-Luc's face paled.
His neck cracked when he snapped his head to look at the tactical display near the weapons officer station. There it was plain to see that practically the whole Alliance fleet, minus the cloaked reserves, were deep within the Teza's defenses envelope. Contact all Starfleet ships and get them moving. Helm, get us out of those cannons' range.
Picard ordered. Bring back the tactical display on main view screen. Status of the Klingons.
If this be-damned war was good for one single thing, it was making sure that every veteran officer still alive was able to make snap decisions under pressure. Jean-Luc knew that a few months ago the ideas of the locals betraying the Federation's trust in such a way would have stunned him in inaction. He would have attempted to speak with them and convince them to make a better choice. They were a star-faring, civilized species, after all, and should know better. The stunning revelation of the grave miscalculation the Federation made by giving those people weapons they now might use against Starfleet and their allies, it still stung and shook him to the core. The carriers can't accelerate fast enough.
Riker trailed off when the tactical screen refreshed.
The defense network was still friendly green. However, both the weapon satellites and the fire bases on the surface were coming online in front of their eyes. Their targeting sensors too. Did we startle them in revealing themselves, or jam their targeting now?
Picard snapped tersely.
There are targets that are too close to the orbital defenses for jamming to be effective.
Commander Data answered moments after his hands moved over his console with inhuman speed. And the targeting sensors for the Nadion cannon have so much power at their disposal that they simply burn through everything we can throw at them at this range.
There was a pang of frustration in the droid's voice. Despite his declaration, his hands never slowed, nor did he cease trying to help the ships at the back of the fleet. General Martok just ordered the ships that can't clear the defense envelope to engage the defenses and cover the rest of the fleet as it advances.
The communications officer reported.
Relay that order to our ships too,
Picard said bitterly. Time to contact with a Dominion fleet?
Less than a minute,
Riker said. Damn it.
The tactical display lit up like an old-fashioned Christmas tree. Weapon satellites and escorts that refused to abandon the cruisers they were meant to cover exchanged energy weapon fire, and moments later the torpedoes followed. A trio of Defiance threw themselves in the teeth of the orbital defenses to cover the retreat of the carriers they were covering. On the left flank, a group of Klingon Raptors did the same. Multiple satellites blinked red as the assault ships burned through their shields and blasted them to pieces with phaser and disruptor cannons. That success was short-lived. The defense network changed its targeting priority and stopped hammering the accelerating capital ships and concentrated on the gunships. While that impromptu duel went on, the cannons on the ground spoke in concentrated and coordinated bursts. Massive energy pulses bracketed carriers and flight deck cruisers alike. The orbital grid already weakened their defenses, and the fact that they were busy transferring energy from weapons and shields to the engines didn't help. Fighters unlucky to get in the way simply vanished. Not even vapor was left in the wake of the barrages passing. Then they struck. Carriers and flight deck cruisers were built tough. They usually sacrificed weapons, agility and acceleration for tough shields and the hangar space needed for their parasite craft. That allowed them to survive a few hits even from the Nardion cannons. Unfortunately, at least 3 emplacements targeted each ship, and they shot staggered bursts for best effect. They survived the first barrage, though not intact. On the Enterprise's tactical display, their icons turned orange, designating various amount of damage. Even when the shields held bleed-through energy and the stress upon the emitters and power grid blew up relays, stressed the hull, and generally caused all kinds of havoc. The second barrage targeted at each ship usually hit too, and this time, the result was nothing less than devastating. At most, the already depleted shields managed to survive a single hit before being overloaded. Polarized hull and internal deflectors helped a bit and ensured that usually a single strike couldn't destroy outright one of the ship, yet the damage was grievous nonetheless. Up to dozen decks open to space, with everything in between turning into plasma that flooded deeper into the ships before bulkheads, armored doors, and force fields could contain it. The Nadion radiation passing through the hull ensured that even people who survived the initial strike more or less intact in multiple decks around the stricken section were already walking death. In 2 salvos, full third of the carriers went dead in space, tumbling out of control, with warp nacelles and impulse engines either gone, mangled beyond recognition, or torn away from the hull and tumbling around them. 2 ships were particularly unlucky, and the strikes tore their way through main engineering, and they vanished in the bright fire of uncontrolled antimatter annihilation. Then the cannons spoke again, and again. Only a single flight deck cruiser made it intact from the trap before the cannons switched into a less destructive rapid-fire mode and went for the escorts fighting and dying against the orbital grid. No matter what Prime Minister Kinchorn had intended, this was not a one-sided slaughter. When it became clear they were targeted, the Klingon ships in range used their rear-mounted torpedo launchers to begin a saturation bombardment towards the sources of the targeting sensors on the ground. Defensive shields kept the firebases intact, however the countryside around them was less fortunate. Antimatter, or worse, quantum warheads unleashed their fury upon Teza, and the firebases didn't have the luxury of being built far away from populated or agricultural centers, at least not if the locals wanted a complete coverage over their world, which they did. While evacuations conducted in preparation for the battle helped mitigate the direct casualties to almost nothing, in one fell swoop, 20% of the agricultural land on the planet died, a nuclear death. That was a cold comfort for the Allied fleet, more so to the Federation contingent than the Klingon who were glad to have struck back even if it was less than decisive, the fleet that clashed with the Dominion vanguard outnumbered it almost 4-1. However, when they made contact and began exchanging fire in earnest, the Allies' formation had collapsed, with at best ships' squadrons and escort wolf packs acting alone. There was no time to shift the formation on the fly, nor was it desirable. This wasn't a fleet well trained to work together. Doing something like that at that point would have caused more harm than good. Instead, their best bet was a brute force approach. Overwhelm the vanguard with sheer numbers and firepower while absorbing the necessary casualties, and then reform to face the already accelerating core of the Dominion fleet. It was time to kill or die. It was that simple. HDD, Part 5. HDD, Bridge, USS Enterprise, Teza. The Klingon vanguard engaged first, and their formations immediately Uraveled when individual ships raced to duel the enemy for honor and glory. They ran into precise ranks of Dominion ships and concentrated firepower that burned Raptors and cruisers alike off the sky one after another. The leading elements of the fleet died, a sacrifice offered by Martok to buy time for the rest of the Allied ships to come to grips with the enemy. At least, that part of the plan more or less worked, even if the price was steep. With its suicidal Abaddon, the vanguard managed to penetrate the leading enemy lines and inflict some damage before the Jem'Hadar erased them from existence. However, they did succeed in opening hole in the enemy formation, and many of the Dominion's own forward elements had their shields depleted and hulls damaged. Berlin and Fearless are forming on us,
Riker reported. Their Excelsior wings are following along with escorts.
Good. Have them keep station on us. We'll anchor this part of the formation. Link up data nets and targeting systems. I want our firepower concentrated at anything that comes in front of us. Rear armaments, fire at will at targets of opportunity. Watch the torpedo yields. There will be friendly ships all around us,
Picard ordered, and the time was up. The two formation intersected at a significant fraction of light speed. If one of them was decelerating or even accelerating backwards, the engagement time would have been longer. However, the Dominion vanguard didn't even attempt to slow down. They were determined to blow through the Allied fleet and then sandwich it between themselves and their main force. The following engagement was short, bloody and brutal close or even point-blank range brawl. There was time for only a single full-yield torpedo barrage by both sides before they flew among each other, making such weapons double-edged swords at best, if not outright suicide at worst. For a few brief seconds, thousands of torpedoes flew past each other in a cascading shower of red and pulsating blue stars. Defensive fire took some out before both fleets momentarily vanished in enveloping waves of starfire. By the times the explosions cleared and sensors could properly compensate, the two opposing forces intersected and multicolored beams and cannons lances in every conceivable direction. There was no order nor tactics, no way for a commander to effectively direct the ensuring mercifully brief melee. In this kind of fight, capital ships, especially those who managed to retain a semblance of formation, had an overwhelming advantage. Everything that flew at them met a withering barrage of phasers, disruptors, and torpedoes. Powerful warp cores and secondary fusion reactors fed weapons, shields, and E-war system all the power they could ravenously devour. The lighter ships that found themselves unfortunate enough to fly in their way shattered like ice slamming against polarized hull. Yet even those behemoths were far from invincible. Consequent waves of escorts could breach their shields and ravage their hulls, or they would eventually found themselves facing off their enemy equivalent. In those instances, Captain ordered all reserve power shunted into weapons and shields, and brilliant cascades of energy linked the dueling ships. Eventually, even the Titans broke. shield collapsed after enough bleed-through damage and raw firepower degraded emitters and depleted their capacitors. Armor did its best before boiling away, vaporizing or shattering, and cruisers and battleships alike bled air and the mangled bodies of their crews. And just like that, it was over, as suddenly as it began. The fleet were past each other, both bleeding wrecks and damaged ships that could no longer keep up. Rear-mounted weapons lashed at any enemy in range for as long as they could, and more warships fell out of formation or even blew up. Status of the fleet?
Picard demanded in a tired, ragged voice.
Still compiling it, Captain. Rough estimates. The Dominion Vanguard is down to about a third of their original numbers. We lost roughly 20 to 25% of the fleet with multiple ships damaged.
Damage control? Time to contact with the main Dominion fleet?
150, Captain. We got through mostly intact, only bleed-through damage on the saucer section. Shields steadily regenerating, though forward emitter grid is strained. We'll be able to maintain 90% forward shields until we're able to conduct repairs.
The ships that formed around the Enterprise weren't so lucky. Predictably, the casualties, at least in the Starfleet portion of the Allied formation, were concentrated among the older designs. 2/3 of the Mirandas were simply gone or drifting wrecks. The Excelsiors fared a bit better. They were much larger, which translated for more space for upgrades, and said volume meant that they could generally absorb more punishment before something critical broke. That was a very cold comfort for the Berlin. Her saucer was all but gone, with fires burning brightly from the jagged wound where it used to connect with the engineering section. The ship listed and slowly spun out of control. The Fearless fared better. While there were visible large rents in her side and one warp nacelet was simply gone, the ship seemed otherwise intact. Dominion ships are flipping around and beginning to decelerate. Current projection puts them at 0-0 intercept with Teza,
Data informed.
where they will be safe covered by our Nardion cannons.
Jean-Luc bitterly concluded. The main body of the enemy fleet would make a fast pass through us, regroup with the rest of their ships safely above the planet, and then they will hit us together once they reform their formation.
We still have numerical advantage when we count Martok's reserves.
Riker mused.
Now the Dominion has a firepower advantage. Most of their capital ships are concentrated in the 4 we're about to hit.
Picard pointed out.
General Martok is hailing the fleet.
The comm officer reported.
The fleet will decelerate now.
The Klingon growled angrily. Reform our lines before contact. I want a screen of escorts covering the cruisers. The remaining Raptors and escorts will plug the holes and form on the wings. The reserve will slash from above just as we make contact. Fighters, reform your wings. I want squadrons on cap and hitting enemy capital ships to weaken them for our cruiser divisions.
On the main viewer, the symbols representing tattered squadrons. All missing at least couple of fighters began reforming. Larger ships soon followed the small craft, and the Allied formation quickly collapsed before it began to straighten up. Galaxy Wing 6-3 is taking position to our starboard, 6-9 to the board side. Defiant Division 6-9 will reinforce our CAP.
Riker listed.
Damaged ships form into secondary echelons. The most intact units will form the vanguard and absorb the brunt of enemy firepower.
Picard ordered. The fleet as a whole resembled a stirred wasp nest. However, within it, battle groups formed around individual ships with captains who were level-headed enough and had the initiative to coordinate their fellow officers. The formation that met the incoming straight lines of the Dominion fleet was a far cry from the carefully positioned Allied battle line that waited above Teza. However, it was still in a much better position compared to the mob that clashed with the Jem'Hadar vanguard. The next stage of the battle began with another furious exchange of torpedoes. 13th. Chapter 3, Parts 6 and 7. Disclaimer, I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 3. A Different Perspective. Jaga HDD. Part 6. HDD. Bridge. USS Enterprise. The dedicated science vessels within the fleet did its best during the opening phase of the engagement. State-of-the-art sensors feed data into the data nets of whole battle groups, while repurposed equipment threw ghostly images that sang siren songs for the incoming enemy torpedoes. Every cruiser threw as much energy into their E-War suites as they could afford. Phasers went into rapid fire mode and did their best to intercept as many incoming projectiles as possible. Small craft, birds of prey, raptors and escorts often had enough agility when combined with the ECM thrown by rest of the fleet to confuse targeting locks and avoid some torpedoes aimed at them. The larger ships weren't so fortunate. They had to rely on sensor ghosts, phasers and shields to survive the onslaught. Power raced into forward shields, temporarily reinforcing them at the cost of straining emitters. Phasers and disruptors stabbed in the dark like ancient machine guns, and it simply wasn't enough. Torpedoes unleashed flames hotter than the hearts of most stars. Radiation slammed into shield that glowed with blinding light, trying to absorb and reflect, the hell trying to burn through, and energy bleed through, bathed hulls in lethal radiation. For a few short seconds, both fleas vanished behind interlocking fields of explosions and radiation bursts. Torpedoes went into proximity mode, detonating against anything that might be an enemy ship. The Enterprise shook as multiple warheads detonated against her forward shields. We lost 2 shield emitters, 3 more damaged. Forward shields down to 50% and recharging. Maximum strength down to 60% until we can conduct repairs. The chief engineer's voice came to the bridge, nearly drowned by the shriek of alarms.
Hull integrity down 5%.
We lost the Resolute and Adamant. Triumph is falling out of formation.
We have more torpedoes incoming. Time to effective energy weapon range ...
Riker began.
Firing phasers. We're in range.
The tactical officer cut in.
Reserve power to shields and weapons. Brace for impact.
Picard ordered.
Priority target. Jem'Hadar fighters and escorts. Don't let them get close enough to ram.
New contacts. It's the reserve.
The tactical plot on the forward screen refreshed, and nearly 200 intact Klingon warships decloaked above the enemy, just as the 2 fleets came to grips with each other. Multiple ships focused their disruptors into single targets before unleashing the contents of their torpedo tubes at them. Over 50 Jem'Hadar ships died in the opening salvo. Unfortunately, the rest of the enemy fleet didn't even flinch. Instead, almost a quarter of it shifted vectors and threw themselves right into the teeth of the reserve. Jean-Luc glared at the tactical plot. This was the worst kind of fight. There was no place for clever maneuvers, no time to let shields recharge and conduct repairs, much less to try talking things through, which in this case would have been not only pointless, but counterproductive. When shields collapsed under concentrated enemy firepower, ships couldn't pull back. They had to absorb the punishment and hope to break through the cauldron before their hulls could no longer sustain the pounding. Once upon a time, he had thought that the slaughter caused by the Borg would be the worst he would see, the worst he would don. This war. In just a few minutes, more ships on each side burned than during the 2 Borg incursions combined, and all he could do was send good people to die. The fleets intersected. At this point-blank range, no one dared use torpedoes with full yields. Those would have caused as much damage to friends as foes. Phasers, disruptors, and polaron beams on the other hand. Those struck with full power against shields and hulls. At this range, there simply was no time for the energy weapon to lose some of their power due to distance. Shields blazed, turning the surrounded space into plasma from the reflected energy. Select cruisers and science ships did their best, extending their shields to cover damaged comrades. Fighters threw themselves into the fray with no care for the losses, and the death toll increased. Jem'Hadar small craft swarmed over Berlin. Phasers swatted away 2 whole squadrons before a ravaged wing of peregrines fell upon them like their namesakes. The Excelsior cruiser survived that onslaught with drained shields, and when a group of enemy escorts flew straight at it, all the old ship could do was spit defiance at them. An alpha strike burned off the forward shields of a Jem'Hadar vessels. 4 torpedoes blew it apart. However, even as the cruiser killed one of her executioners, the other 3 unleashed their cannons upon her forward section. Depleted shields burned and broke, their emitters slagging from the strain. Then only the hull remained, and all the upgrades in the world couldn't help her survive the barrage that struck it. Torpedoes and cannons smashed Berlin's saucer section before biting deep into the engineering hull. The cruiser went out of control even as the passing escorts savaged and blew off her warp nacelles. The Excelsior's division mates repaid her loss in kind. The Jem'Hadar escorts ran into a phaser web weaved by 2 more cruisers and a Defiant. 2 died before managing to target another Starfleet vessel. However, the third, even as phasers sheared off its engines, aimed at an Excelsior and slammed into the port nacelle of the desperately maneuvering ship. The reserve's charge broke as multiple Jem'Hadar lightships went into ramming runs. The Klingon in charge somehow managed to keep their people from meeting the enemy in kind. However, that meant going wildly evasive, and even that wasn't enough to prevent all collisions. By the time the reserves broke through, a third of them were gone, more than half, due to Jem'Hadar kamikazes. They at least paid the enemy in kind, leaving half of the ships that challenged them either death in space or drifting out of formation due to heavy damage. The main body of the fleet was less fortunate. After the initial clashes weakened them, they ran into a solid core of Jem'Hadar capital ships. Mercifully, the fleets passed through each other quite fast. Even then, while they traded losses almost 1 for 1, most of the ships the Dominion lost were among their lighter combatants. The Allies managed to destroy only 2 of their battleships when they ran into the battle groups led by the Enterprise and the Negvar. A wing of fighters and 20 Raptors turned a third one into a drifting, burning wreck. However, they paid the ultimate price for their success. The battleship's division mate and their escorts blasted every single one of those Alliance craft to space dust before they could get out of range. One moment, the Enterprise was in hell. Polaron beams and torpedoes rained at her from every side, and she responded in kind. Shields burned, decks shattered, and people either immolated or broke when thrown against bulkheads. Then she was through, trailing smoke and debris. Status of the fleet!
Picard snapped the moment enemy shots stopped slamming into his ship.
We're through.
Riker spoke softly in wonder. He didn't believe they would make it when the enemy battle line loomed right ahead of them.
Enemy fleet accelerating again. Projected course puts them entering orbit of Teza in 3 minutes. Enemy Vanguard decelerating for 00 intercept with the planet. The sensor operator paused. The tactical plot is correct, Captain. There are only 15 Starfleet ships that made it under their own power.
Shields down to 10% on all facings. Hull integrity down to 42%. Severe damage through decks. General Martok is hailing the fleet. Shai D. Part 7. Kyaut D tunes. IKW Negvar, Teza. Acrid smoke rose from sparkling consoles and sneaked through the ducts of the life support system, the stench of burned metal and plastic mixed with a hint of plasma and cooked meat. It was a familiar stomach-turning smell, one Martok had experienced in the aftermath of 100 battles. A stream of damage reports came from engineering, another one from the communications officer, who was busy finding out the state of the fleet. Beside them, the only other sounds on the bridge came from the wounded tactical officer whose console overloaded despite the countermeasures that should have prevented it, the medic treating him and a damage control party. No one else dared make a sound, sensing their general's murderous mood. Rage, the likes of which Martok had rarely experienced, burned brightly in his chest. It wasn't enough for the Federation to break the kit Homer Accords. They had to do it like the naive fools many believed them to be. That not only cost them the battle, but unless he managed to produce a miracle in the next few minutes, their alliance and potentially the war. The general expected any moment now for surviving leaders of the House fleets to demand Picard's head, and that would be merely a taste of things to come. Martok had no illusion that he was the only enraged Klingon in the system. Most, if not all of his people would be fit to be tied after this bloody fuck-up. The Negvar's science officer growled and slammed a fist into her console. An electronic whine echoed over the subdued bridge, and finally the main viewer came back to life and soon filled with tactical information. Martok glared at the picture taking shape in front of his eyes. The fleet was gutted and not exactly the way he intended. While a lot of the less reliable house fleets were mauled, too many cruisers and raptors were simply gone, or little more than drifting wrecks. Worse, if the data readouts were right, too many wouldn't be able to maintain high enough warp to get away. Once the Dominion fleet replenished their shields and conducted emergency repairs, they would swarm over them, and they would be able to leave their own cripples under the safety umbrella of those never sufficiently damned Nadion cannons. Time was up. He had to savage this disaster somehow. Martok's eyes went for the few Starfleet symbols spread through the fleet, and the smile that stretched his face was terrible to behold. It was time to see if something of the likes of Kirk had survived in the Federation or not. It would be up to Picard to wash out the dishonor his people reaped today and perhaps salvage their alliance, or at least continued peace between the former allies, because no matter what Martok wanted, such a decision was now out of his hands. He had an infuriated empire and people to placate.
Open channel to the fleet.
Martok growled like a wounded beast.
Channel open.
All ships capable of high warp or able to restore it in the next few minutes. Form up on the Negvar. Most intact Raptors unable to maintain high warp move closer as well. We'll drag you using tractor beams. The rest of you will have an opportunity to transfer to the Black Fleet with honor. Stand by for further orders.
The general made a sign for he comm officer to cut off the transmission.
Now give me a private channel to the Enterprise. It's time to see if the Federation can restore its honor.
He bared his teeth in a mirthless smile. Pshay H. D-Day. Bridge. USS Enterprise. Teza. The mood on the Enterprise was no better than that on the Negvar, or, for that matter, across the rest of the Alliance fleet. The main difference there was the less open display of fury on board the Starfleet vessel. That is not to say that their crews were pleased with the outcome or any less angry.
Captain, the Negvar is hailing us.
And so the other shoe drops. We're in no condition to fight our way out of the Klingon fleet.
Riker stated the obvious. If it came to it, one or two Starfleet vessels, those most intact and closest to the edge of the confused formation, might survive long enough to run. The Enterprise wasn't one of them. She, along with the other surviving cruisers, were near the center of the formation, along the Klingon battle line.
I know, number one.
Picard sighed. At that moment he looked his age, and then some.
Our allies will be out for blood.
Jean-Luc rubbed his temple in a futile attempt to stave off a murderous headache.
Type beam message to all Starfleet ships. High encryption. I want them ready to run if this goes south. Starfleet will need to know. Put the General on screen. Let's see if we can salvage something from this disaster.
A moment later, Martok's scowling visage filled up the main viewer. Smoke pooled under the ceiling of the General's bridge, and the red lighting preferred by the Klingons gave it even more sinister than normal look. It was fitting, given the likely contents of this conversation. "Picard,"
Martok snapped, "the Federation betrayed the Khitomer Accords. What's worse, by doing so, it cost us this battle."
The General glared murderously at Jean-Luc. Every instinct in Picard's body screamed for him to be diplomatic and reasonable, to point out that breaking the alliance now, or even declaring war, would be madness, that both sides were better than this, yet he knew doing so would be the worst thing he could do.
I'm well aware what the people back on Earth wrought and cost us all. There must be a way for us in the Federation to regain our honor and savage our alliance.
Picard did his best to speak coldly and project an image of confidence and strength. Anything less could prove disastrous. Martok's twisted expression turned into a death's grin.
"I'm glad we're all on the same page as you humans say. There is one way for you to prove if you in particular, and the Federation in general, still has the spark that made you our honored rivals and enemies in the times of giants like Kirk and Sulu. Your Federation made Teza into a dagger aimed at the Empire's back. Now you will remove it, regain your honor, and prove to everyone that you are still worthy allies. For what they did today, Teza must burn."
Now Martok wore an expression of pure malevolence.
"Anything less, and I can promise you, no matter what anyone wants, my people will see no other choice. It would mean war. Choose well, Picard."
Martok paused, and his expression softened a bit.
"You will have our crippled ships at your disposal. Use them well, and may you all earn your way into the Black Fleet."
And just like that, the channel cut. Utter, stunned silence reigned on the Enterprise's bridge.
He can't mean that.
A medic who had been busy treating the injured science officer exclaimed in horror.
"He can and does,"
Riker muttered.
"After such a betrayal, the Klingon want blood, and they won't particularly care about whose it would be."
General Order 24.
Picard whispered in a hollow voice.
That's what Martok demands to wash away the Federation's betrayal. The blood of millions, if not billions of innocents.
Captain, you can't mean to entertain that barbarian. This is madness.
The medic exclaimed, with a horror-strike expression on her face.
Such insanity flies in the face of everything the Federation stands for and believes in. We need no such allies.
He spat the last word as if it was venom.
"Yet, we need every last ally we can get, because as things stand, we're losing this war."
Riker grimaced.
"Captain? Jean-Luc?"
William, do you remember the Enterprise's maiden voyage? I remember it vividly. All of us were such idealists who believed that we had outgrown our dark past, and our whole galaxy had entered an unprecedented age of reason, peace, and prosperity.
Picard smiled sadly.
I was one of those, who even as a ship captain, the one of Starfleet's flag no less, believed that the tactical track was now obsolete, that we can talk our way out of all problems, because our good intentions and morals were the only things that mattered and everyone could see that.
"I do recall something like that."
Riker nodded.
"Those were simpler, brighter times."
Before the Borg.
Picard spoke softly.
Before the Dominion.
Or the Cardassian War, where even in victory we betrayed and abandoned our people to be tortured and treated as slaves over high-mind ideals that don't work in the real universe outside the safe and sound core worlds.
The helmsman added bitterly.
That's not how I would put it, even if I do sympathize.
Riker allowed.
Jean-Luc, whatever you choose, I'm with you.
Are you really, Will?
Picard asked quietly.
This is the end of the line, number one. No matter what we do, we'll be damning ourselves.
14. Chapter 4. Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the StarTrek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 4. Actions and Consequences. Chai DDR. Part 1. Shenjin Jiexin Didianchi Bridge. USS Enterprise. Teza.
Number one, Geordie. Options. What can we do if we're to neutralize Teza as a strategic asset for the Dominion? Both if collateral damage is an issue and without regard for it.
Picard asked.
No good options that present themselves immediately, Captain.
Geordie said after calling up and looking over the data they had about the Nardion cannons.
Each defense installation is contained within its own fire base, complete with power generators and defensive shield. At minimum, they're defended by a company of local military on top of the personnel crewing and maintaining them. There are 65 installations providing planetary coverage. The locals' tech level is more than sufficient to have adequate countermeasure against beaming in and out of the installations, even if they weren't shielded. Even without the little issue of the Dominion fleet in orbit, cracking this nut is going to be expensive.
Geordie turned to look at Picard.
Captain, I hope you aren't going to follow up the straightforward options. We've got scans of the torpedo strikes the rear part of the fleet launched when Teza opened fire. The firepower needed to burn through the defenses of a single fire base and neutralize it would wipe out everything within at least 100 kilometers and cause considerable damage within 200 to 300, and that's just direct effects. Using torpedoes, the sheer fallout of destroying the defenses is going to render most of the planet uninhabitable.
Can we get a strike team down? How are the fire bases connected? Is there a network we can compromise? Perhaps shut them down with a virus or something?
Riker asked.
If we have access to one of the bases, to do so we'll have to get enough boots on the ground to overwhelm over 100 soldiers in a fortified position. Once I've seen the systems in person, I might be able to cook up something.
Geordie grimaced.
If they take security seriously, doing so will merely compromise said firebase and leave the others intact.
Even without the Dominion fleet underway, we at best have enough security personnel, not trained soldiers for this kind of fight.
Picard shook his head.
Even if we use the Klingons, that Martok is so generously leaving behind, we at best will have enough people to assault a couple of bases, and only if the Klingons manage to insert them with cloaked ships. I've seen the specs of those defenses as well. Their sensors should have the sheer power to see through cloaked ships in orbit. The insertion itself will be one-way mission for those ships at best.
Jean-Luc trailed off.
And there are a lot of nasty ways to scramble a transporter signal, so whatever you send, don't turn out right.
Now it was Riker's turn to grimace.
That's not something we usually need to contend with. When there are anomalies preventing transporters, we'll just use shuttles. They will be sitting ducks for those weapons.
People, if we try to take this conventionally, we'll need our whole fleet and lose a lot of it in the process. Nor do we have the people or the ships to even take out a few bases and then use the resulting hull to land soldiers.
Picard snapped. He didn't have to elaborate that Starfleet really didn't have proper soldiers and army anymore, much less with the necessary numbers, training, and equipment for an operation of such a magnitude. It has been a very long time since Starfleet seriously considered even taking to assault a well-defended world.
Not to mention that, as Geordie helpfully pointed out, doing so will result in sterilizing most of the planet. even with the majority of locals in shelters. That would only mean slow death for most of them, and that is unacceptable.
Jean-Luc shook with conflicting emotions.
We are Starfleet officers. We are not committing what amounts to genocide today. Find me a better option.
Silence reigned on the bridge for long moments.
Captain,
Geordi began.
I can think of a few ways to take out the defenses that have a chance of working with what ships we have available for the task. They all have something in common. Blowing up the fire bases conventionally will cause less collateral damage to Teza. I've had a lot of nightmare scenarios to think about in case the Dominion ever reached our core worlds and how they might try to break their defenses.
He added in a whisper,
targeting fault lines and volcanic rings with high-yield torpedoes, using strategic weaponry on a planet, or even igniting stars into supernovas.
Geordi muttered in sick fascination.
Using weaponized omega particles.
He continued, stuck into a waking nightmare.
That's enough, Geordi. Enough.
Jean-Luc spoke softly.
We are not monsters, and we won't become such today. We are Starfleet officers, and we will uphold the ideals of the Federation. Out-of-the-box thinking. Does anyone have an idea that might work and won't make us war criminals?
The very fact that they had this conversation left a bitter taste in Picard's mouth. HDD, Yaokutage House Mokai flagship, Teza. Dark, angry muttering permeated the bridge. From his place of honor, Akan, the young leader of House Mokai, stood silently fuming. Born in 2353, he was deemed still young for a proper position of command, even if by blood and honor. He was the leader of his house after the treacherous death of his parents. Akan was too infuriated for words. It wasn't enough that the honorless curs of the Federation broke the Kithomer Accords, which by themselves were a stain on the Empire's honor yet to be expunged properly. They did it as the incompetent cowards they were. How do you lose control over your own weapons given to an ally? This whole thing reeked of a setup to weaken the only rival the Federation had, the Klingon Empire. It had to be. Why else sacrifice a token force to ensure the Empire wouldn't be in a position to seize this opportunity and right past wrongs? Even as young as Arkan was, he can see the strategic implications of a well-fortified Teza serving as a base of operations for the Dominion. Even before the Jem'Hadar further fortified and turned the whole system in a fortress, this treacherous place already served as an assassin's dagger pointed at the Empire's back, a weapon conveniently provided by the Federation no less. Neither Arkan nor his people, by the sound of it, believed that Martok or that jumped-up weakling Gowron had what it took to bring back the ages of glory and conquest to the Empire. 3 wars against the weak Federation, the foolish Cardassians, and now the Dominion, all mismanaged and as good as lost. Under the leadership of true warriors, the Empire would have had control Bajor and the Wormhole, show the Cardassians their place, and been the one rampaging within the Federation, instead the Changelings' toy warriors. Instead, this, Martok, as the commanding general of the Imperial fleet, brought disgrace to the Empire. On that he can only wash out with blood. There had to be reckoning soon. Akan grit his pointed teeth so hard he tasted blood. His heart cried for vengeance. Against the Dominion, the cowardly schemers of the Federation, and the locals who dared stab the Empire in the back. Against Gowron, Martok, and those of like mind who brought the Empire to her knees through their mismanagement.
Martok is hailing us again.
The communications officer, a very fetching older female who looked like she could break most Klingons in two, sneered.
What does he want now?
Captain Kargash growled.
Starfleet has been offered the opportunity to wash away the Federation's dishonor.
Martok got everyone's attention with those words. Dismissive jeers and curses erupted all over the bridge. Arkan was sure that the same was going on across most ships from the houses that still remembered what meant to be honorable warriors.
Captain Picard is in charge of our ships damaged too badly to move to our closest base for repairs in a timely fashion.
Aiken's heart stilled at that. Martok didn't even have the guts to speak plainly, that he was about to order the fleet to turn around in dishonor after his plans failed miserably and he robbed them of a glorious victory. Truly, that old man wasn't fit to command. His fellow house leaders were right, as he suspected. Was it a wonder why the Empire suffered so much, and it was about to be invaded with such men in charge?
While they regain their honor and earn their place in Stovokor, we will advance to...
I've heard enough.
The captain snapped.
Once we're back in Klingon space, we'll deal with Martok. Make appropriate calls to the other honorable house's ships. We're overdue a change in command. We have more than ample reason for it now.
What about Starfleet?
Aiken couldn't help himself.
Some of them did fight and die beside us. While tempting to condemn them all, let them have this one last chance to prove themselves warriors and earn place in their Black Fleet. They either die with honor or prove once and for all what the Federation is made of.
Kargash didn't seem convinced that Starfleet would cover themselves in glory today, and Aiken, while still furious, could agree on both counts. It was tempting to lash at them. His heart cried for bloody vengeance. Many of his ships burned due to Federation and Tezwan treachery.
Let it be so then. However, mind my words, Captain.
Aiken's voice was a furious growl.
If Starfleet proves itself the cowards I know them in my heart of hearts to be, we're done with this alliance and with them. They will burn for their treacheries and weakness, just like the Cardassians and the Dominion. Get us back home, Captain Kargash. We have an empire to reclaim and drag into an age of honor and glory it hasn't seen for 100 years.
The roars of approval that nearly deafened him pleased Aiken to no end. Little did he know that similar scenes unfolded on many a house ship within the Klingon fleet. Holt D. Deemshu, Part 2, HDD, Bridge, USS Enterprise, Tezwa. A few short minutes of brainstorming failed to produce anything but fancy ways to commit a glorified suicide and potentially murder on massive scale. To Jean-Luc's supreme frustration, no one could give him any viable option.
Why don't we have shutdown codes for those cannons or something? At least people on the ground who could have warned us.
Riker snapped in vexation.
The lack of people is simple. Those weapons weren't supposed to be there in the first place. Starfleet personnel on the ground would have made things even worse when the Klingons found out.
Picard explained.
The lack of a way to monitor or shut down those weapons remotely.
Picard's frown deepened into a distasteful grimace.
If I was feeling generous today, I would say security concerns.
He rubbed the bridge of his nose as a migraine did its best to make this day even more miserable.
I would bet on no one thinking such precautions being necessary.
Captain.
Geordie rubbed the back of his head. A hypospray from the medic got him calmed down and feeling sheepish after his near breakdown.
Cannons or not, we kind of brought the war to Tezwa. Did we even ask the locals, who until the battle were supposed to be neutral, if they wanted their planet to become a battlefield?
Jean-Luc facepalmed. This was one of the rare instances in his life he felt like a complete idiot.
You mean we could have avoided this?
Riker groaned at the realization.
I don't know about avoiding it. However, speaking frankly with the locals might have given us a better idea what they thought about this whole fiasco, and thus how they might have jumped once the Dominion arrived.
Geordie shrugged.
This realization would have been useful a few hours ago because we're getting out of time.
Riker's tone became fully professional, and he nodded at the main viewer. There, the Dominion fleet was reforming, and it would obviously be ready to move shortly.
I'll put our oversight in the mission report once we're done here,
Picard said.
No other options? Anything?
He asked hopefully.
Captain, we're out of time, with limited assets, and there is a large fleet between us and Tezwa. Unless you order a suicide run against the planet or something worse.
Geordie raised his hands helplessly.
We're all out of miracles today, Captain.
Jean-Luc slumped in his chair and rubbed his forehead, hiding his eyes with a hand. Q's words rang in his mind. No more divine interventions, mon capitaine. It's the hard way from here onwards. If there was any justice left in the universe, there must be a way out of this. Picard could remember what it felt, ordering Starfleet ships destroyed. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes, he saw the Borg consume whole worlds. He knew exactly what it would mean to devastate Teza, and in the end of the day, it went against everything he was as a Starfleet officer. He put his hand down and gripped the armrest of his seat. The bulk of the Klingon fleet was going underway, and even as he watched, ships went to warp. Very soon, only the Starfleet vessels and the Klingon cripples would remain, and the Dominion would jump at them to capture or destroy them all.
Open a channel to the ships Martok left under my command. All Starfleet vessels are to form on the Enterprise. Hail the Klingon crippled vessels.
You're on, Captain.
This is Captain Picard of the Enterprise to the Klingon vessels under my command. We do not possess the assets to neutralize Teza at this time. We will regroup in friendly space and continue fighting until an opportunity to remove this threat to the Klingon Empire. I recommend that you lower your shields and beam on board any available Starfleet vessel after setting up your ships to self-destruct. Please, confirm your intentions. We're almost out of time.
Captain, we're being hailed.
Put it on screen.
An old, scarred Klingon glared at Jean-Luc. Acrid smoke covered the bridge of the Imperial vessel like thick wool. Behind the man, a pair of Klingons were busy extinguishing a fire born by ruptured plasma conduit.
Captain Picard.
The Klingons sneered.
You of all people, I didn't consider a coward. Teza needs to go today. How many Klingon worlds will burn if the Dominion can use it as a safe base of operations?
The warrior coughed globs of blood.
What would you have me do, Captain? Burn a whole world? Sentence millions of innocents to death?
Picard spoke in a tired voice.
What about the innocent Klingons who the Dominion is going to murder because of this Federation betrayal? Those are your weapons that cost us the battle. It is your weapons that will allow the Dominion to burn Klingon worlds. So much for the vaulted Federation ideals. Honorless cowards, all of you.
The old man spat more blood.
Bah! To hell with you!
The feed cut off.
Captain, the Klingon vessels are moving in, forming into an assault formation.
They're going after Teza.
Riker sighed.
They stand no chance.
Set course to Federation space. Maximum warp. Order our remaining ships to follow us. Put a map of all known anomalies that might allow us to break sensor lock from any Dominion scouts that might follow us on the screen, and give me a priority channel to Starfleet Command. They need to know what happened here.
Maximum warp, aye. Course set.
Before the tactical plot vanished, Picard could see the Klingon cripples accelerating towards Teza and a large battle group of Dominion ships moving to intercept them while the bulk of their fleet remained in place. Jean-Luc silently wondered if the Dominion commander was busy negotiating Teza's integration into the Dominion and placing his own troops at every firebase to ensure that the Nardion cannons couldn't be used against the Jem'Hadar. In a hindsight, that was something the Allied fleet should have done after they took station above the planet, and damn the political consequences. HDD, Bridge, IKW Negvar. Quiet growls echoed throughout the bridge. Every single Klingon in the compartment felt their blood boil. They were among the best the Empire had left. They knew the score and what Picard's decision was going to cost, not only them, but their nation as a whole.
So that's how it is,
Martok muttered.
We'll do our best, General. Come, my friends. Stavokor and the Black Fleet awaits.
The senior captain left with the crippled ships declared, before cutting the direct feed from his bridge. His death and those of the warriors Martok had to abandon were going to be honorable, glorious even, and with Picard running absolutely pointless. He could already see it. All of Gowron's and his detractors were going to use the deaths of those heroes as a rallying cry to usurp control of the Empire, right along with the Federation's newest betrayal. Intellectually, Martok could understand why Picard chose to preserve what was Starfleet ships he had left so he could fight another day. Yet even his heart rebelled at such an action, and his blood boiled in rage. For the average Klingon, especially those fed stories of glory and honor their whole lives, such an act of betrayal and cowardice could only be washed out with blood. There would be whole power-hungry houses stroking the fires of vengeance and pointing the relatives of everyone who died and was yet to die at Teza, at Picard, and the Federation. A change of leadership in the Empire now could very well doom it after certain hotheads went not only against the Dominion drunk on their belief that being the better warriors was more important than any material disadvantages but against Starfleet and the Federation too.
Get me a private channel to Great Lady Grilka. Keep our shields on and at full power at all times. The Dominion is no longer the only enemy we must be vigilant against.
Martok hissed in fury. His message was understood by his hand-picked people. Civil war was on the horizon and the Empire was going to burn. 15th Chapter 4, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Chapter 4. Actions and Consequences. IHDD. Part 3. CDD. Briefing Room 1. Honor the Founders. Dominion Battleship 6474. The compartment was a regular example of Dominion design. Pleasant purple tones, plain, highly functional yet comfortable, which was only practical. Compared to similar facilities on most smaller Jem'Hadar vessels, the briefing room was large. It had more than enough space for the firsts of a whole battle group with space to spare. While the communication systems of a ship could easily ensure the remote presence of the captains of every ship, even in a fleet as large as this one, when security was paramount, like when discussing strategy and generally sensitive information, a meeting in person was usually for the best. This particular meeting was a fine example of that mentality. Loris presided over it as the one in overall strategic and political command of the fleet. It was for the Vorta, who had the ear of the gods, to set up the strategic goals and outline the aims of the fleet, while listening to feedback of the gathered firsts and the elder who led them. Then it was up to the soldiers to decide how to best achieve said strategic goals. Such a division of labor had served the Dominion well for a long time. The occasional Vorta, with delusions of grandeur and too high opinion of their own importance and capabilities notwithstanding. Fortunately for Elder Karukan's patience and honor, Loris was among the better examples of the gods' administrators. She knew her capabilities and limits, and as importantly, wasn't afraid to ask for, but listen and act upon good advice. She was a much better example for a Vorta compared to Weyoun. Then again, that particular specimen was sent out here with the vanguard because despite his abilities, he was not only expendable but had managed to rub many of his own kind the wrong way. For Karukan, finding out that said administrator was still alive and notably in charge of the Dominion war effort on this side of the wormhole has been a mixed blessing at best.
We're all here, I believe.
Loris asked in his soft, pleasant voice. The elder glanced around the briefing room to confirm that all firsts called for this strategy session were sat around the long table and nodded.
We are, my lady. Computer, lock down the compartment and initiate security code Blue 1.
By your will, Elder. A wave of static went over and through everyone, signifying that they were locked in and as secure against electronic surveillance as possible, an overkill given that everyone had been scanned multiple times for such devices before coming anywhere close to the room when entering and again when sitting in their assigned chairs. Still, better safe than sorry.
Good! I trust you are all comfortable.
Loris again demonstrated she was cut from a different cloth than many a Vorta, especially those who didn't work close with the Dominion military. The elder glanced at the cups of highly refined white in front of every Jem'Hadar in the room. A number of polite affirmation followed, and with that ritual done, they were free to get to work.
All of us had ample time to go over any and all relevant intelligence gathered by our agents on this side of the wormhole.
Loris began.
I'm sure you've been more interested in the military side of things.
She smiled at the gathered Jem'Hadar. That really went without saying. They were soldiers after all.
Now it is high time to refine our strategy in light of what we've learned. Elder.
The Vorta gave him a small, yet respectful bow with her head.
As everyone here should know, our fleet has multiple objectives. First and foremost, we're to evaluate the Federation's response when their core worlds are threatened. Since the war began, even our deep raiding parties have avoided well-established enemy colonies and homeworlds so they could concentrate on striking relatively isolated military and industrial targets. Lightly defended bases, mining operations, supply depots, transport ships, etc. This is now changing. A number of our raiding parties will join with this fleet as we move deeper in Federation space while striking soft targets on their way. While the rest of the raiding forces will continue fulfilling their current objective, they will move in parallel with us, greatly expanding our sensor envelope and warning us of the approach of any significant enemy force.
Karukan paused to let his words sink in. As expected, there were no questions at this stage.
The raiding forces will, however, change their targeting priorities. First and foremost, they will go after communications and sensor networks in order to disrupt the enemy's ability to coordinate and respond to our actions. If necessary, they will trade ships in order to blind and deafen the enemy as much as practical.
The elder continued.
Military speaking, our next two objectives are strategic ones. We need to neutralize critical industrial nodes and as large a portion of Starfleet as possible to make following deep strikes against the Federation easier. At this point, I must request clarification on our rules of engagement. Are there any changes due to new intelligence or the changes in the strategic situation that occurred before our arrival?
Loris raised a cup with steaming tea with delicate fingers, took a small sip of it and returned it to the table before answering.
The goals of this war has not changed, and at this time I do not foresee it happening. We are to neutralize the Alpha and Beta quadrant powers as a clear and present danger to the Dominion, and more importantly, the Founders.
For a moment, Loris's relaxed bearing changed to one of a cold anger, and her show of emotion paled by the wave of fury that passed through the gathered Jem'Hadar when she spoke of the attempted genocide against the gods. While it naturally failed, the mere fact that such blasphemous and monstrous act occurred was more than an act of war. It was a reason for a holy crusade against the madmen on this side of the wormhole.
However, the Founders are benevolent. Unless we have no other acceptable alternative, we won't respond in kind. We aren't here for wholesale butchery, nor vengeance. We are here to secure the future of the Dominion, subdue the barbarians, and show them the light of the Founders. In the fullness of time, we will incorporate the local species as productive members of the Dominion, as is our mandate.
Loris took another sip of her beverage and took a moment to enjoy its taste and scent.
Nevertheless, we are at war, and we will do what is required of us to win it. At this time,
We are to avoid direct strikes against Federation worlds, for doing so would constitute an escalation of the war and an invitation for the enemy to respond with strategic weaponry. While the Dominion itself is safe, for the time being there is no reason to risk either this fleet or our allies in such a manner. Ideally, we will strive to shatter the Federation with the minimal amount of bloodshed. Our agents on Earth report an increased strife between their various members, and we will strive to exploit it.
Loris smiled.
Divide and conquer, the classics can still work beautifully. However, there are a few exceptions. We do have a list with military, intelligence, and scientific facilities that we will pass by on our way to the Federation's heartlands. We will raid a number of them, and if necessary, we will use limited orbital strikes to make a hole in local defense net. Do note, wholesale planetary bombardment to neutralize defense installations is not authorized at this time. You are to avoid doing it unless cleared by command first.
Loris said in a stern tone.
ROE's Purple 2, then?
The Elder asked.
Purple 2 with the restriction I mentioned. Even if fired upon by planetary defenses, we won't be using wholesale retaliation.
Understood.
The Elder made a note.
There's a week before we are in range of the first target to raid, and in that time, we will establish a strategy for taking it, and what will be acceptable to achieve said objective. I foresee that we will have a comprehensive list of ROEs for each facility on the list. Make no mistake,
Loris continued.
Ideally, we will crack the Federation politically by taking advantage of their current political issues. Said goal won't be helped by causing unnecessary civilian casualties. We want the enemy to surrender, not to fight to the last, thus forcing us to exterminate a large portion of their population, destroy their industry, instead of capturing as much of it as practical intact, and last but not the least, making us spend more lives and material that we would otherwise need to. Now, once we've reached the Federation's core,
Loris called a holographic map of the enemy state that formed above the table.
We will have multiple important targets to choose from.
Numerous systems lit up in red and legend appeared beside them, giving a summary of the critical military targets in them. Shipyards, command and control facilities, mines and refinery complexes, industrial hubs, Starfleet training camps. Many of them had something in common. They were located either on founding members' homeworlds or their oldest colonies. It soon became obvious that an incredible amount of the relevant enemy industry was concentrated within a fraction of their space. Despite its size, the Federation was incredibly centralized, where it really mattered, and that was a double-edged sword that the Dominion was prepared to ruthlessly exploit.
Then we are indeed going to ignore the majority of enemy worlds on our way.
Karukan asked for confirmation.
We aren't a conquest fleet, but an assault one. You know better than me that we do have a reasonable number of ground troops on board. They aren't enough to take, much less hold more than a few contested worlds, and attempting something like that will be counterproductive anyway. It will pin a portion of this fleet in place when said ships and troops will be better served raiding and disrupting the enemy instead of holding territory. When all is said and done, we aren't here to win the war by ourselves, but to weaken the enemy and ensure that the following assault waves can finish the job. Elder, which targets you would recommend we concentrate on?
I believe there are two strategies we can use. First, we go for the heart, strike at Sol, neutralize the shipyards at Mars, and if at all practical, take out Starfleet Command and their most prestigious academy.
A system in what the Federation called Sector 001 light up in purple.
The enemy will have no choice but respond to this incursion with everything they have, and while the risk will be extreme, so are the rewards. we will have the opportunity to engage and destroy a significant portion of Starfleet. Second, we can go after the periphery. No homeworlds. Instead, the support network fueling their industry, targets around major colonies and such. The goal is to gradually weaken the Federation and draw Starfleet in combat away from the most powerful fixed defenses they have.
H.D. Deitch. Part 4. HDD. Briefing Room 1. Spirit of Fire. Dominion Battleship 2290, in the vicinity of Fleet Base Delta 75, former Herc Space. Even the bridge, the second best protected compartment in the warship, shook as it received and dished out punishment. The main viewer displayed the tactical situation in precise detail, and it painted a painful, almost never-seen picture. Dominion ships of all stripes shooting at each other.
Target Alpha lost shields, designating for mass torpedo strike.
A battleship the same class as Spirit of Fire, painted hostile red, flashed and purple symbols surrounded it, marking it as a priority target.
Fighters approaching on a ramming course.
A first shouted in warning, fear for the god on the bridge, clear for everyone to hear.
Keep the formation intact. Escorts, concentrate fire on those fighters. We will maintain pursuit. None of those ships are getting away. Everything else is secondary.
The single founder on board spoke in a calm, confident voice. He watched the unfolding skirmish with ancient, experienced eyes.
If it comes to it, we die for the Dominion.
His lipless mouth formed a small smile.
You aren't the only one who lives and dies for us, First Olkaran. I too live, and if I have to, die for the Dominion and the Great Link.
Torpedoes underway. Full Alpha strike.
The tactical officer interrupted. 60 small dots, too tiny to be easily seen at the scale of the tactical plot, separated from the Loyalist ships, and despite defensive fire, 55 of them struck in the span of 4 seconds, and one of the most powerful ships built by the Dominion vanished into an antimatter furnace.
Shift fire to victory is life. None shall escape.
Incoming fire.
Torpedoes and polaron cannons washed over the Spirit's shields, though they held even as bleed-through scorched the hull and shook the battleship. The escorts tightened up their formation, and even as their forward-mounted weaponry continued to lash at the last Rouge battleship, their broadside armament and rear torpedo launchers fired as fast as they could at a whole squadron of attack ships on collision course.
Helm, redirect all reserve and emergency power into engines, board shields, and tractor beams. Evasive pattern, D5, deflect incoming ships away from us.
The founder ordered.
All hands, brace for impact.
The space around the battleship burned with the passage of polaron beams and phased pulses. Torpedoes raced in multiple directions before striking in an attempt for mutual annihilation. An attack ship's forward shields failed, and it ate 6 torpedoes that turned it into superheated plasma. Another ended up cut into 10 distinct pieces when multiple polaron beams crossed through it, burned through the defense screen and armor as if they were butter. The third lost its port nacelle and collided with an escort, shattering both vessels before their warp cores went critical and lit up the battlefield like a newborn star. 2 ships slipped through the resulting opening, even as the last got pounded to a drifting wreck, attempting to follow them. Their target, Spirit of Fire, rolled and buckled as its engines strained to move it out of the way. Beam arrays lanced at the incoming kamikazes, and weapon meant to batter down the defenses of battleships and stations alike, pierced through the shields of the leading attack craft. Their mere passage vaporized nearly half the ship, and the rest promptly blew up, showering the capital ship's shields with burning debris. For one terrible moment it looked like that the last kamikaze would reach its target, yet then it suddenly veered up, even as Spirit of Fire was diving and turning away from it. Explosions blossomed on the battleship's hull, as tractor beams destructively overloaded and the attack ship slammed into its shield bubble. Even as its forward half vaporized or turned into molten slag, the shields on that side of the battleship failed, and the falling apart kamikaze continued its forward motion. The capital ship barely managed to get out of the way. Only torn-away debris slammed into polarized hull. In most cases, they evaporated in the process, leaving the armor dented, though a few did penetrate to mangle multiple decks before expending their fury. Almost at the same time, the Dominion battle group pounding Victory as life overwhelmed its shields and tore at it furiously. Dispatch DC parties to affected areas, SR and medics as well. Continue firing until all targets are reduced. The founder calmly announced, if he was affected at all by the close brush with death. There was no trace of it neither in his bearing nor the tone he spoke in. For the Jem'Hadar, their god was like a stable rock in the middle of the chaotic battle.
Torpedoes reloaded. Firing.
Victory tried its best to avoid the approaching apocalypse, yet now that the whole battle group could concentrate its undivided attention on it, said best was far from enough. Polaron beams, phased cannons and torpedoes broke it open from stern to stern, even as it tried to rotate, spread the damage, and prolong the inevitable. Soon, all that was left of the proud warship was an expanding cloud of debris, no larger than a thumb.
All targets reduced. Scanning for survivors.
Make sure there aren't any. Give me priority channel to the homeworld once you're sure we're done. Here, Elder.
The founder paused so he could look the most senior Jem'Hadar in the battle group in the eyes.
You and your men did good today. The Dominion and Great Link are proud of you, as you should be proud of yourselves.
You honor us, Founder.
A few minutes later, the search was complete, and any notable surviving piece of the rogue ship evaporated. Repairs were underway, as well as scans for any unpleasant surprises that might have made their way on board during the short yet vicious battle.
We're in the clear, Founder.
First, Ulkarin reported.
Very well, bring us back to the base.
The founder nodded in approval.
Status of the link?
We've established a channel with the homeworld, honored Founder. We're awaiting a response.
Carry on them,
said Founder said. Now to wait for one of his people to deign slither out of the link so he could report. If it wasn't for the need to project the proper dignified image to those under his command, he would have turned into a pool on the floor or washed at a nearby bulkhead in frustration. There were days he wondered why his people insisted on expanding the Dominion to such an extent if they weren't really interested in actually overseeing it. So much for their ideals of control, when most of them were perfectly content to spend their lives stuck into the link, not caring about the interstellar empire people like him built. Occasionally, those thoughts were extremely vexing. He was left to stew for nearly an hour, almost enough time to return to the sector's fleet base, before finally one of his people deigned to grace him with their presence.
Roval reporting.
Only long years of practice allowed him to keep his tone civil and not cause a spectacle for the Jem'Hadar, who were no doubt listening.
I can confirm there was a parasitic infestation among elements of the sector fleet, which have been consequently purged. I'll remain in this region in order to ensure no more of the ships here are compromised. I recommend we raise the alert status on the frontier facing Huruk space and move fresh units to examine our forces stationed here.
Is there any chance that this is the Huruk?
The founder on the screen asked.
Besides the location? Unknown at this time. Certainly these parasites aren't something we've ever seen or heard the old enemy using. They could be something new. At any rate, we should assume that all data known to the compromised personnel and in the captured ship's computers has been compromised.
He gave the other founder a pointed look, and they kept telling him he was paranoid. Huh.
Fortunately, that only compromises our assets in the nearby sectors. Unfortunately, we don't know if this is an isolated incursion or not.
The situation does warrant investigation. However, we beseech you to return home. You have been away from the Great Link for too long already.
It is a small sacrifice to pay for the well-being of the Great Link and the Dominion.
Roval dismissed the kind offer.
What is the status of your adventure behind the wormhole?
We reached a consensus that it was for the best.
The other founder pointed out. Roval carefully didn't explain in great detail his disagreement with what his people were busy doing, and more importantly, how they went about it. Doing so at this time and place would be bad for the morale, and having to deal with body snatching and devouring parasites was already bad enough. He was very glad he didn't have vulnerable and tasty internal organs.
So it seems,
he answered neutrally.
You have at least seen to it that we're at war footing and ready to send the appropriate reinforcements and supplies to not only fortify the far end of the choke point, but bring this war to an end in a short order.
The reserves are already mobilized and we're building new ships at an optimal rate. We won't need to compromise our security in the Gamma Quadrant.
See to it that we don't.
Roval gave a sharp nod and cut off the connection before someone decided to yank his chain even more. 16th Interlude. Various I. Disclaimer. I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Interlude. Historical Notes. 1. HDD. Tragedy, a word I will be using a lot in this book. The Federation, the Klingon Empire, the Romulan Star Empire, those were the three largest, most powerful and well-known nations in the Alpha and Beta quadrants. For decades, the Federation has been the pinnacle that everyone else used to measure against. It was the largest, most prosperous and powerful among its rivals. It brought an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity to its people, a golden age we might not match, much less surpass in 100 years. For the longest time, the Klingon Empire was the real peer and rival that the Federation had. Multiple clashes and short-lived wars marred periods of uneasy peace. The Klingons used to be feared and respected warriors who were bound by honor and duty to protect and expand the Empire. Yet one day their homeworld, Konos, had its moon blow up. Some blamed rampant over-exploitation, others quietly whispered of sabotage. In the end, it didn't matter. In one fell swipe, the Empire lost one of its great energy production centers, had its economy crippled, and if that wasn't enough, would need to spend the following decades pouring tremendous amount of resources into stabilizing and keeping Kronos habitable. From that day on, the Empire entered an age of decline that it never really managed to break out of until the start of the Dominion War decades later. For as long as the Federation has existed, the Romulan Star Empire has been either an enemy or a dangerous rival that had to be watched at all times. Yet ever since its defeat during the war that forged the Federation, the RSE has been stagnating, plunged in a never-ending cycle of bloody backstabbing politics by the Senate and Tal Shiar on Romulus. Praxis's doom heralded the beginning of a golden age for the Federation. One of her two meaningful rivals hasn't really grown since its defeat in the war between them. The second just had its economy crippled for decades to come and just signed peace accords that would see it receiving substantial Federation aid and thus bind them closer. In the years that followed, the Federation laid the foundation of its golden age. New technologies in the form of the replicators and holosuites would soon be available to every family. The Federation began a massive program of welfare that would make it so Starfleet continued its mission to boldly go where no man had gone before, to explore, meet new species, and entice them to join the Federation and enjoy the fruits of their combined labors. Years passed, then decades, and there was one constant for the Federation, her citizens and Starfleet. There was no longer an enemy who could really threaten their existence. Humanity and all those who joined it among the stars could finally leave their bloody, barbarous pasts behind. It was a brand new era, one of mutual understanding, cooperation, and respect. The ghosts of the past were finally laid to rest. The Federation's very culture rapidly shifted for the better, and Starfleet abandoned its military role to become the uncontested leader in all things scientific and exploration. The Golden Age has come at last. And of course, it didn't last. A phoenix from the ashes of empires, recovered from the ruins of classified. HDD. Interlude. Historical Notes 2. DD. The Empire. It was our birthright. As warriors, we were meant to protect and expand it. We were supposed to bring home honor and glory. You all should know what I'm talking about. We were all raised with stories about heroes, ancient and new, men and women who went to war and either came back as glorious victors or joined the Black Fleet to protect the Empire, even in the afterlife. People like Kang, Chang, and everyone else who earned their place in the halls of heroes and warriors among countless others, heroes who to this day serve as an inspiration to the Empire as a whole or the remaining great houses. I don't rightly know when the rot began to spread. Our understanding of glory, of honor itself, became a twisted, corrupted mockery of the real thing. What honor is there in slaughtering defenseless beings who are no threat to you or the Empire? Where is the glory in brutalizing people who, while their protectors are away? All I know is that I awoke one day after earning a glorious victory against the Cardassians, and what I saw disgusted me. We fought with honor both in space and on the ground. A whole order tried and failed to stop us. It was glorious, I'll admit. It was satisfying as few other things could ever be. Yet when I went back to the surface the next day to see what we have taken from the enemy, what I saw disgusted me. There were warriors, young and old, from all over the fleet, celebrating. The previous day we destroyed the Cardassian military in the system. All that was left were civilian women, children and the elderly, those of them too infirm to face us in combat, along with a few doctors who stayed behind with their patients. Do you know what I saw our glorious warriors do that day? They were amusing themselves with brutalizing the people we conquered, for no other reason because it was fun. They were no threat. None of them showed any trace of resistance. Our decisive victory had broken their spirit. But that wasn't enough. Those people were no warriors, so they deserved anything and everything that might amuse the victors. What I witnessed that day were no Klingon warriors who knew what honor meant and how to show it in victory. Instead, I beheld cruel, petulant children in adult skins who used honor as a shield and excuse to satisfy their bloodlust. As the war progressed and the Dominion joined on the Cardassian side, as victories turned into defeats, there was one constant. People like the above, they kept harping about honor and glory as if they were means in itself. According to them, we had to meet the enemy in open combat and we would surely triumph, because as Klingons we were naturally better than the Jem'Hadar. We were the honorable warriors. We were the better warriors. We knew no fear. I heard this again and again. Yet when a commander was of the same mind, or decided to amuse those fools, because not doing it meant a fleet would tear itself apart due to accusations of cowardice, and what many in the Alpha and Beta quadrants know as Klingon promotions? As it turned out, being proper warriors and fighting in the right way Didn't matter when the enemy had number, technology, and hordes of tough bastards on their side. Looking back, I still don't know if we were lucky or unlucky during the Cardassian War. When all was said and done, relatively small portion of the Imperial Navy deployed for it was infected by such people. I know for a fact that this did prevent an outright disaster and allowed us to conduct multiple offensive and defensive operations in the first phase of the Dominion War. If more of our fleet was lost due to suicidal offensives against overwhelming enemy firepower or honourable last stands, the Dominion would have been in a much better position after Operation Return failed. They might have been able to win the war outright with the reinforcements they received the moment the wormhole was clear of mines. On the other hand, the best of us fought and died far from home as true warriors. They died with honour, they died with glory to protect the Empire, yet die they did. And that fact had devastating consequences. Teza, oh how I loathe that name. It is a curse world among the Klingons today, as you should well know, as hated as Zyph. It was there that many of us saw the Empire break. The Federation's dual betrayals, they infuriated every Klingon. It made our blood boil, yet some of us did know we couldn't act upon those emotions, no matter how much we wanted to. We knew the kind of enemy we were fighting, and that, loathe it or not, we needed the Federation. We needed Starfleet even as full of fools and dreamers as it was. Every Federation ship that stood beside us was one more target for the Jem'Hadar to shoot at, and while they were busy doing that, they weren't murdering good Klingons. There would have been a day for reckoning once the Dominion War was over. We were professionals, disciplined and well-trained warriors. We knew how to put our emotions to the side, or better yet, use them instead of letting them rule us. The sad truth was that at that point, there were too few of us left. Our best died in that ill-fated short war with the Federation. More perished trying their best to neutralize the Cardassians while we still could, and even more died when the Dominion War began in earnest. When Teza came, it had been too much. We prepared to meet the Dominion there with 1,655 ships. Less than 300 of those were what survived fighting the wars and Imperial warships that could be rushed to Teza in time. That left over 1,200 great house ships in that fleet, and the great majority of them were crewed by the worst kind of Klingons I saw or heard of during the wars up to that point. Only Great Lady Grilka and a small number of like-minded Klingons who knew what honour truly meant were with us. Then the betrayal happened, and when the dust settled and we fought our way clear through the enemy, more than half the fleet was outright gone, along with a large number of proper Klingon warriors. 100 Imperial ships were left able to retreat, many of them damaged. The reserve commanded by the Lady Grilka suffered as well, and while the combined house fleets did bleed the most, at the end of the day, they had even greater advantage in both numbers and effective firepower. From the Twilight of an Empire, by General Carlig. H.D.D. Interlude, Romulan Star Empire 3. H.D.D. In the vicinity of a Tal Shiar substation, Romulus. Until recently, pulling one over the resident intelligence service who more often than not masked as a secret police would have been much, much harder. It was to be expected, really, when your director goes to get himself killed on the other side of the galaxy, along with some of his most senior agents and the bulk of the Tal Shiar fleet. Your organization would be in for some tough times as a matter of course. When said organization is universally feared and hated within the Empire, well, then you could expect that everyone would be moving to relieve it of as much of as possible, its power as possible, while its remaining operatives and backers would be doing their best to preserve the status quo, and through it their own power and investments. It is even better when you don't need to hide everything. Indeed, the primary plan for the coup relied on Tal Shiar agents figuring out that the military was up to no good and acting to protect themselves. It was just that, when said revelation came and the spies struck, they did it against the wrong military units. It was natural. Said units were away from their designated areas. They answered to people who were most likely to pull a military coup, one aimed against Tal Shiar. Most importantly, said units couldn't be ignored. They were already in the capital where they had no business being, much less watching known and suspected Tal Shiar facilities. In the end, all it took was for one captain sympathetic to the cause among the troops in the capital to make sure that the secret police would intercept a transmission from him to his troops, ordering them to storm one of their substation and make it sound as if this was a part of a coordinated effort. The only real difficulty was to ensure that it appeared that he had jumped the gun and thus given the plot.
Falcon 1, Falcon Actual. We're a go. There's still no world from Raptor, so watch for enemy strike teams. We might be compromised. I repeat, we're a go. Go. Go.
The captain put just the necessary amount of urgency in his voice, if he said so himself. That was all. His troops knew why they were here, and that if they were lucky, they might get to bag some Tal Shiar goons. Pointedly, the captain failed to ensure that his E-War section jammed the substation when he gave the assault orders. Only after it, he spoke with them, and by the time anyone went around cutting the landlines, the world would be out. Tal Shiar would be moving against units and officers only interested in protecting the interests of their patrons instead of the Empire, and the resulting chaos was going to create a window of opportunity for the Loyalists. He allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, and his arm went to the communicator. It was high time to call in the E-War section. H.D. Dainch Tal Shiar Regional Headquarters, Romulus. Deep under the imposing building stood a large room dedicated on intercepting, reviewing and archiving as many of the communications in their area of responsibility as possible. Only a number of the newest and most sophisticated communication and encryption devices could pose a challenge, and only until Tal Shiar technicians could get their hands on samples of the devices and their algorithms, and that was only necessary if they hadn't compromised the manufacturer a long time ago. Unfortunately, sympathizers to the military and certain powerful senators did keep number of research and development facilities firmly under their control and so far out of Tal Shiar's clutches. If not for that unfortunate truth, the agency would have been able to read every single transmission within the Empire in a real time. Such an oversight was very dangerous these days, Centurion Sukal thought. He was a shift supervisor of the signal intercept section, and for months now, his people were busier than ever. Treacherous elements within the military and Senate were busy plotting against the real protectors of the Empire, and while that was no secret and really a constant thorn in the agency's side, these days, the danger was more tangible and real than ever. Tal Shiar lost too many people when the former director did his best to neutralize the Dominion as a strategic threat. That only served to underscore how dangerous an enemy they were and should have ensured the Empire came together under the agency's leadership. Instead, all kinds of small-minded fools were busy plotting against them. It was both infuriating and mind-boggling.
Centurion Trouble!
An analytic shot to her legs.
You must listen to this.
She pressed a button on her console and a terse voice sounded through the usually quiet, cavernous room. Dagger! I say again, Dagger! This is Agent Narek from Substation Vector 4. I say again, Dagger! Attaching intercepted orders to 1st Infantry Company, 7th Combined Battalion, and beginning a purge of the facility's databanks. We'll need reinforcements when available. I need to hear the intercept. Status of the military in the capital, especially in our vicinity. I want all defense teams to mobilize, seal this facility, and get me the sub-commander. A chorus of confirmations answered him, and just as the alarm hit, he heard the intercepted orders. That was more than enough for him to curse his luck. "Can we raise the substation?" the Centurion demanded.
They're being jammed. However, the hard lines are still up. I'm getting an automatic alert from them. The facility is under attack.
"Someone jumped the gun," Sokol deduced. "Otherwise, they will be hitting us as well. How is it that we're hearing about this just now?" "That's something I want to know as well." Sub-Commander Sotara all but ran from her nearby office. The tall, wiry woman had an ugly scowl on her face, and her glare promised misery to anyone who failed to live up to her impossible standards. "The commander is on his war. Status of the military," she demanded.
It's quiet in the capital.
Sotara spat an anatomically impossible curse. "Too quiet, I bet. Can we raise all other substations? Our agents."
3 more jamming fields lit up, disrupting communications, all in the vicinity of our substations. Landlines are still up and running, no reported attacks yet.
The sub-commander wasted no time and activated her comm. "Commander, Sub-Commander Sotara, Case Dagger. The military jumped the gun and is currently assaulting at least one of our stations and jamming 3 more. We have a small window of opportunity to stop them in their tracks. I need release authority."
I see. Do it. Code word for today is red. Authorization code ...
He rattled out a long string of random numbers and letters.
"I'll be there in couple of minutes. Get our strike teams moving."
Almost immediately, Tal Shiar commandos moved in to apprehend or assassinate suspect military leaders all across the homeworld. In many cases, they ran into alert and suspicious soldiers wary that the secret police might decide to strike, afraid of losing the vast powers they had enjoyed and abused for decades. Within minutes, firefights and open battles erupted all over Romulus. In response, General Teva Jarvis called in both the fleet and ground forces under his command on the moons. While the homeworld defense fleet was temporarily paralyzed by indecision and Tal Shiar agents liberally spread through the crews, the fleet under Admiral Tima, which was coincidentally traveling close to the system and under cloak, hurried to respond. 17th Interlude. Historical Notes. 3. Disclaimer: I don't own any of the Star Trek TV series, motion pictures, novels, or games. They belong to their respective creators and copyright owners. This story is created with no monetary gain in mind. I make no money from it. It is not to be sold or rented. Interlude. Historical Notes. 3. HDD. Why we went to war with the Klingons back 72? Well, first, the question is, why the Klingons went to war with us then, especially when they were already busy with the Cardassians? There are many reasons, a lot of them complex. However, if I need to choose one to start with, I must say it was because for decades the Federation as a whole, especially its political class, understood the Klingons less and less. It was a cultural thing, even as the Federation strived to accept new cultures, even thrived on it. It failed, or perhaps didn't want to understand the Klingon one. Looking back and consulting Dax, I would say that said trend began the previous century. Both the Federation and Starfleet were in the middle of a titanic upheaval. Replicators and holosuites were becoming practical. They saw limited application on most founders' homeworlds and oldest colonies. The economy as we knew it already saw the writing on the wall, yet failed to stop what was coming. There already were plans for massive infrastructure projects that would eventually put a replicator in every home and give access to holosuites to everyone. An old cynic like me might even call it the newest iteration of the old idea. Bread and circuses, as you humans used to say. But let's focus. Right now, I'm not speaking about why the Federation changed. What is important, how it changed, and the consequences, and how almost a century-old choices made the war all but inevitable. Or in all likelihood, at least a war with the Klingons. When Praxis blew up, Starfleet was already changing. Even when the Klingons were still our peers and primary rivals, there was an increased pressure to shift the focus from defense on science and exploration. That trend began with new people being elected to the Assembly, regional governments, and rising in rank within Starfleet itself. There was a cultural and generational shift within the Federation. Old hands who fought against the Romulans, the Klingons, and various other smaller rivals retired in greater and greater numbers to be replaced by a generation who largely never knew a clear and present danger to their person and lay of life. I must say that I both admire and resent them. They were all idealists who searched for a brighter future of peace and mutual understanding. They wanted to cut the ties with our bloody pasts, and that trend was especially strong among the humans and Vulcans. Then Praxis blew up and ensured that in the long run, the Klingon won't be able to keep with us. And worse, the conspiracy happened. Admiral Cartwright and many senior Starfleet officers, often the biggest and loudest proponents of keeping and reinforcing Starfleet's defense focus, were arrested for treason, and the great majority of them were guilty, and those innocent were tarnished along with their views. The backslash was immense, and it shook both the Federation and Starfleet to their roots. More importantly, there was no question any more about what was the right course of action. It was time for a new and bright era of exploration, discovery, and peace. Defense not only could, but had to be put as a tertiary priority in order to safeguard the Federation by ironically their own defenders, at least until the changing of the guard could be complete and there would no longer be a chance for a repeat performance. Years passed, then decades, and both the Federation and Starfleet continued the policies established in the aftermath of the conspiracy. In many circles, including among officers within the fleet, defense, the tactical track, they became dirty worlds, obsolete, artifacts from a past, bloody age that had to be discarded. Even as it entered almost a century-long golden age, the Federation lost the spark that allowed it to survive and endure long enough to become the dominant player in the Alpha and Beta quadrant. Starfleet ceased to be a defensive organization in truth. Its officers and enlisted personnel no longer saw themselves as soldiers first. More often than not, they weren't soldiers at all, neither in spirit nor in training. The cultural shift was complete, and with it, I don't believe that it is a stretch to say that the Federation transformed into something different from the one before. Most tragic, people in power, both in the Assembly, local governments, and Starfleet, especially those away from the contested and dangerous borders, no longer believed in nor understood the military mindset, much less the warrior one. Curzon Dax witnessed said transition as his staff on Kronos gradually retired to be replaced by people who could less and less fit in among Klingons, and eventually couldn't comprehend, nor did they want to, their warrior culture. They saw our hosts as violent barbarians we should not deal with. While thanks to being well-trained diplomats, they kept their thoughts private, they did represent the general opinion of the Federation government. This lack of understanding culminated in 2037. I'm not saying that it would have been moral or just to join the Klingons in their war against Cardassia, nor that given what we knew at the time, it would have necessarily have been for the best. You can read the histories and make your own minds, just keep in mind that hindsight is both wonderful and terrible thing. What I can say for certain is that the Klingons' fears were justified. The Cardassian military government could indeed have been overthrown by changeling spies. In fact, it was likely one of their plot to sow chaos and create opportunities for themselves. When the Klingon launched their war against the Cardassians and activated their alliance with the Federation, our government met them with a firm refusal. In the assembly, many ridiculed and derided them for their barbarous and murderous ways, and while the representatives of the government didn't join in the fun, they did little to stop it. To this day, I don't know how my successor broke the news to Chancellor Gowron. What I do know for sure is that the Klingons couldn't fail to notice how the assembly thought of them. Tensions rose, and when the Empire's military tried to enforce their demand of searching every vessel, leaving Bajor for Changeling, we came perilously close to shots being exchanged between USS Defiant and IKW Machar when the latter attempted to board and search the freighter SS Xhosa. The Federation Council saw that accident as the final straw. They have been trying their best to dissuade the Klingons from continuing with their aggression, and my personal belief is that their approach was a wrong one. From second-hand sources, I know that the Council pleaded for a ceasefire on moral, ethical reasons. They wanted to support the new Civilian Departure Council that replaced the Cardassian military government, seeing an opportunity to eventually add a new democratic nation to the Federation. Most damning, all military concerns raised by the Klingon ambassador on Earth were dismissed out of hand. My belief, one confirmed by contacts among the Klingon officers who survived the wars and were in a position to know, is that the way the Federation Council, backed by the Assembly, handled the situation painted the Federation as a whole as weak, cowardly, and most damning, honourless. When the Council officially and loudly condemned the Empire for their invasion of Cardassian space, Chancellor Gowron and his advisers had enough. Gowron withdrew from the Khitomer Accords, expelled my successor and their staff, followed by general expulsion of all Federation citizens from Klingon territory. An alliance that lasted nearly 80 years and served us all well was no more, and that was just the beginning. Multiple incidents followed, from Captain Sisko rescuing the Departure Council from Klingon pursuers and the Empire's retaliation against Deep Space Nine and the multiple border clashes erupting in the aftermath. It was then that the Federation, and through it, Starfleet failed grievously both in their responsibilities to their citizens and on the diplomatic front. Instead of making a show of strength and meeting the Empire blow for blow, the only thing that could have won back their respect, if not trust, and thus possibly preventing the war, the Federation Council kept pressing Gowron to cease all hostilities, both against the Cardassians and on the borders. Naturally, that only angered the Klingons even further. Tensions only escalated further when Starfleet began open support for Cardassian humanitarian convoys. That led to more clashes with the Klingons and various deceptions by the Empire in an attempt to discredit Starfleet and make it back off. It was clear that at this point, at least Gowron was still wary of committing to open war against the Federation. Instead of seizing this possibly last opportunity for peace and pushing, thus making a show of strength that could have prevented the war, both the Federation Council and the Assembly continued to stall, call for peace, withdraw, and negotiate, which predictably failed miserably. For the warrior culture of the Empire, all those actions signified a single fact, that the Federation was weak. If there were diplomats who knew the Klingons and their culture, they either failed to speak up to the Council or the people who ran the Federation at the time dismissed what they were told. Only the worlds on and near the Klingon border protested and prepared for war as well as they could, and they were ignored by the Federation at large. I don't know. Perhaps we will never know for sure. What I do know is that finally Gowron's patience ran out. He made a daring move, one encouraged by the way the Federation handled the crisis. The Empire dispatched a task force to Arcanis and demanded that Starfleet withdraw within 10 days, or they would open fire. The Empire could have attacked much sooner. Surviving records and testimonies confirm that they had all available forces. The bulk of the Imperial fleet and virtually all house fleets from the half of the Empire closest to the Federation, ready to strike even before the ultimatum. For at least 10 days, cloaked birds of prey probed the Federation sectors bordering the Empire. Some scouted deeper, looking for a sign of a general mobilization and that the Starfleet was committing heavy forces to what would soon be the front line of a war. What those scouts saw were indeed preparations for conflict, but only by the forces Starfleet already had in that region of space. There was no sign of general mobilization, no hint that the Federation would even try to leverage its industrial power in the coming conflict. Any agents the Klingons had within the Federation would have reported the same. Do I need to tell you what messages those facts sent to the Klingons? Not only Starfleet and the Federation were weak, they dared ignore the Empire as a strategic threat, and that was an insult Gowron couldn't let pass. With the start of the Cardassian War, the Klingon industry has been at full military footing, yet despite all clashes and provocations, there was no sign that the Federation would respond in kind. There was no significant increase of new construction, nor any hurry to try bring mothballed and older ships in for modern refit. The 10 days expired. There was still no trace of an appropriate Starfleet response, and Gowron attacking, thus igniting the War of 72. Long story short, the defences on the border utterly failed to stop the Empire's assault, just as Gowron and his advisors expected. At best, Starfleet managed to slow down the onslaught and paid for that achievement with blood. Wasted blood. In the unfolding war, the Klingons managed to capture multiple worlds and kept pushing Starfleet back. The Federation response was uncoordinated. While various units were ordered to race to the border, there was still no general mobilization nor an attempt to transition to war economy. The response was too little too late, further convincing all who watched with bated breath that the Federation was weak. A paper tiger, as I heard an old acquaintance put it. Even after Captain Sisko and the crew of the Defiant, yes, that Sisko, managed to expose a changeling spy among the Klingon leadership and broker a tenuous ceasefire, the Federation Council continued to send all the wrong messages to the Klingons and all its neighbors too. Even as tense peace talks began, an increasing number of Klingons clamored for continuation of the war, and the loudest voices came from the houses left behind to keep the Empire's borders secure, but they were by no means alone. Even Gowron himself was reluctant to end the war unless the Empire was allowed to keep what they conquered. And that was already sizable territory, including the whole Arcanis sector. It wasn't like the Federation had put up a spirited resistance. In fact, despite having a proof that the conflict was at least in part sparked due to Dominion machinations, many Klingons were eager to continue the war. They believed that the Empire could emerge victorious, even as they already had sizable forces fighting in Cardassian space. Think about it. The Federation, the superpower of its age, flinched back and was losing against a nation of much smaller size and military, one that was busy fighting a two-front war. Think about the messages sent to the Dominion and any smaller powers on our borders. Why is so surprising many of them did attack us in the following years? And make no mistake, the Klingons were winning many battles before the ceasefire and managed to deplete a significant portion of the Federation's existing fleets to moderate losses of their own. A notable event occurred during the peace talks, one that almost restarted the war. Elements from 3 House fleets struck the Federation colony of Agion Prime, most likely as a response to their defeat at Ganalda IV, where a task force consisting primarily of ships belonging to said House fleets was repulsed with heavy casualties when they attacked headlong against an equal number of Starfleet vessels, heedless of the fact that the defenders had a significant edge in tonnage and firepower. Many colonists died at Agion along with the bulk of the defending Starfleet vessels, along with multiple reinforcements who raced to the rescue only to be defeated in detail. Only the arrival of a powerful Imperial naval task force made the House fleets back down and salvaged the ceasefire. This event was merely a herald of things to come. It was only during the later days of the ceasefire and the negotiations that followed when Starfleet was finally able to begin assembling a fleet to retake the Arcanis sector, which, as I said above, fell to the Klingon among with many systems all across the border. Those successes were, and the way Starfleet responded, were seen as a further sign of weakness. It took too long for the Federation to begin reinforcing an active war on its most dangerous and contested border. This was the side of the Federation that saw a war with the Cardassians, bordered the Klingons, and was close to the Romulan neutral zone. Most damningly, it had near the border the only known connection to an Imperial and almost certainly hostile power of unknown size. The Dominion, one that had no qualms in meddling with the Alpha and Beta quadrant powers to their detriment. This was the very power which had a high-placed agent within the Klingon military who helped persuade Gowron to go to war with the Federation in the first place. Arguably, the only thing that prevented the war from resuming were the events within Cardassian space. There, a desperate Gul Dukat acted perhaps as the Dominion had always hoped a highly placed Cardassian would. He brokered his nation's incorporation within the Dominion, not only seizing power and becoming the Cardassians' new leader in the process, but giving an excuse and pretext for Dominion intervention into the Klingon-Cardassian War. Following that announcement, a powerful Jem'Hadar fleet transitioned through the wormhole and fell upon the Klingon forces fighting in Cardassian space. The Dominion military wasted no time in cutting supply and communication lines, striking Imperial forward bases and falling upon Klingon battle groups who raced to meet the new enemy before losing all the logistics painstakingly created for the conquest of the Cardassian Union. Predictably, that led to fights predominantly on the Jem'Hadar's terms, and they did win most of them. In the process, they destroyed a significant percentage of the Imperial Navy. Gowron was forced to sign a white peace with the Federation, order his forces in Cardassian space to retreat, those that still could and raced for Deep Space Nine and the wormhole. It was there that Captain Siskos managed to convince the Chancellor that it was time to either hang separately or maybe triumph together. Reluctantly, Gowron re-established the Kithamer Accords, yet the Federation still refused to fight the Cardassians, much less the Dominion. Even as large Dominion convoys consisting of huge freighters protected by powerful escorting fleets exited the wormhole and headed for Cardassian space, the Federation Council refused to risk a war by denying the Dominion access. Needless to say, the Klingons were fit to be tied. However, Gowron wasn't about to restart the war after the losses his people suffered in Cardassian space, not when the Jem'Hadar's presence steadily grew more powerful. That anger was shared by the majority of Klingons, and eventually it culminated in the events following the disastrous battle at Teza, but that is another story. From the End of an Era, by Marcus Dax.